stand tall. No fear, no mercy. This is the grind. This is the moment. Show 'em what you made of.
Good afternoon and happy new week to you, hopefully. Welcome to the first Monday of this autumn. Summer is over, I don't really feel any difference, but if you're studying, if you go to school, if you have kids who go to school, or if you're a teacher, then probably this week is gonna be one of the busiest, most hectic you have this year. Who knows? It's not like that for me, but I do still feel a little bit of the rhythm of summer ending and a more, I don't want to say productive, but more down-to-earth focused time starting off. Cherie says, start the stream, Victor, start the stream. Here it is. What's up? Thank you for being here at the start of the stream, as always. First message in Twitch chat today from Titus Flavius. Woo, what's up to you as well? And Titus says he's doing amazing. How about you? Me too. I love Mondays. And it's not just the start of the week. It's also start of... I don't want to say new year, but you know, like something new is starting. Yeah? I don't have kids, and I don't go to school. So, it's still just another week for me, yeah. But I do feel, looking around me, that there's a lot of more busyness. Zombilio says, shit, not first. Yep, you are number 2. What's up, Smokey? Hello. Hello, Mufanza. Happy to see you. Titus says, man, I hate summer. I do not agree with you. I mean, it's not about agreement. Yeah, it's just I'm not in the same boat. That's what I want to say. I love summer. Even when I don't take advantage of the classical summer activities as much as some people, or as much as I used to. Yeah, this summer I don't think I went to the beach. I don't live in a country where there's a lot of attractive beach activity going on, but still. Nevertheless, I love summer. Ray says, nice timing. Was watching your VODs, learning the way of the one-handed spear. I think we might go and play a bit of one-handed spear today, actually. I think it's time. Let's open some of these first. And also, the season is over in Albion, yeah? It's not just a season of life, but also a season of Albion. I need to figure out how can I get my season overview. Nope. Is it just in Conqueror's Challenge? Okay, nice. So I can do like this, like this, like this. And claim all the stuff. Estimated market value, I'm getting 3 million for the season. I don't care too much. I know some people will be really lucky, and those who play with a guild will have a lot. And some people will have 3 million like me and be very sad. But I don't mind. Hopefully, it's not too bad for inflation, yeah? Because once again, influx of new items. And of course, this also means that we now have the things to craft new... I don't think we can craft them yet, right? But they said it should come with next update. But anyway, it's the last step before having some new items in the game. And in this case, it's going to be the Crystal of Heads. Fort says, Vic, good morning. Good morning, Fort. Is it morning for you? I mean, it is way definitely afternoon for me. No matter how you call it. But still. Okay, let's do that. So I can constantly have 10% more fame. What is this? Okay, whatever. And I probably need a bag, right? To get all these awesome things to the market that I'm about to get. So my Conqueror's Challenge or season rewards are estimated at 3 million. I also have some chests from before. I'm just going to open it and see what we get. Nothing too special, but you know, need to deal with it at some point. I think I have a bunch already here in Limhurst that I'm too lazy to sell. So I got 300 from those chests, and I also have a couple Tirade chests. Let's open those as well. Fort says 8 AM. Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know. Okay. Then I hope you're having your coffee and enjoying your new week. And Fort also said, mists are dead to me. I'm in the mist changes waiting room now. Really? Is it that bad? Like, I knew that time would come for most people who are try hard about PvP. Yeah, like competitive and want to get better. I know. Skill-based 1v1s are more exciting long-term because you can get better. It's less RNG and it's more about actually, you know, improving and figuring out, like, it's more tactical. Yeah, I understand. But I definitely thought that this deathmatch free-for-all that's happening right now is gonna, like, the hype and fun of that is gonna last longer, yeah? I'm still in the mood to play some of that, yeah? I know I'm gonna join that waiting room at some point, but I expected it to be a couple weeks at least, maybe even a month, yeah? So you saying that you're already there, oh well. I see. Cherie says, I died a lot using Bloodleather build and mist. Too many Warbow, Cursed Rats, or skill issue. Maybe both. And it's definitely a new world out there. Like, you cannot take 1v1 fights hoping that it's a 1v1 fight. Weapons that fight without committing too much, weapons that have ways to disengage and reset are even stronger than before. whether you like it or not. Okay, let's open a couple of these. First of all, this is the tier 8 one from the Conquerors, yeah? This is not the ones I'm saving up for favor. This is the end of the weekly chest. I have not been opening them for a couple of weeks. Here we go. No mammoth? Really? Man, this is very little, right? This is almost nothing. Okay, let's try again. I have 400k right now estimated, so after opening the chest... Okay, this chest was 500k. At least I got a little animal. Maybe not mammoth, but it's still an animal. And I love animals. Okay, last one. Tell me there's a mammoth. Okay, these chests were incredibly underwhelming. Might as well not have opened them. Even the Gamba, like the enjoyment of Gamba doesn't really... Oh, shit, I should have. Even the enjoyment of the Gamba doesn't really shine through when you're Gambaing for almost nothing. Okay. Let's put this stuff here. I'm a bit too lazy to sell it right now. I'm gonna use the silver bags. And the season rewards, probably... I mean, there's no surprise or no, like, unexpectedness, yeah? The game already told me it's gonna be 3 million. The only thing is, since I'm not crafting, it's probably good for me to just put them on sale right away, right? I'd guess so. X-Moon says, hi Vic. Hello. No Mammy Mufanza. I don't know. How? What have I done wrong? Ford says, I can't believe it's this bad, but it is. I wish the fun lasted more for me. Yeah, I'm still in that hype. Like, if I'm understanding correctly what you mean, then it's... I'm still in the process of enjoying, just because it's new and there's constant people. I have not yet gotten to a point where I just need 1v1s for enjoyment. Okay, let's sell a bunch of these things here. Claim all. Okay. Because I'm guessing the price of all of this will go down, yeah? Maybe this is random and wrong, I don't know. But I'm guessing that these are more expensive now. And since I'm not using them anyway, I think it's reasonable for me personally, yeah, to sell them here. But I might be losing some money on this. I do not really know. Especially things like the artifact for Crystal Book. Okay, I'm a bit too lazy to... Just gonna check that nothing is too much worse than market average. And just put it there. And hopefully it will bring us some money. And I have 39 Siphon Energy to use. We can go back to Brazilian. Taito says, new mists are amazing. The sheer frequency of fights makes up for the IP diff and rats, in my opinion. I don't want to say it as my opinion, but my experience so far is yes. Right now, I'm loving just constant action, even if the action is not as satisfying. Yeah, because there's so many people. Conquer chest prices goes up next week. Yeah, Fort. Thank you for making sure I know that. I do already know that. I might still forget it. But yeah, on this, it's not just for me. Anyone else also. If you're in the same boat, you have been kind of saving up favor. If you are planning to buy those tier 7 chests, not these ones, but you know, the same but yellow, then, which is what I was planning to do. They are increasing the price of those chests on Wednesday, when there's going to be the next update. So it's a good idea, probably, to use all your favor if you're gonna buy chests before Wednesday, yeah? So I'm gonna do it today or tomorrow. For a video at some point, I want to have 200 chests, which is gonna take me like 200, 300k more favor to collect. Unfortunately, it would be nice to also buy them all together, but because of price increase, I will just buy them. Is the music really quiet today? Not that I mind, but hope you can hear it on the stream at least a bit. CZ says, how's it going? What's up? How's the project going? It's going well. It's nothing too crazy or special, but I have not had any sales calls yet. But yeah, if you're asking about my work project, which you know now, this week it's probably going to be the last Monday for a while that I stream, and most of the weeks going forward, I'm probably Monday's gonna be like a stably my day off. From streaming, yeah, not from the rest of life. Because then I can do the other work thing on Monday, like the full day, and I can also play basketball, because I need at least one day a week to play basketball, because obviously afternoon is the time where other people play. And then it's probably going to be like 1 or 2 other days a week, but those will be moving around. Teflar says, alcohol is on sale in stores near me in 4 minutes. Been up all night, it's time to buy some beer. Okay, good morning, Teflar. You're having an interesting start of the autumn. Well, drink away, I guess. I don't know. Your life, your rules. Monday morning, drinking on top of like feeling like shit tomorrow, which it depends on how you drink, yeah. But you also you have to accept a little bit extra social stigma, yeah. You can't get around that if you drink Monday morning, there is. Oh wait, actually, let's do this. So we're gonna test a couple more weapons that I have not played ever, like after the Mist update. And we're gonna because today I already prepared it. I opened the page to make a tier list. We're gonna make a tier list together to rank weapons for Mists, for the new Mists, for the deathmatch situation. Yeah. And specifically focusing on which weapons are like enjoying it and which are not. I know I've been talking about this already for a while. We've been testing weapons. We still need to test and play some weapons today. And we're gonna start with Flamewalker to do that. I'm gonna have a Purge on my helmet to be able to survive and run around. As for boots, there isn't anything specifically I need, but since we are focused less on 1v1s and more on managing in between a lot of people, I'm gonna actually go cooldown reduction. And I am also going to go for Mistcaller actually. So you see how my build is built a bit less on what Flamewalker might be strong for, and a bit more on adapting to the Mist situation. I hope that makes sense. The X-Men asked what changed in Mist. More people in every Mist. Mists are just not like a even the word rat doesn't sound right anymore, because that's not ratting, it's just playing the game. Every Mist is just has more people. So whenever you fight, you have to accept there's gonna be 2, 3, 4 people somewhere near you. Some of them will rat. Every now and again, my experience is like it's much more RNG. Like for example, making money in Mists has been much more RNG last week. I have gotten some good ratting opportunities. Like I just happened to come across someone who's low HP. I just kill them or kill both of them and take money. The fights that I actually take, even if I outplay my opponent, or if I start losing, it matters much less because the likelihood of someone else joining the fight and third partying, fifth partying is much higher. So essentially, but that also means that you don't have to run around waiting for stuff to happen. You have a lot more action just happening in general. I think I can use these actually. We can go like this and then buy a couple snappers and see. And I don't have jacket because I'm going to use assassin jacket, I think. I can use tenacity as well, but I think it's a good idea to run around on Invis. And, assassin jacket is very, very good in a situation when there's a lot of people. Hello, Wisdom, Ezekiel. Yeah, I just catching up on YouTube chat as well. As you know, the stream is available on YouTube and Twitch. By the way, assassin jacket, I don't think it cost this much before. Let me see, actually. Does it show 24 hours, 7 days, 4 weeks? Okay, it is a significant price increase, yeah. This is one of the items that probably benefits the most from the way that Mists feel right now. I think I can do this, yeah. Okay, so we have a set to go and try to enjoy the Mist and see what happens. Rex Jump, hello. Happy to have you. And cling with the tier 7 spears. I approve that message. So, if there's other weapons or builds or playstyles you think I should try today, then let me know, because it's actually... it is still time to do that. In a couple hours, we will do the tier list together. I was gonna do this 2 streams ago, but I realized how much more the Mists have changed and how much more work we need to... Well, I need to play different things and we need to discuss things before we can actually go with it. Leather boots. Yeah, leather boots is the only kind of iffy thing. It would probably be better to have plate boots. 4 task, no CD reduction on boots. Let's see, how much do I have? I just ate the food. Cooldown rate 20%. I think it's maybe overkill. Maybe like this even. Maybe like this even. It might be a bit of overkill otherwise if I go just full on cool reduction. Since I already have these boots, I bought Mistcaller. Yeah, in general, yes, Flamewalker is not bad at brawling if you hit all your spells. But I am not very brawl heavy Flamewalker right now. And the cooldown is going to be 24 seconds if I don't hit anything, yeah? That was... It says 32 here. Oh, that's because my boots were still running, yeah? Yeah, it's because my boots were still running, so it was showing the cooldown if it were reduced by my boots. Deathgivers, yeah, I think Deathgivers are still near the top, yeah? Deathgivers can manage this. Maybe I should play them also, but I don't think I need to test or play Deathgivers to get a feel for how strong they remain. It's definitely a weapon that can do both. Okay, so it's actually 33, yeah? The cooldown. If I don't hit anything. Yeah, I need to be a bit careful with my energy. Should be okay though. So yeah, so Death Givers can do both. Essentially, every weapon we're gonna talk about and rank, there's two main categories. One is how good is it at 1v1s. The second, how good is it at this free-for-all deathmatch situation. Death Givers gets very high ratings in both, yeah? It's still amazing and can 1v1 pretty much anything. There's no direct counter. There might be some difficult matchups, but still. And at the same time, it can still kind of handle multi-way situations. Not badly, it's good. Okay, this doesn't look like a gatherer. No, never mind, he has a gathering food. I mean, he already ate the gathering food 25 minutes ago. So it's probably an actual gatherer. 5.1. Interesting. Let's see who else shows up. If I start fighting... I mean, maybe if I kill him quickly, it's okay. But if I start fighting him, I will be pretty low, yeah. Unless I change to Snapper, Inferno, and like proper things. Assassin Shoes Bow. Interesting. Is he lagging or? He's on explosive arrows also. He doesn't have a sprint. I'd rather kill him. Okay. Why is he going for him? He can still kill me. I'm 100% dying. If he hits me with his shoes and combo, I'm 100% dying. Well, I'm also probably dying to this guy, but he has 15 seconds, so he won't actually reach me. Interesting build. What's up, Uber? Where does one-handed spear rank for current mist? I think it is actually very good. I think it's probably fair to put it S tier. But it's also a discussion, yeah? Like, if you have opinions, we should discuss that. But I actually think one-handed spear gained a lot. Like, if you embrace the fact that there is this constant people on your screen and all kinds of shit happening, I think one-handed spear, it's exactly the weakness of... Like, there's two things. First of all, I'm not saying one-handed spear is bad for 1v1s, but still, one-handed spear is... While it's not bad for 1v1s, it is really good for dancing in the middle of people and managing more than one opponent. Secondly, one-handed spear, the reason it kind of, fell out of being very strong, and it was still good, but, for me it was B tier, is because a lot of the 1v1 opponents were just bad matchups. Like, weapons that became really popular over the last half a year have become much stronger at brawling. Like, stronger brawlers have become popular. And there's also like matchups like Flame Walker, what's it called? The Artlet Blaster, stuff like that, yeah? Which one-hand spear can fight but doesn't love fighting. Fewer mobility weapons. But now that mobility becomes more important, most of the people you're gonna see are good matchups. So even in 1v1s, one-handed spear is becoming stronger if others are preparing their build for the deathmatch, yeah? So if others are not coming not coming into the mist for straight up 1v1s, because that's what happened, yeah? If there's a lot of people who are just straight up just want to 1v1, one-handed spear might struggle a bit. Yeah, like, let's say Curse Staffs, Death Givers. If it's like, not saying one-hand staff cannot fight them, but if the mists are only full of strong 1v1 builds, then... I have a purge. I went the wrong way. I didn't realize what's happening. I won't catch him. I won't catch him for the purge, I think. Nice. Oh, nice. We have a spear also. That's not good. I can't. The slow is actually... The slow from Merkhood is actually pretty big. We have another 8.3 there. Holy shit. I'm gonna go for this guy. If you survive... Ah, never mind. Okay, then I guess I have to turn around. Wait, did somebody kill someone? Is it... No. Oh, wait, really? He knows. I'm tier 7, yeah, so... it really sucks. I'm kinda... Might have killed the spear for the sake of... That's for the sake, but, you know. The other guy's probably gonna kill him there, which sucks. Yeah, he did, yeah. Too bad they didn't fight each other. I mean, not that they didn't want to, but... That the Bloodletter survived, and the Double-Bladed dismounted on good 15 seconds, so was not able to kill him. I feel a bit bad, but I mean, I had to go for it and try to kill the spear. Because he's worth so much more. That's, you see, that's a good example. Like, mists are kind of pushed into playing very high tier or very low tier. And even very high tier, it's not as attractive. But at least very high tier, you're playing very mobility weapons. Like, the weapons that can get away, like this Deathgivers on Merkhood. He got away because of Merkhood in big part, because he slowed me twice. I'm the guy with the purge, and both times he slowed me and I was not close enough to purge him. Double-bladed, stuff like that, yeah. Like, it's good for those to be high IP, but other than, like, for everyone else, like, going middle tier, like, it is not very profitable. Even tier 7 is less profitable than before. Like, the spear, for example, you saw, he's gonna get fucked because there's so many people. This mist was crazy, though. I say it's S tier, says Blade. With leather boots, would it I have been able to outrun the horde of rats? Yeah, yeah. Definitely you have to focus on cooldown reduction if you want to play spear right now. The leather boots fit that pretty well. Man, there's so... Look at all these guys. There's still so many people I have not even seen before. Like that cluster fight when we were chasing 4v1, and then another 2 people came, and now I just met 2 other people that I have not even seen in the mist before. That is like 9 people I have seen in the last 2 minutes. Hello, Raphael. Oh shit, the Bloodletter wants to fight. Okay. Okie dokie. But there's so many dangerous people here that I don't know if this is a good idea. Well, I guess I just die. I mean, I have to die here and there anyway. My IP is kind of lower. I mean, I should do double overcharge anyway. You're gonna play Deathgivers after? I'm thinking about it. The thing with Deathgivers is, it's not a weapon. Like, for example, I was playing Bracers, you know, Frost Staff. Deathgivers are not a weapon which is good to play for an hour, yeah? Unlike Frost Staff, yeah, sure, I'm not gonna, like, play it perfectly. I'm gonna make mistakes, but still... It's kind of playable and good. If like I'm swapping. Last couple of streams I've played like 10 different weapons or so. Deathgivers are a bit like they're a worse weapon for that because it takes more time to get into it and to kind of get used to the spells essentially, yeah? To get your muscle memory back. So if I play Deathgivers to really like do them justice, if we're trying to evaluate how good they are in this new mist situation, I should play them for longer, yeah? Definitely longer than I played Frost or Battle Bracers or stuff like that. Like, that's also a good example. It's pretty easy, yeah, okay, I will mess stuff up here and there, but overall it's pretty easy, yeah, to play Flamewalker. Much easier, yeah, so I can swap in and out, yeah, I can play Flamewalker for a little while and then play something else. This guy has 3 invises. He wanted to fight earlier, so maybe he's still here? Let's see. No, I guess not. Too bad that they got away. The Double-Bladed definitely made a quick and correct decision to go for the spear, because he's worth a lot more. Unfortunately, I was too low to chase or do anything there. So I feel a bit bad for the spear, but hey, that's the mist right now. It's just sad that we didn't kill the 8.3 bloodletter, all of us together following him. What is this? So this is where the spear died, and this guy doesn't even have specs. If I could fight this from 0, that would be potentially a better fight than my fight against spear. Ugborg, if you're still Ugborg, tell me, how is your arcane doing in Mists? I feel like your approach to arcane should be pretty difficult, yeah, after the Mist, because you definitely only thrive on 1v1s. But maybe you have been able to adapt arcane a little bit already? I don't know. Kzer, what's up? Hello. How am I doing? I'm doing well. I mean, I'm just started, so... It's a good time because it's new week, new we haven't. Oh, there's yet another guy in this mist. How are there so many people? I've seen more and more reports of people teaming though. Once again, on my screen, only a couple situations which were suspicious, but by no means like straight up teaming. Just the kind of situations where I don't know, you know, maybe they were friends already before, yeah, some like before in that same mist, you know, like improvised team, and then they happened to see each other. A little bit suspicious. Yeah, there was that one time that the guys... we were like... I thought everyone's killing everyone, but then it turned out those two guys are like not fighting each other. And after they killed me, they instantly started looting me together. So that's the thing. That's the one situation where I felt like this is provided suspicious. But other than that, I played quite a bit of Mist this week and nothing has happened. But I've heard other people have like put out a lot of accusations that they're getting teamed on often. Like this Bloodletter and Double Bladed, I feel like they are playing together here. Yeah, you see? They are killing this guy together. Let's get their names at least so we can check it later. I think that's also what happened earlier. I think that's why Double Bladed was not able to kill him. Like they're gonna go for dual swords now, even though he's obviously much cheaper, yeah? You can see this. Like these guys, that's what I brought this up, because I feel like they are actually doing this thing. Like you see, he's not worried, and the other guys, they're not worried about their 8.3 sets. Because they looked through the whole mist, they know who else is here, and they are helping each other. And see, this guy goes quickly for tier 7 dual swords to help his friend catch him. So this is a problem with mists, and this is why, right now, if you want to play higher tier, don't. And there's zero chance that they're gonna fight each other there. You can see that, yeah. Well, I can get their names and we can check it out later. This is very obviously guys teaming. The only question is, did they they didn't find each other in this mist, yeah? If they're sitting on Discord and intentionally trying to get into same mist, that's pretty shitty, you know? That's gonna kill the whole mist content. Like, the more it happens in a couple weeks, like I'm not gonna play mists if this becomes priority. Or we'll just play 4.1, 4.2, maybe tier 7 like I am right now, yeah? Like, you shouldn't play 6-3 or higher if you know that the 8.3s are like going together like that. But it's also possible. What happens sometimes is they just know each other because, you know, their builds are like quite specific. I mean, the double bladed is kind of generic, but the other guy, so they might just know each other. Like that situation that happened with me like last week, way before this missed update. I think it was last week, right? Where the guy didn't help me kill an 8.4, where it was obvious that he should have, but he didn't help me kill, and then he said that, you know, he recognized from the build that it's his friend, and, you know, his friend gonna be mad, whatever. I can understand that. It's still annoying, but at least I can understand that, yeah. But if they're sitting on Discord and specifically trying to get into the same mist, which is, like, people have been accused of that recently, then this sucks. Let's remember the names. So they killed Kurtel and Big Boy 2. I'm gonna open Notepad. We can't check it out right away. Big Boy 2 and Kurtel. I think that's the name, right? Kuritel. Okay. I think there's an I. We'll see. We'll check them out, the teamers, and just figure out how it works later. Singblade says it's amazing how much people are in EU Mist. That last Mist was just crazy. But I mean, it is actually Monday, so maybe not. But we are entering prime time, yeah? It's not like that all around. the whole day. But the idea, their idea, and I think it's a good idea, is to always have the same amount of people. The only thing that could solve teaming is if there was some sort of punishment for entering the mist, yeah? But even then, it wouldn't really solve. I'm just like spitballing ideas, yeah? By the way, thanks for following. Rackaboy. I'm not saying this as a like legit solution or legit good idea. I'm just saying, thinking out loud, that one of the things that could help against teamers is if there's like a cost, you know? Like swapping mists hurts you because every time you don't kill anyone in the mist, for example, you like, you know, lose like your repair costs or something. This would obviously also hit lower IP players and non-teamers a lot. But it would kind of be like, you know, that would give you some motivation. But I don't think they can do anything really. Like Albion cannot do anything to force people or motivate people to fight each other if they don't want to, yeah? Like if I am determined not to fight my friends, I can do that. Obviously I don't know what builds they're playing, but if we're playing like specific builds, that's easier. Peo says, Eba Daybak, this noob is teaming up with friends in Solo Mist. There's a lot of people doing that right now. The same people that I don't know him specifically, and you know it's no point. This is not a place like Twitch stream is not a good place for any sort of witch hunt. Yeah, there's no point like discussing specific names of people who might be doing or not doing it. What is this? Why is he? Am I just brawling him or not? I might just be brawling him here. Yeah. Okay, this is the ease of Flame Walker, but big ups for him for fighting, yeah? I'm overcharged, he did not overcharge there. So yeah, no point like in naming specific people, but I think a lot of the people that are living under, you know, RMT allegations, a lot of people that play those high IP double-bladeds, many of whom got banned already on EU server, they will definitely take whatever advantage they can, because, you know, if it's your job, then, you know, you don't care about fair fights or improvement, you care just about silver. So it's quite possible that you know, that some of the same guys are doing this. Also because like solo, like playing very safe build as a solo is just riskier, yeah? Like playing those double bladeds and the bloodletters at high AP is just riskier than before because you're constantly running into a bunch of situations where there's more and more people who want to kill you. What should the devs do with Mist now? I feel like there's no way they could improve this mess. Okay, the mess is okay, Golfer. I'm still kind of fine with the mess for a while. But it also, like, this is a good answer to all of us, including myself, who have been playing Mist for a while and saying like, oh, I wish there were more people, yeah? I know it's possible to find the balance and maybe the developers overtuned it a little bit. But it's a bit like an answer like, oh, you want more people? Well, here you go. I mean, it's not going to magically make the community bigger. So having more people in every mist, you know, you can see that it comes with some problems as well. But for me right now, it's still fun. Kaiser said, went to mist and saw 2 fire staff fighting in small camps. So I jumped one of them and then they turned on me. And then luckily a high tier battle axe joined the fight as well. So they turned on him without any kind of usual mist signals. I think they were on Discord. That's possible, yeah. Like what I just saw here with these 2 guys, I'm almost certain they are teaming, yeah. But it's difficult to be sure. And I have also clips, like that time I saw Sagox in 8.4. And we didn't end up killing him, but it was super close. That was also a situation where I was setting up for a fight in Abbey. And then the moment we saw Sagox, he was fighting someone else. I mean me and the guy I was fighting. Yeah, we are not on Discord, we're not friends. I don't know who the guy was, obviously. But the moment we saw Sagox, both of us experienced players, instantly inspected, there's an 8.4 on our screen, dropped everything else and went after him together. Yeah, I'm just saying that I have also situations that if someone who doesn't know me, if someone who is not on stream, looked at that situation, they might think like, well, are you teaming with that other guy? Or how did it happen? Yeah, as like just like you said, no missed signals, nothing. Because, you know, like an experienced brain, if you are out for yourself and you want to kill the most expensive person, you know, you inspect them in 1 second, you inspect everyone on screen and you know who to fight. So I'm just saying that like a lot of teaming allegations, when you look at the clip, you see that there's some other logic and it might not just be like straight up teaming. But now with new mists, more and more suspicious situations come up. Thanks for following that way, Master Marius. Let's go if we can. Let's go check if we can find someone. I wrote down the names. After this, we're gonna go check out the guys who were fighting together there. The only solution for teaming is if we have 10 times the player base. Yeah, that's the big problem. At the end of the day, that's why, like, that's how Albion is built on guilds. And, you know, if you go Black Zone, sure, you can enjoy the fun of solo. But a lot of fights in Black Zone are decided not just by skill, but just by the amount of people you can bring, yeah? And that's kind of the basis of Albion. That's what full loot, you know, gets you to. If you want straight up 1v1, you have Corrupted. So, that is... You're right. There is no magical solution. There's nothing the developers, they've missed like an important thing or they're doing something wrong. I mean, you can't even point the finger and blame anything. This is inevitable in a game where there's not crazy amounts of people playing it. You know, it's not comparable to like League or Dota or whatever, Counter-Strike. So you will have people teaming. I mean, Arena is also like that, yeah, like you can't... Arena at least gives you motivation to rank up, yeah. So if you find an arena and you're against your friends, but of course it's not full of PvP, so it's completely different. But still, you have like motivation to win against your friends, like you would in League, yeah. League or Dota, you get matched against a friend, you will do your best to win. I think most of us. Top 8.3 players for sure play in the same Discord now. If you don't team, you will get teamed. Well, yeah, not all of them, obviously, but the same guys that are gonna go after every possible advantage to make silver, usually those are people who RMT. Because think of it logically, sure, as a new player and intermediate player, it's important. Silver is one of your priorities to progress in the game, to feel like you are improving, like to feel like you have access to more stuff. Sure, I also have time in my life in Albion when I was focused on getting silver. I've talked about this in video, like when I realized I'm close to 1 bill, I thought, oh, I'm going to just full on make silver and mist. For a month, so I can make a video. Oh, I reached 1 build silver, yeah, something like that. But actually experienced players who really like playing Albion, and many of those are 8.3, 8.4 players. Most of them, they are not here for silver. They don't care. They just need enough silver to keep fighting and have fun. So for them, they're not gonna team up. They're not gonna mess up the fight and I mean mess up the game and also kind of, you know, put themselves like in, I don't know, not shame, but you know, like in public scrutiny, just to get a bit of extra money. Because those guys who are teaming, the only thing they're actually, you know, they're doing it just for silver. The only people who, after thousands of hours, still focus so much on silver are people who are doing it to pay for their food. People who actually need silver because they sell it as RM tier. Everyone else, I don't think is like after thousands of hours, when you actually enjoy the game and you play high tiers, you're not obsessed over silver. If you disagree, let me know. You know, this is I'm pretty sure in this opinion, but it's still open for discussion. And if you have played for a lot and you are still, you know, trying, you know, if for you it's motivating to go from 1 build to 2 build, then let me know. That would be interesting to hear about. Sasha in YouTube chat says, I finally played a bunch of Mists after update, and I think changes were too drastic. It's way too crowded. I think a lot of people are agreeing with you, Sasha. Yeah. I think that's the most common opinion I've heard so far, is that it's nice, but it went a bit too far. However, interesting like discussion I've seen also, people saying like, would I rather have Mists like before when there's no action, or would I rather have constant action but it's not like as satisfying because it's no 1v1s really? And that's an interesting question. Sasha says, you say 6.4s are now less, they are risking much more, but I have been hunted by 6.4s more in that week than normal time Mist before. Interesting. I think I think there are fewer people playing 6.4 and higher, but those fewer people are likely to appear on your screen more often. So I think that's the situation. I think you often run into the same high IP players, whereas overall there are fewer people playing that. If teaming is really as prevalent as some people are reporting on it, then of course that also solves, yeah, because you're not risking your 8.3 if you have another 8.3 guy like the guys we just saw before. I mean, they don't feel like they're risking. They're both running full mobility builds and they're just hunting people down together. So they can play 8.4. They don't feel like they're risking it. This looks like a swapper, but again, cultist cowl again. I don't know. Okay, let's go check it out together quickly. Actually, where is music? No music. Let's go here. Okay, we're gonna do a tier list later today. I'm just gonna show you. This is, I mean, nothing special. We're gonna talk about weapons in the new Mists, but let's look at this right now. EU. And what were the names of the guys? What were the names of the guys that died earlier? Big Boy 2 and Kuritel. Okay. Big Boy 2. Let's see. No lean, no life. Okay, so this is... And Dodo... Oh, okay, wait. This guy... Oh, yeah, I saw because he killed the spear as well. Okay, so these are the two. Let's open them. And let's just see what's happening. He died 3 days ago. Today... Okay, so he hasn't played for a while. If this is the account he plays, he might be also from other server. Assist. Okay, so they have already... This was when? 23 minutes ago. This might still be the same mist, you know? 1 hour ago. This is somebody else. Okay, that he has an assist with. This is a one... Okay, this is tier 6, so it doesn't matter. Okay, let's look at this guy as well. I don't know what these deaths are, but he's played this for an hour. He's played this build, and these are... I mean, this was just like... They are playing... It seems like they are playing normally, but when they get into the same mist, they just know that they are together, yeah? Because both of them should be worried, because they were, at some point, relatively low, yeah? So that 2v1, I understand that they fight each other and nobody dies, yeah? Or they are worried about dying, so it's like mutually assured destruction. But they were obviously... It was very clear to them that they are playing that mist together. I don't know about this. This guy might have gotten fucked by a team completely. This might have been in a previous mist. Because if you look at timing, it's 4 minutes before the spear. This is the chase that you saw. See, I'm also here. We were chasing for a while the bloodletter. Then this guy dismounted close to the bloodletter, and then the spear 1v1 me and unfortunately died. So it's not obvious, yeah? It's absolutely not obvious. It's not like they have like 3 hours worth of fights just together. But it might be that they are not, you know, it's not like 2 people teaming, but it's a group of people sitting together in Discord, and they just keep going from mist to mist, and they have some system to know if 2 of them are in the same mist, you know, then they team up. And if not, they just play like mist normally. Like, that's the thing that I used to do, not the team up part, but sitting in Discord and talking to people while you're playing is very normal, yeah? It's like, it makes it a bit more entertaining, just like being on streaming or being on stream, yeah? So they might just be playing mists kind of normally, but they constantly checking with other friends they have on Discord call, like, oh, by the way, my mist looks like this, until someone says, yo, I'm in your mist, okay, and then they team up for one mist, and then they continue, like, living normally. That's the most likely thing I would imagine. A lot more gatherers. This is not a swapper again, this guy had his food eaten. If you play off time, you see the same high tiers every mist. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Like when Sasha said that, you know, he's been hunted by 6.4s more often than before. I think it's just like there's fewer people playing it, but you know, you just run into them more often. He went somewhere south. We'll go to the objective anyway. I mean, it might also just be time to play more depths and corrupted. I don't mind that, but I do still want to figure out depths and some of the weapons I haven't played, like this one, which I have not really tested in New Mist. Limon says, I moved to you this week, haven't really been familiar with the mist situation here, but I hope at least I can get a 1v1 fight done before rats come in. Well, don't, like, hope is good, Limon, but expectation is bad, yeah? If you want 1v1 fights, keep it on the level of, I hope I get a 1v1 fight. Not that I expect to get a 1v1 fight. If you start expecting, you're gonna have a bad time. This is the current situation of Mist. Titus says, I never see teaming at lower tiers. Must be higher tier issue. Oh, yeah. Like, their teaming is not... It's not worth it for them. And they're essentially... Like, I mean, you saw they were chasing down tier 7s, yeah? These guys from previous Mist. Like, they were chasing down everyone else except them. They chased down tier 7s together. And, of course, they got the 6-3 kill on the spear that I was fighting, yeah? And they would have gone for me, obviously, if they had the chance. But... the reason they're doing it is not to kill tier 7s. The reason they're doing it is to make sure they kill other 8-3s. This is why, if you have very sort of paranoia about teaming right now, definitely don't play high tier, yeah? Like, 6-3 and higher, you are going to be the target of them. But that's also why that's what I thought, because this week I played already a couple days, like last week, sorry, I played already like 3 days, yeah, of Mist. And in my experience, I didn't see almost any suspicion, like teaming suspicion at all. But I read so many other people saying that this is obviously happening now, that my only like logical conclusion is that it's not happening to me because I play different builds on tier 7, yeah, so I'm not a priority. How about if when you assist in a kill, you are blacklisted from getting put in a mist with the other killer for a period of time? Yeah, could work. That's an interesting solution. That could work. It's just to prevent you getting to the mist with the same person for a while. You know, because obviously that would also work. That if I fight you, or if I get into a cluster fight with you, yeah, we're not teaming or anything. It just happens. Sound together. Then it's you know, we won't see each other next half an hour. But I don't think, I'm pretty sure, like as I said, the actual problem, like the actual way they team up, I'm pretty sure it's not just two people like hell-bent on fighting together. I'm pretty sure it's a group of people sitting on Discord and just playing Mist and trying to figure out when they get into the same Mist so that then they can team up. You know, and if it's like a group of 8 people, it's not gonna help. Kling says with less instances might be possible to have teams. Yeah. That's why this is an issue, or that's why this is a discussion, Kling, because Mists are so much more packed. I have not tried. I've said this several streams. I tried to get into the same Mist with my friend like 2 weeks ago because I needed to test a bug that only happens in solo Mist because it was with the 15-second cooldown. So no teaming, nothing, you know, we weren't even wearing almost any items just to test the bug. And we tried for 45 minutes and it was impossible. This was 2 weeks ago before the update. Yeah? The reason this is even a discussion is because apparently now it's not difficult to get into the same Mist as someone you know. I don't know. Limon says, we'll see it for myself because I really want to practice my life curse build. Yeah, life curse is one of the curses that I think is actually decent for this sort of deathmatch. So I hope you have fun. Oh shit. Is he killing the spider? No, please don't have a horse. Do you have a horse? No. What about stacks? Okay. I don't think I need to reset for the spider. He didn't put any stacks, but he was tier 4 also. I don't even know. Could he even have killed the spider? Tier 4 curse? Is there any chance for tier 4 curse to kill the crystal spider? Oh, I forgot food as well. Like this, and let's go next. Big Boy Bopper says, I have to get 15,000 challenge points to get into play Trinity Spear. That is one that you probably have to get points, yeah. Trinity in Mist, not amazing, especially now. This is one of the weapons that doesn't love having so many people around because your mobility is already limited, your E is gonna be full committal, so, you know, you can't take a fight and then easily disengage because the situation changes. So Trinity definitely not good at all for the new Mists, but it is one of the most popular spears for Corrupted. Been having tons of fun with Life Curse? Nice, yeah. Life Curse can, like, if you want to play a Curse Staff and you don't want to just rat, I definitely suggest going for Life Curse. It's the easiest one to manage this multi-way situation, and it has very good tactical approach because you have a purge. So you can, you know, you can decide how to take the fight. You can remove enemies' boots if it's going well and you need to catch them. You can remove their Inferno if you just need to stand and brawl, stuff like that. So Life Curse has more flexibility than other curses built into it. Hello, Vic. What's up, Fishy? Hello. Okay, let's see what Mists are like. I am also leaning towards playing something else for a while and see what happens with Mists. And by something else, I mean, definitely depths are something to try for me as well. Because I talked to Pew Pew after last stream, after I raided him. And from his experience, the idea that depths create, like, give you too much money so that, you know, it kind of traps people in and people are not motivated to play full loot content. This whole idea, I think, is familiar to a lot of us. From Pew Pew's perspective, who plays both Mists and depths, he did not really believe in that. He thought that's a little bit overblown and people are making wrong, like, calculations, wrong estimations about how profitable depths are based on what they see streamers make in terms of silver. So that his opinion was that you don't need to nerf depths, but rather it just speaks to the fact that other content, like lethal content, is not attractive enough. So we do probably need to buff other content, maybe in terms of loot. He did kind of agree to that, but anyway. Doesn't matter. At the end of the day, I just feel like maybe it's time also to test depths again for me. To make like a full day or 2 days of playing depths and seeing what my money per hour is gonna be. Let's see. Let's see if he fights me or not. He had mage rope, so I need to be careful with my Inferno. Other than that, should be fine. He was tier 6 overcharged, so he might not be interested also. We'll see. No, a bit too late. Well, my E's on cooldown for a while. I should have E'd right away. I was a bit too indecisive there whether I even want to dismount him. I would like to fight the tier 6 guy, obviously, at least. Well, at least. Maybe someone else who comes to objective. We'll see. Yeah, it would likely need to be with Royal Boots and maybe Duskweaver. I've seen people make it work though. You mean Trinity? Yeah, Royal Boots for sure. But that's the thing, Royal Boots are also much weaker because relying just on your boots, it's not a very good strategy when there's so many people around. I mean, anyway, boots are an important part, but you know, if boots are your only redeeming factor for your mobility, then it might be a problem. I thought you was a hero who killed Flamewalker. Yeah, I am. I stand for the people. But we have to test all kinds of fishy. We are testing the whole week. I'm testing different weapons that I believe gained from the fact that mists are like a clusterfuck. Free-for-all deathmatch. And you cannot deny that Flamewalker, while it is a weapon that also loves 1v1s, it is one of the weapons that kind of enjoys this whole situation of not knowing who's gonna, like, to have the mobility and have the damage to fight different people. And also good Q damage, so I can actually take fights without full committing my HP, stuff like that. Thanks for following, by the way. Parka and Remik, or Remiku. Okay, we have tier 7 Curse on Grudge. Let's see who else actually shows up. Okay, these are the guys I saw before. They might decide to team up against me because I'm overcharged, I'm a Flamewalker, and I already attacked one of them earlier. So I need to be a bit careful. If I fight the Curse, it's likely that those guys are gonna want to kill me and not the Curse. But we'll see. Flamewalker also seems like the most fun fire staff for sure, yeah, no doubt. It's the most flexible fire staff, that's why it's fun. He's trying to team up with the Curse, which is gonna make it frustrating because then I just have to, you know, I have to fight them while I'm running away. Like I cannot spend any time in the middle of them. Okay. This mist looks like I'm the king with my tier 7 overcharged items. I'd be curious to fight all of them, but of course the Curse first. You see, I can also, like, if I hit some Qs, I can kind of start this fight without committing too much. Yeah, that's another bonus. Like I don't want to say necessarily all ranged weapons benefit from this, not only, but still, any kind of build that likes to poke more is a bit better. Because, you know, if he starts, like, for the Tomb Hammer to start the fight, he's gonna be close enough, so he's gonna start losing HP. Curse is afraid even to 2v1, which is interesting. Like, maybe he doesn't understand. The Tomb Hammer obviously wanted to team up with the Curse. I was okay with that, and the Curse still was scared of taking the fight. I guess I look that scary because I'm overcharged. Went to play open world and got... Fishes. I went to play open world and got surprised by how bad open world player compared to mist player. Yeah. But as I've always said, it's two things working together. Your opponents in open world will be a lot easier, far easier, and same with Roads of Avalon. It's two things work together. First of all, open world is more welcoming and they will have more people who are new to the game. So yeah, on one hand, it's like their skill level is not very good yet. You know, they're usually beginners or intermediate. Like, in terms of percentage, more people will be. But the second thing is that also people who actually are not like bad in terms of they don't have the skill or whatever, the attitude is also different, you know? People who play open world in general just don't try hard as much. They're not gonna go full competitive, figure out the best build and, you know, be like, play this like as a try hard competitive game. They're much like more likely to just have fun. Just to try to enjoy, try a different build, you know, go experience the adventure of Albion, yeah? Mists are also an adventure, but open world is a much more unpredictable adventure. Interesting that no one... okay, now somebody picked up the Wisp again. Who is this? I didn't see you. Show me. Oh, it's the hammer. Okay. Why is he still afraid? I don't understand. Oh shit, we have an actual fire staff there as well. I mean actual as in tier 7 full specs. More dangerous than me, potentially. I guess if the curse is just waiting for the Tomb Hammer to hit a spell, like he wants to be able to kill. He definitely wants me, but he wants to be able to kill me for free. Like even 2v1ing, he's worried. This guy on the curse, which is interesting because he has he's put 117 into his spec, so it's not like a full beginner, yeah. But he's afraid to 2v1, or he doesn't understand that the hammer just wants to team up with him at all costs, yeah. It's very obvious that the hammer is hoping him to help. So he's not interested in just fighting, he's waiting for the hammer to start fighting me so that the curse would get like a full-on free kill, essentially. You know, like if I'm like 20% HP or something. I'm okay. This would be fun for me. Yeah, I'm not here to make money to survive or whatever. I'm here to test out weapons in the free-for-all. This would be a good simulation of a free-for-all situation, yeah, if they would 2v1 me, yeah? If I get hit by the stun, I might be dead. Who knows? I mean, if we're not close, we're not that far from the entrance. Yeah, I don't know why the curse is not helping him. I really don't. Okay, I got the low cooldown E, so at least I will have it kind of soon. But he's gonna just go for the exit, probably. Is this the curse? No, it's not. I'm messing up my Qs there, though. He's gonna go for the exit anyway. Ah, it's tier 6. There's no reason for me to purchase Soldier. I should just wait. I just brawl him. I will have to maybe use a potion, but it's whatever. Okay, let's go next mist. Looks like nothing is happening here. No! What? Okay. Let's go next mist. Beer run was a win. Got some fireball too. I don't know what that is, but I hope it looks like your Monday is looking up. Enjoy. This guy is still here. Okay, whatever. We're not gonna mess with him. He's at the exit anyway. Azut says build diff 2. They aren't necessarily prepared for 1v1. Maybe more PvE or avoiding gang troops. Yeah. Oh, you're right, Azut. I should have added that. So the difference between open world / Avalonian roads and Mists, it's not just like, so first of all, the level of people, yeah, you have a lot more beginners and intermediate players, but also people are, their attitude is a bit different, but also, as it added correctly, also their build, yeah, that's part of, for me, that was part of what I was trying to say, that they're much less competitive tryhard. Part of that is that, you know, they might be sitting with like one leg on the table and thinking like, oh, okay, I'm just enjoying a video game, whereas people in Mists are usually like, okay, this is my like competitive gaming time. On the other hand, on top of that, also the build, yeah, of course. People who go open world have different builds, and those builds are usually better suited for PvE and a little bit worse for PvP. For example, a lot more invis potions, more mercenary jackets, more less things that you know, Mist players will use to win a 1v1, like less cultist cows and stuff like that. So you will also have people who either their build is just not optimal because they are using Invis to survive, or their build is just straight up bad for a PvP situation, not just 1v1, for even like 3v1. You know. So if you go Roads of Avalon, if you find a PvE group, it's likely you could be able to fight like 2 versus 5 because they have all PvE sets and they might not really know how to adapt to the situation. Oh shit, it's my friend. Will you fight me now? Oh shit, there's a Frost Staff also. And the Frost Staff is mounted, okay. If I go for the curse, I'm dead to the Frost Staff anyway. The Frost stuff is dismounted already. And he's going for me 100%. Well, let's see. This is the stress test. Let's see how good my weapon will be at surviving this and potentially fighting back against the Frost. And this curse would have been, of course, very dead. Never mind, he was an invis here. No! Nah, I didn't have any healing potions. Okay, Flamewalker was okay there. I didn't realize he went invis there. I never saw him that close to me. Too bad. I wanted... Would be actually a pretty good fight. The 1v1 fight would be pretty fun. He dodged my purge, like accidentally dodged my purge by using his boots and W at the same time. And I used both healing potions before. But hey, I knew. Once again, you see, the expectations were on point. I knew what I was getting into. When I attacked the curse there, I know that unless the Frost is like some sort of I never ever rat anyone, I know that the Frost is gonna go for me. I'm overcharged and I look fancier, even though we are kind of similar cost, but also like Flamewalker costs more as well, so it's similar, but it's still in every way it's better for the Frost to attack me. Let's go more of the same. A couple more Flamewalker runs and definitely Purge. Purge definitely feels good also in this economy. If I purge his boots there, he uses W, it's likely that he still gets on top of me, but it's not clear because my mobility is also decent to get out and mount up. But as you saw, he used boots and W. Not sure why. Normally, like a good Frost Staff player, there would not feel the need to W, yeah. Unless he specifically tried to dodge my purge, but that's like very next level. Also because someone else might come. The curse might come back and stuff like that, yeah? So him using W is just him being a little bit like, oh, I want this kill as fast as possible, yeah? But he's putting himself at a bit of extra risk there also. But at the end of the day, can't argue with results. He's alive and I'm not. Okay, we go 4.3. Yeah, okay, Flamewalker is not good for this meta. Because of this. Because of this, look at this. And that's also why everyone is gonna attack me and not the curse. Holy shit. I said we are kind of similar cost. Sure, we're not. I'm wrong. We are not similar cost with the curse staff. We are both tier 7, but... Did I have this passive? Did I have wrong passive? Yeah, I had wrong passive. I forgot to change it. I got it from someone. I was attacking people to burn them, and I was already surprised that it doesn't do a lot of damage. Not the damage I expected. Okay. Most of the curse staff players, if not all, they're just afraid to fight. Yeah, well, but this guy had a lot of specs. I mean, curse staffs can fight, yeah. It's a bit more difficult, but I'm not expecting the curse to be the kind of player who's like gonna fight me straight up 1v1, hoping to outplay me. That's not the expectation. I understand that. That's not like he's not there for that primarily, most likely. Yeah. But I was just surprised that he still didn't want to fight when it was so obvious it's a 2v1 with the hammer. Okay, I'm gonna overcharge so I don't have to think about it later. Eat my food, and let's go. Fishy says the Mist Asia is the definition of tryhard. They use Wisp to bait and then kill everyone. Sometimes they're a funny ass Chinese hacker and then... Yeah, I mean, Mists in general are much more tryhard, yeah. I mean, the Mists in Asian server might feel more tryhard because there are fewer players, so the ones that end up there are, you know that they're gonna do their absolute best, yeah. Blame the squirrel. Yes, definitely. Let's blame the squirrel together. He still had what cape did he have? Yeah, he still had 6.2 healing potions, yeah, so. But I did a lot of damage to him. So if I could somehow take that fight without just a 1v1, that would be a very fun fight. I would love to fight the Frost right now. Even though Frost is super strong, Frost is also like somewhat predictable. Speaking of Frost, would be better to have Inferno, but he's also an invis at least. Will he not fight me at all? fight, my sir, my friend. Let's fight. He says Vic. Okido. It's Ag me. Let's fight. I am going to dismount you. I hope you are ready for this. He's gonna W away from my E, right? Never mind. Okay, well, at least Inferno was on point, but I'm gonna be frozen for a long time because of his Leering Cane. Curse Staff. Yeah, there's gonna be rats every time. That is part of the game now. No. The rats are gonna kill us anyway. If we wanted 1v1, we should play other content. He's going for him. Why? Is he really... Is it because I have more HP, or is he just sexier? He looks more valuable. We won't have potion after this, which sucks. Okay. I could have gone for that. You see, this team up stuff is still sucks. Because I could have gone for Frost there as well, especially with my Purge. Now I have to take the same fight without healing potion, essentially. So yeah, you know this. I've talked about this already before. You know this. Don't expect. If you know me, don't expect that we're not gonna fight. If I hit my Qs, I think I win this. Yeah, if we only hit Qs, nothing else, I think I slowly win this. I don't get the benefit of second potion, and if he hits me, he will get his Deathmatch cape obviously gonna proc, yeah? So, which sucks. But also, it's difficult, he can't really attack me, yeah? Like, if he's the one running after me, then... Curse E exploded after he was already dead, did it? I didn't notice. He didn't have any stacks. You know, he just E'd me, he didn't put any stacks on me, so I didn't even notice, because it didn't do damage, obviously. How long until his helmet, I wonder? His helmet should be ready just about now, right? He's not trying to hit it. So he's letting me get full HP. Okay. Yeah. I need to get close enough to purchase boots, or for him to use W like he did the first two times. He used W, and that's the secret of my success, yeah? Because after I use W, I out-damage him with my E. No way. How did that happen? How much for my cape? 1 minute. I need to guess which way he's dodging, but I'm not guessing it right now. I feel like I got scammed a bit on the hill by getting hit by his E there. Yeah, we both did decent damage there. How much? 20 seconds. Next time he blinks into me, I will be able to Inferno. If I can get this going for 20 seconds, it's my fight. Whether we heal right now or don't doesn't matter. Like, our HP difference is not that bad, not that big anyway. Okay, nice. I have my item. I mean my cape. Now I just need to get close, probably, and stick on him for a little while. We'll see. I don't think that Frost has triggered his passive once. Yeah, but he's not close. He doesn't want to be close enough for me to, for him to attack and for me to fight him properly. You see, he's trying to kite me. But the fact that he does have Tetward Cape, so yeah, he definitely should try to attack me at least a little bit. Yeah. I got the hit there. I'm not even close enough to purge, yeah? The problem is I can't even get close enough to purge his boots. I'm willing to use my helmet right at the start, but I can't even get close enough to purge his boots. At least I'm on Mist Color and Eel Stew. So I'm not like a full Brawl build, you know, just trying to get close and brawl him with Snapper. Okay, he's taking damage now also. Did I hit him? Oh, I actually hit him, okay. This is why Frost right now is OP. The spell hits 100%. So you saw. And specifically with Leering Cane, like he can almost never die, honestly. Like he's only gonna die because he's a good sport and wants to fight me, yeah? Or if I bait him in, yeah. That's the only way he dies in this fight. Because every time he E's me, I stand, no matter, even if I get out of it, as you saw, even if I walk out of it, I stand in one place for like 2 hours, yeah. You see it like this. Ooh! I hit my Q and I guessed that he's there. I mean, guessed. If I hit my Q, then it's not even guessing. Okay, that's... The only way he dies is if he gets Giga baited in, yeah? Yep. Otherwise... I mean, I think he was like being a good sport, yeah? So he might have also chased after me, but yeah. It's a good time to play Frost. You are so safe. GG. Snowshade says I troll. Yeah, but... You troll, but also like... Frost is becoming the new Fire Staff, yeah? The best strategy to fight the Frost is just to walk away and not fight it, yeah? If I didn't want action, if I was like, try hard and want to make money today, 50 times I would turn around and just walk the other direction, you know? Because I'm only risking it because I want the action. Snowshade, by the way, the guy we just fought is also in YouTube chat for those on Twitch. So he's actually writing. He says I troll. He said he still had potion. Yeah, you definitely troll by giving me a chance in the end. But the rest of the fight, because your E hits, like, Frost E hits 100%, I'm like, it's pointless. It's just such a bad deal for me to just chase for 2 minutes, yeah? The only way is to somehow bait the Frost in, is this, like, or just, like, turn around and not take the fight. I didn't even see him on Invis. He didn't on Invis, Anthony. He was Invis when I killed him. I was just standing and shooting random Qs, hoping, and when I hit the Q, like, let's look at it together. He was still Invis, I think, when I got the kill. 1603, that's the clip, yeah. Right. Here. This in the end here. Okay. Once again, you see, I have to use everything, you know, to essentially give him... Oh, shit, sorry. To give him, like, free items, essentially. So, yeah. The best deal is to just not fight the Frost, or just let them come to you. And you kind of saw this from the fight as well. Okay. Like, if he at any point uses boots or mobility to catch up, then it becomes a game. But you see, this is the bug. You always heal. The idea of developers was that you have to be like higher risk, higher reward. You have to hit your Frost E well. If you hit your E and the enemy is able to avoid it, they don't get rooted, they don't get damaged, the extra damage, yeah? But if you hit it well, they get root, which is really powerful, and you get extra damage. But right now it's broken, it always works. This is a good example of it, let me show you again. You can see here, which is, like, this is, they said they're gonna fix it, so probably this is only until Wednesday. But you see, very obviously, I'm running out and I'm standing. And that happened also before when I was trying to chase him. I'm just standing, and because of Leering Cane, I'm standing for very long. But the very ending here, I have to go for a purge. You see, I'm shooting Qs in random direction. This hits. You heard it, like, I heard it obviously, but you can also see that, you know, the projectile doesn't go all the way. This hit, not this one, the next one. This hits, so I know he's here. So I didn't E because he came out of invis. I just E because I know that I hit him, yeah. Obviously, if I don't kill him with that invis, like after invis, look at my HP, yeah? I have one Thetford cape worth of HP, and I'm probably dead anyway. Even if we forget about the healing potion thing that Snowshade said, he actually had a healing potion also there. Okay, at least we got some fun content, but yeah. Generally, Frost Staff is becoming, at least until the fix, it's becoming... My suggestion is don't fight Frost Staff. This is one-handed Frost. Yeah, Chill Howl is a bit different, but... there's especially if a Frost Staff is just walking away, like... I'm kind of running after him saying, please take my items for free. Yeah, for 2 minutes. Not exactly. I'm obviously trying to kill, but there's so much of this happening that, you know, we are at the edge of the screen, and if I ever turn around, that's it. Someone clip it. Oh, someone did clip it. Yeah. Clip it. That was fun. And thank you for the fight, Snowshade. I mean, okay, it wouldn't have been 2 minutes, because for a long time, as you saw, for a long time, the problem was I drank a potion. I didn't have it, so it was just cape versus no cape. And I was kind of buying time to have my cape back. LMP says, I got lost. He was on first passive, but under his buffs, he was stacking up 6 spells. Yeah, LMP, I don't know why the stack goes up to 6. But it actually procs at the correct moment. I've noticed this also when I play Frost. It should not stack more than 4, but it still does stack up to 6. Yeah. Yo, what's up, gangster of the hamsters? Have you tried mists since the free for all update? Trix asked earlier, what's the best Frost Staffs in open world PvP in your opinion? One-handed Frost and Chill Howl. Not even a question. But if you do start factoring in money and how much they cost, like how much Chill Howl costs, for example, and then and how strong you can be for cheap if you play Great Frost, I would say that Great Frost is also decent for open world for sure. But on Great Frost, your strategy usually is to stand your ground and then fight strong attackers and hope for the best. On like a one-handed Frost or Chill Howl, you are more, you know, kiting and more opportunist in your playstyle. Bufanza said, I had a beautiful fight against the Frost Staff yesterday as an infernal sight, but if he insisted on playing too safe, I just walked away. We reset it 3 times like this. I mean, that's... On one hand, it is like also this fight against Snowshade. On one hand, yeah, it's the Frost Staff just being that kind of weapon. It's annoying, and you know, you can just walk away. If they are not putting themselves even a little bit at risk, whatever, you know, what's the point, yeah? But on the other hand, it's also like requires, if you play against Frost, it requires you to you know, master the art of baiting that guy, yeah? Because at the end of the day, you kind of it's kind of inevitable in a lot of situations that you take some damage from far, after which the Frost starts walking towards you and you walk away. You make it kind of seem like, okay, you know what, I'm gonna reset, fuck this, I don't want to start the fight with missing 1 bar. And then the Frost uses mobility towards you, and then maybe you can, you know, fight back. Which is also part of this fight, yeah, like several times I was thinking, okay, now I've taken enough HP, so probably I can walk away and the Frost will actually come to me, since he's making sure I can... It's not that I was not able to get on top. I'm not trying to stand on top of the Frost Staff, but I wasn't even able to get close enough to purge his boots, yeah? Let's try Fists of Avalon. No idea what will happen here. Hamster says 2 8.4s since yesterday. You mean you've seen 2 8.4s, or you killed 2 8.4s? Was it the 1v1 fight? How was your experience with the free-for-all deathmatch when there's constant people? Do you enjoy it? Still? Are you missing the clear 1v1s? You killed 2 8.4s. Okay. How did you get them? Did you actually get a 1v1 fight against an 8.4 twice? A lot of ratatas. Yeah, absolutely. It is. I mean, at this point, it's not even like. It's like the opposite. Like you said that you would like there to be no rats. It's like it's the opposite. It's not even like a lot of ratatas. That is literally the game. I feel like before it was, yeah, PvPers, and then some people who just want to rat, or like who focus on ratting. Now it's the opposite. Like people who are looking for 1v1 fights are the exception in the middle of you know, a million people who are just okay. Against this guy, I'm the kiter. Oh shit, it's longbow. Never mind. Okay. Maybe against this I'm not the kiter. We'll see. Okay, escape. He will have 1 potion still. No. He still has his potion, right? Or did he drink it already? Next time I have my E, I don't think his boots will be ready yet, so I can just stick at this at this distance until I have my E, and then just use my boots, W, and hopefully E into him and maybe kill him, but he will have cultists, so I have to be a bit careful there. Okay, he used cultist and invis at the same time in the end. Okay. We got a 1-1, actually, for a change. Thank you for the fight, Mr. Longbow, that I for some reason thought was a regular bow. Okay, we can do both. I can be the brawler, I can be the kiter. Which is the good thing about Flamewalker and was a good thing before for 1v1s. But for a multi-way fight, I'm still not clear. Ooh, that might be a very valuable fight. But one of them looks like they're leaving. Tier 8 overcharged fist. The Q is annoying. And he's also on counter. Okay. Ask Hamster to show you clip. He have nice clip. Yeah? Hamster. Someone in YouTube chat is saying that you have nice clip. First kill was 1v2 against teamers. Holy shit, really? You have a clip of killing teamers? I am so happy. That is very satisfying to read, and I'm... hope this doesn't sound weird, but I am proud of you. That is awesome. To stand up to teaming, because I have heard a lot about teaming. It doesn't affect me that much, because I'm tier 7. I have a couple suspicious situations, like today. Which seem kind of obvious, but not much. But I guess when you play high IP, that's like a big deal right now. What is free-for-all deathmatch? New mode in Albion? Well, essentially LMP, yeah. I mean, they don't actually call it that, but they reworked mists to the in a way where there's so many more people per mist that, like today, the first mist I went into, I saw 9 or 10 people actually in combat, like at various parts in the mist, yeah. Free-for-all deathmatch is just my way of referring to the fact that mists feel like you go in and you just instantly fight and you fight the whole time. And you fight anyone you want. Kind of. It's not just it's not just a place to go and look for 1v1 fights. You just go and you just attack random people, yeah? Unless you're playing 8.4, then maybe your strategy is a bit different. Or if you're playing 4.1, then maybe you're focused more just on rats. Okay, I hate that Q. I'm a bit confused on what to do against that Q, to be honest, but hey, I'll be fine. And he's on counter again. No. I need to somehow miss the Q, but I don't know how. Nice, there we go. I only have 1 potion right now. For another 40 seconds, I only have 1 potion. He's gonna have his E. Man, I wish I had the second potion there. No! Ah, he still hit it. Okay. Was kind of close. Kind of fun. I could win this fight for sure. I need both potions and a little bit more patience, but definitely winnable. The Q is a bit annoying, but that's okay. I mean, this Q. Oh, and now I know. I wasn't sure if I W him, will it proc like the last part of W? I don't know why, but you know I don't have experience with that. So now we know it also procs counter, yeah? The second part. So essentially, I need to bait out his counter somehow with my Qs, because when I W, you saw it gave him a free counter. He doesn't have to time it or stand in a specific place. He just needs to click his counter when my fire is going off, yeah? Unfortunately. If he misses last E though, I mean, okay, he has another potion, so I'm dead anyway, but it's at least somewhat interesting. Do we go another? Do we go for another Flamewalker? Probably, yeah. Have not tested it enough to say anything yet. Oh, also I need Snapper for that fight, of course. I should have also changed to Snapper. Because I'm gonna eat his Q anyway. As you saw, I'm standing a decent amount of time next to him. I don't need don't need more damage from far. I would be happier to embrace the close range fight there. Did I still have stuff from? Did I not? Maybe I didn't bring out my my kill. Yeah, because I was worth a lot. I wish they had different 1v1 content at Corrupted. Yeah, that. Anthony, that is very relatable. A lot of people are thinking the same as what you just said. It's mists are fun, but what takes away from the enjoyment is that if you suddenly think like, you know what, actually I would like to have like a skill-based 1v1 fight. The only way you can get that, the only place you can go is Corrupted Dungeons. And a lot of people don't like that. I also am not a super big fan of the corridors and the crystals and all of that system, yeah? Like going into duo mists with people who are asking outside the portal seems like a more fun experience, you know, than fighting in hallways of Corrupted Dungeons. But Corrupteds do have, like, they're still fun. It's just the kind of builds you can take there are much more limited because, you know, you have to play a certain way and you don't have that much choice of how you're gonna use the environment. So builds that take advantage of narrow corridors, that brawl better than just do a lot of damage in a closed space, are always going to be better, or at least fight pretty well. Or builds that use the environment with stuns and slows. What do you think about this fire stuff? I think it's one of the best weapons in the mist right now. Mikhail, I don't think it's one of the... Like, it is definitely good, yeah. I don't think it's S tier worthy good, but it is definitely good, yeah. But it was, like, for a while, it was absolute, inevitably the best weapon for mists, obviously, like, for several months. Then they nerfed it, and now it's still good for 1v1 fights, but it's a bit weaker than it used to be for running around, resetting, catching people, all of that. However, now that the mists are full of people running around, resetting, ratting, and all that, I feel like Flamewalker is... I don't think it's S tier anymore, but it's close. It might be there. Later today, we will put together a tier list also together. Wait, was there a Wisp and I didn't go for it? A Turbulent? Or not? Okay, anyway. Also, my double overcharge. 8.4 team with 6-3, he killed them both. Ooh, damn. Hamster, do you actually have a clip? Do you want to send me a clip? If you want us to watch it. Anyway, I'm happy. I'm very happy for you. I hope that was as satisfying for you to actually do it and to get the kill as it is satisfying for me to know that you did it. I can't, in the end I can't anymore, yeah, I can't do much. Did I overcharge? I hope I overcharged before that. Or did I not? Yeah, I should. Yeah, 1-4 is my overcharge, yeah. Huh. Not the worst. I hit my E and Q into his, and at least one of the Qs into his cat form. He wasn't trying, like, he was just clicking everything, yeah. Unfortunately, it worked. I think... Like, normally, if I was also, for example, 6-3, like, he has to be very mindful of his cat form. Like, he didn't care. He let me hit my my E into his cat form, yeah, and he also used this cultist randomly just whenever he could. Unfortunately, that was still good enough. But in theory, if we are saying my P, I think there is a bit more room for the fact that if he doesn't cultist my his own transformation, he's gonna get fucked a lot more. Because I kept doing damage while he was in cat form, but... Considering the fact that it's still okay, and considering the fact that he's lurking around Invis to dismount people, I'm kind of surprised, you know, because he's definitely gonna he's gonna get destroyed by a lot of people, you know, especially since he uses his... Okay, actually he didn't use much, he just used his boots, that's it. That's the only thing he used to actually dismount him. But dismount me. So it's interesting. Interesting, and I feel like maybe I had the choice. I ended up... I should have maybe purged the first cultist as well. This is unfortunately also very good, maybe that's why he was so brave. This is unfortunately very good against my fire, so I took several ticks even though I don't hit it back. Like I would like I can react to his Armor of Valor by not proccing it on purpose, but I'm still taking a lot of damage from it because he's on fire. But the fact that he's on cultist, I'm wondering what happens if I just full on run away. Am I getting away from him or not? I'm not sure. Because the fact that he's on cultist, it means that he doesn't have a purge. Can you play one-handed spear? I can, yes. Will I do it at some point? Of course. Is it the next thing on the schedule? Not really. But it is one of the things still to try. Oh, I should have rolled quality. Well, whatever, let's go like this. It is a weapon that I played one day, like a little bit of it after the new mist, and this is a weapon that I feel like is really, really strong in the new mist to dance in between several people and be ready for 50 rounds. Oh, we have 20 seconds. I'd love to see a spear guide unless you already made one. Yes, Anthony, I've made, and a lot of the videos I have on my YouTube channel. If you haven't seen, go check it out. I know most people are here from, like, you originally heard about me from YouTube, but anyway. There are things specifically about spear, but a lot of the more general PvP lessons or analysis or whatever you want to call it that I talked about in some of the videos. While I'm talking about those things, you can still see me playing spear in many of them. At least spear and daybreaker are the most common two weapons I played, so you can apply them to spear very easily as well. I just met the double-bladed that you saw teaming and he just ran away from tier 7. Yeah, I think they are teaming, yeah. I'm pretty sure based on that situation, but it's not enough to... Not enough, you know, just to have one situation and say that, yeah, for sure. I think they are teaming. But I mean, if he might also just be not... If he's teaming, he might also just not be interested in any sort of fight, yeah, Raphael. So he ran away from you on Team 7 because he's not interested in fighting at all before he gets into the same mist as his friends and gets to... Or his friends are already there before his friends get close so they can fight together. How do you have so much money? Playing the game and killing other players and being quite efficient with the items that I buy. Exclamation, if you're on Twitch, I know you're not Inis, so, but you're on YouTube, you can find the video called Strategies That Made Me 1 Billion Silver from PvP. On Twitch, you can write !silver also. I only play like Mists and some other PvP content here and there. I play Duo Mists and Lord's Violin. Hamster says, check my new set, by the way. Let's see, what are you... What to check? This is the kill? Oh, 7484 blasters. And this was the fight against teamers that you got, or this was the other 8.4. This doesn't look like a build from someone who is trying to team, but then again, right now, I mean, if you're 8.4, it doesn't really... I expect more teamers to play like Bloodletters and Double-Bladed like I saw earlier. So Hamster is playing 8.4 blasters. Okay, so there is nobody that is going to fight you ever. Did he actually, like, if he fought you at all, seeing this, big respect to this guy. Brawling was the teamer, so we have this one, yeah. I'm really happy. I'm really happy that you killed people who tried to get unfair advantages. Unfortunately, it seems like that's gonna be missed for a little while. Not just the fun of constant chaos, but a lot of people are teaming, yeah, from what I've heard. On my screen, I've only seen it a couple times, but even people who are not like maliciously like obsessed with teaming, it still might happen a lot more because people see you get into the same mist with someone you know much more often, yeah. So even if you're not just playing for like just get free silver as a team, try to RMT it and stuff like that, there's still people who will just sit on Discord with their friends and just realize that they're together in the same mist. It's gonna happen more often, yeah. And then they might, even if they're not like full-on teaming, they might just not hit each other or something like that. Would you play Poglog today? No, I played a bit of it last stream, and it was fun, but I don't feel like it was good enough to give it any more attention. It's not bad, but it is not really great at taking advantage of this missed situation, because your E, number one, you have to commit to use your E if you want to use it in a fight, comparing to like Tombhammer, you know, when you're using E from far, as a random comparison. And secondly, it's really bad against Frost Staffs. It could be okay, but Frost Staff's W... If the Frost Staff just pokes you from far, or a bow, and then W against your E, then... Like, a lot of the meta is not that fun to play against for Poglog. If it was a 1v1 fight, that would still be okay, yeah? You would boots, you have your own W. But right now, since you have to accept there's going to be a lot of rats, if you fight the Frost Staffs and bows, they will just be a lot safer than you are. Augie says, yo, I'm veteran player from an A server who returned to EU now. Welcome to EU. Thank you for your videos, they really helped me rehabilitate in PvP. Okay, very happy to hear that, Augie. I'm happy to have you. And, well, I love the fact that people are coming back or playing Albion. I don't know what the general... I always get, like, on videos, I always get one comment saying, like, the game is dying anyway, but I have heard that about every single game I've ever played, including Dota, which is one of the biggest esports, was, yeah, for a long time. So, I don't believe that, but I also don't really obsess, doesn't matter to me, but I'm still, like, some part of me is still happy, you know, when there's more people coming to join and enjoy PvP. Okay, we have another Frost Staff. Not super surprising, because it is the best weapon right now, I would say. Let's see if he comes closer. If you think Corrupteds will be more enjoyable if SBI changed the environment with the Hellgates ones? I think so, but I don't know. Yeah, I would definitely... The narrow corridors definitely favor certain builds over others. Which is okay, but it does... it just narrows down the kind of pool of different things you can play. But at the end of the day, it's always going to be the case that, you know, whatever the environment is, there's going to be a meta. If you're forced into fighting 1v1, there's always going to be a meta and some things that are just stronger than others. So I'm not trying to get rid of that. Maybe it's just that my playstyle is a bit like, you know, I like to have spacing more as part of the fight. Of course, that still matters in Corrupteds, but a bit less, yeah? Weapons that don't focus on spacing are a bit more successful in Corrupteds than, for example, in Mists. He's on cripple with a spear, interesting. Gonna be pretty interesting to fight him. Somebody dismounted, that's the Frost Staff. Because of the teaming thing, I think people are also just more paranoid in general. So not like there's legit more teaming, but also, you know, anyone like this guy on horse and anyone. If you are not part of a team, you can kind of, you constantly have to be a bit worried. Maybe others are. Maybe others are trying to 2v1 you. Like right now, I'm still thinking about that. That guy is just wiggling at the Frost, even though he is obviously the guy that we should go for, yeah? In terms of cost, yeah? Is it obvious, actually? Flamewalker is very expensive. Yeah, it is still pretty obvious, yeah? If we focus on fighting one guy, it should be the spear, but I'm also expecting this to be a free-for-all. But yeah. It's gonna have like a much bigger, even like if there are like, let's say 10 teams in Mists, the effect it has on the Mists overall is much bigger, yeah? Because now, whenever you are in a situation, you're constantly thinking, maybe they are teaming, yeah? Maybe that's why he's on cripple, yeah? Like, I wouldn't even think about these sort of things like last week. But right now I have to think, like, maybe he's on cripple because, you know, he's playing together with the Frost. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do, but okay. Nice, okay, so they're not actually friends. Good job. Good job, Frost Staff. The healing staff got a penalty up there, 15 seconds. I don't have Purge for a little while. Oh, nice, he used boots without his undead. I can't go there because the Frost is obviously gonna kill me, and this guy is just attacking anyone, yeah? I will have another Purge though soon. He's gonna have his cleric, which I cannot avoid proccing his cleric. But I can purge it. Okay, at least we got one of the rats. Okay, you see that was absolutely... Everything was kind of logical, yeah? They were not trying to... He was not on cripple because he's teaming. He just thought it's a good idea for this situation. But, you know, the paranoia in my head is taking hold of me. But respect to Frost for realizing also what's happening. But I couldn't go for this... Commit for the spear because I cannot trust anyone, obviously. And even though he used his boots, we had to go through this narrow pathway, so I will take all the damage from Frost as well. Maybe I should have tried. Maybe I will still find Frost somewhere. If I look very hard. Why you don't try Duskweaver or Fire? I think I tried, it's nice. I don't really need more mobility. I would rather have a Purge. There's gonna be a lot of fights where I am brawling and I'm next to the person. Being able to... I'm not playing this, Ryle, I think you see it also. Yeah, I am playing a lot of cooldown reduction. But I'm not playing it to just be like a kiter from 15 meters, yeah. And for any fight where I'm going to be close to an enemy, this is so much better. I'm going to get rid of Infernos. I also have something against Undead Cape with this. I earn 1 mil from PvE loot in open world in like 50 min. Crazy how much I earn without premium compared to Mist PP and PvE. Maybe I'm bad at PvP. Right now, Mist PvP is not profitable. Is much less profitable than before, yeah? Obviously, it will always depend. You can get one good kill and make a lot. And the better you are, the more you make. All of that still applies. But on average, Mist PvP is a bit less profitable because you die more. You kill more because there's constantly more people, but you also die more. Which means that, you know, trash rate applies to you more than before. But of course, I hope you, Fishy, also understand that whatever you got in 50 minutes in open world, first of all, I'm happy for you, but secondly, I think it's obvious to you that it doesn't show anything, yeah? Like, you can get 15 minutes in yellow zone, also 2 million if you just get one lucky drop, so... You need to play for a week and then conclude how you feel in different content in terms of profitability. Which is something I'm thinking about doing for depths. And maybe not full week, but to play depths for like 2 days and see, as a solo player who is not a depth specialist by any means, how profitable is it going to be for me? Like, I'm curious. This looks like a potential swapper. Although I haven't seen a lot of swappers recently. I guess being a swapper is more dangerous. He just hadn't eaten his food. That's why I'm saying that he potentially is a swapper. Evening, Mick. What's up, Ogburg? I saw your hello earlier also. Are you putting the world on fire tonight, or are you just lighting a flame in my heart? Well, you know what I'm doing. But tell me, Ogburg, your arcane build must really struggle with this free-for-all. Are you adapting, or what's happening with you? How is your life? Or are you like are you also together with Fort in the waiting room for Mist changes to be reverted at some point? I'm curious if you're gonna adapt arcane playstyle to be more of a, you know, in the middle of rats and 1v7, because the way you play arcane, I'm pretty sure is gonna be not gonna work at all anymore when there's constantly other people on your screen, right? Although at least you can, if you do win or lose, your fights are usually pretty quick, yeah. So there is some of that benefit, and quick fight means fewer rats. Urburg the Arcanist, I love your vids, says Andrew Pear. Yes, we have Urburg here very often, teaching me also how to play arcane in different ways. There should be maybe 3 to 5 different types of maps in Corrupted Dungeons, not just the corridor one. That's true. There are like 3 to 5, yeah, but they're all corridors, yeah. That's true. That's interesting. But then the only problem is if you do fight, like if there were different maps and some have corridors and some don't, some of the like bows will just keep skipping until they get the corridor one, you know? Or like fire staffs. Yeah, it used to be a bigger problem, the corridors, honestly. Like the regular bow and Daybreaker and like the current meta builds. Yeah, okay, Daybreaker still benefits a lot from corridor because it's easier to hit your E, but it's not as terrible as a firewall, which completely blocks you. Fishy says I can't finish my enemy in solo mist anymore. I try longbow and got rat every damn time. Yeah. It's no longer just it's not just ratting. Right now, it's not ratting. It's that's the game. The game is that everyone fights everyone and sees who survives in the end, essentially. If you are playing is more like a try hard and not just trying weapons or not throwing away silver for fun, then you have to be much more careful. Whatever fight happens, you cannot expect it to be a 1v1. You have to change your expectations right now. That's inevitable, yeah? Whether you agree with this or not, whether you like it or not, for the moment, start by accepting reality that mists are not 1v1 at all anymore. Not that they were ever like priority, like was 1v1, but now they're not 1v1 at all. Is he gonna fight or not? Yeah, he's fighting. Couldn't do that without a purge, but it was a tier 5, so it was just bullying essentially. But still. Can't even bully with Duskweaver. I potentially can, but it's much more difficult. I definitely feel like this is the helmet to go right now. The only other one that would be pretty okay with Sidewalker feels Cultist, but with Cultist you need to accept that, okay, and then you brawl better, but then your mobility, like how are you going to catch people or get close to them, then you need to be a bit more careful. For example, you might need to use Royal Boots or just take the fights differently. I kind of prefer this purge option. Sasha says maybe not just different types of maps, but more like part of map is corridors, part is open. Yeah, you have, like, it's inevitable that however, in whichever way the game is set up, because stakes are high, because it's full loot and it feels high, people are gonna take whatever advantage they can. At the end of the day, the meta of PvP, the meta of Corrupted is gonna be shaped by people taking every single possible advantage they can figure out, yeah? I have a Warbow that wanted to fight. He has more IP than me, but he doesn't have a cape. How to counter Warbow if you don't have targeted dash? Well, I'm about to counter Warbow maybe, but you know, at the end of the day, one way to counter Warbow is to just also walk away at some point, you know? Like, you don't die to Warbow unless you're running after them for a while. He has he has close range Q. He's gonna keep kiting me. If I get on top of him without doing a lot of damage, if I just run on top of him, he's winning, yeah? I do have second potion, that's my advantage here. But overall, in terms of IP, even though it seemed like this is a good, like this is what I used to do on NA all the time, yeah? It's like an IP bait with the no cape, yeah? Like if he was wearing the same cape I was wearing, he would get like 170 extra IP, yeah? On average, yeah? Not that average is the biggest thing, but just something to think about. At least he's more interested now that he hit 1E, so maybe he will walk after me for a while, we'll see. Even his helmet is on force field, yeah? So his whole life is just to keep me from getting on top of him, essentially. You know, he's not even on mage rope. He has Invis, he has Frost Shot, and he has force field, so I cannot stay on top of him at all. I can fight him a little bit and try. Not gonna be amazing. One thing I can do is this, actually. Since he wants to fight from so far. See, he changed his mind. The moment I swapped to artillery, he changed his mind, yeah. It's a bit of a stalemate fight. Otherwise, I guess. At least that's how he decided. He used Invis, though. So I could have still run after him. But yeah, you don't really counter Warbow. You just... if you catch it, you usually win. And if you don't catch it, then you just walk away. But if you chase it for a while, then yeah. I just wanted to say use artillery. Yeah, but It's because he wants, like, he was standing so far, I can't even boots and E on top of him. Thought, okay, I will artillery. But he decided that's it, that it's GG. If I'm on artillery, no point even trying. He's still on same spells. Oh shit. Maybe I should have fought back. I don't know if I can fight this with artillery. Yeah, my bad. I feel a bit bad about that. I should have just fought back. Let's take the items out. The warbow realized who we're fighting. I think with the 1v1 with artillery is not happening, yeah? I want to try the 1v1ing the other Flamewalker, but not with artillery. But since the warbow is helping, I mean, he obviously quickly realized that the other guy is worth so much more. That's the problem with artillery. Wait, I was on artillery, right? I'm not dreaming this. Was I not? I changed, man. I hope I was. Otherwise, I wasted even better opportunity. Anyway, let's go. Let's keep going. There's always gonna be another fight. Okay, let's just go full YOLO a little bit, because I've been being a bit more careful with the Flamewalker. No real reason. Do you have tips on how to deal with bows 1v1 as melee? I use carving knife, carving sword, you mean? Yeah. GG, sir. Well, regular bow in 1v1 right now is super strong. I was not on artillery. Oh shit. Then I messed it up completely. Then we need some more coffee before it goes cold. So I was not on artillery in. Yeah, okay. Then even more so. The moment warbow starts shooting at the other guy, I need to stay and fight. Damn. I mean, even the fact that he hit his E and I missed, it's whatever. 2v1, we can definitely kill him. Okay, let's just go and YOLO a little bit. And that guy was really like bravely running into us also on the at the beginning. I thought I changed back to artillery against the bow. I guess I didn't. Oh, okay. Well. Let's see if we see him again. Warburg says, what did you say, Warburg? To answer. You didn't answer. Oh, yeah, you did. Oh, it was just long. I didn't notice it. So, my question earlier was, if you know Warburg's arcane build, you know that it's pretty full YOLO. The idea is to kill higher IP guys, but, you know, you cannot handle more than one person in any way. And Warburg's answer was, oh, yes, my bottom is getting whopped. I fled to... Oh, you went to Corrupted, actually. Okay. And got bored there. It's hard to create a narrative content there. Okay. Mists are death to me more often now, but I am no stranger to it. Running 4.1 until they fix it. Okay, so you're not trying to adapt your build to the fact that there's so many people. You're just waiting for the mist to adapt to you, essentially, yeah? While still playing your full balls to the wall. I see. Obruk said also, that said, I'd rather have fun than win. Yeah, okay. Now I finally noticed your comment from before. Okay. I was curious to see if you, you know, make changes to your arcane build to still make arcane kind of fun and playable in this free-for-all deathmatch, yeah? Ever try Deep Rock Galactic? You might like it. I've seen it. I know what it's like, but no, I decided not to. Maybe, but I had a friend who played it with his wife, and I talked to him, and he thought that it's not gonna be as fun for me, and whatever. I ended up not playing it, but yeah, you're right. I mean, tactical co-op is always kind of fun. Aha, that Wolpertinger is on fire. Okay, I'm just gonna fight whatever. If there's an 8.3, I just die to 8.3 and that's okay. Such is life. One more attack? I should have attacked before. Am I really not enough damage to dismount the horse? I'm kind of surprised by that. Oh, that's the Frost from before that I wanted to fight and he wanted to fight me. He says Vic Zane now. Yeah. I don't know if he killed the bow or not. Vic Zane indeed, but it doesn't mean that we are not fighting. He says interesting. I don't know if he's trying to say that he's interested in the fight. But, oh, is that his name? No. Fortunately, I don't know you yet. But hey, you can kill me and then I will maybe know you later. Ah, it's the same type of frost stuff like I played against Snowshade. Is it gonna be? Let's see. I don't want to fight. Well, then... don't. It's a free-for-all, you know? You are the safest one here. Of everyone here, the frost stuff is the safest. I think. I'm not sure, but I think the frost staff will find it the easiest to disengage if the fight doesn't happen. Everyone is a target. Oh, that's the warbow from before. Okay. The warbow is annoying. It's gonna be very annoying. What is he doing? I don't know if this is bait or not. It's good to get him low because in this free-for-all there's gonna be 4 people around me, so... you know, he's gonna be less dangerous, essentially. I hit him, right? Yeah, I still hit him, okay, so he might actually be dead. He doesn't have any healing potions, okay. Still have 2 healing potions here. He's gonna mount up now. If we're both low, I die and Frost survives. I think. But the Warbow build, it's okay for this because he has long range damage, but it's not amazing for this multi-way clusterfuck either. Oh, somebody's fighting something here somewhere. Huh. I wish I could stay there for the rest of the fun. Yeah, okay. Flamewalker is still much more committal than, for example, a Frost, you know. but I can kind of fight like against the Frost. The first time, you know, the first rat, I'm not worried because I was able to do damage from far. So it has some benefits. But the reason Flamewalker at the end is not really that good is because it's just too expensive for this. If you want to play like I'm playing and, you know, you embrace the fact that there's constantly 50 people fighting, it's just not worth it to buy an expensive weapon. What the hell was that? I'm so sad that I didn't... I'm sad that I didn't survive, because I want to see what happens, yeah? I didn't get to see the rest of the fiesta. It's not that I lose my items that makes me... Wait, why can I... Okay, remove the sound. That makes me sad, but it's that I cannot see... I cannot stay to experience it. Okay, but there's also... It also seems pretty clear that that's maybe some people's frustration with Mists, is that... Also, you know, on this screen right now with all these people, if I don't start attacking everyone, nothing happens, it seems like, yeah? Like, we don't know that, I can't say for sure, but like, the Frost didn't even try fighting, you know, because he's worried about dying. The Warbow probably would have fought in my defense, but still, you know, like, there's everyone else is just, you know, waiting for... If people like me, and that's gonna happen, like, people like me are gonna migrate away from Mists slowly. I already know people who feel like, it's not exactly for me, go to Corrupted. In the end, there's gonna be very few fights happening, period, right? Because a lot of others, like, the Frost doesn't want to fight. Some guys from before, you know? And I'm not saying it, like, I'm not blaming it, like, the Spear that did want to fight just died, yeah? So now what? Let's see, is there something else that I should play? I mean, One-Handed Spear, we can play that again, actually. It's not a bad idea. Is there something else I should play? Or is it just Frost Staff on Frost Staff and Frost Staff? Arclight Blasters maybe in the new, but they're definitely not as good as they used to be. Arclight Blasters don't want to be in the middle of rats. First of all, you're always going to dismount them. Secondly, you don't have any sort of amazing mobility to save your items in between 50 people. Flamewalker on New Grimoire is cooking? Yeah, it might be, yeah. Anyone who earlier would even consider regular book in Mists will probably try to use this, any build, which is Fire Staffs. Yeah. The tale about the rat catcher got... What was that about? Wait. Ugborg said, it is a fully evolved build. Arcane is hard to crank up the mobility on without messing up the clockwork punch-up potential. It's a dilemma, really. Okay, fair enough. I didn't see your build as being so rigid that you have to do it. You know, you can see, and well, because of Enigma Blade and potentially Royal Shoes, but it depends, or Demon Boots. You have some chance on Arcane to fight in the middle of people. Huh? Okay, what do we do before we go and talk about the tier list? Swords, I played Carving, which is the winner of this free-for-all patch. Axes are not my thing. I don't have specs, a lot of specs anyway. We could try Bear Pose, but I don't think it's going to be good. This doesn't make sense. Hammers, Great Hammer I haven't really tried yet, but it's going to be mostly just me running around, yeah? I guess it could be okay. Also, one reason why everyone killed me first, not just because I'm low HP, but they might also just, you know, not like Flamewalkers, so they might also just focus me because if I'm a Flamewalker. 3 assists, yeah. The hammers fought back. Good job, yeah? Like, if I'm also just worried about my items, even after I attack him, I just run away, and that's it, yeah? And the fight, like, nobody else gets to fight. Everyone else is gonna be in the horses, so... In some ways, you know, people who don't want to risk their items right now, they are even more than before dependent on someone crazy to go in and just start dismounting people. I don't think crossbows are as good as before. All crossbows are better at 1v1s and better at dealing a lot of damage, which is also AoE and dismounts rats, and not so good at mobility. Bows, I tried longbow, which I think was the biggest winner. Maybe it is time to play some Deathgivers. Daybreaker one-handed spear I played, others are not amazing. Double-bladed could also be interesting. Not mobility double-bladed, but more of a double-bladed for actual fighting, while still retaining opportunities to manage this multi-way situations. Shapeshifters are not for me. That's only one I kind of regret that I have not played it at all. So right now, trying a shapeshifter wouldn't work that well. Arcane, maybe a curse. Maybe life curse is still on the list, or regular curse even. Play Deathgivers, says Big Boy Bopper. Maybe let's play Deathgivers. Let's play regular Deathgivers. But as I said before, the problem with Deathgivers is that you kind of have to get into it, yeah. Like it's much more difficult to just play Deathgivers for an hour, you know, every year. So playing Deathgivers, it's gonna be... We'll do it, let's do it for a little while. But it's gonna be a little bit sad because I think, you know, if I play Deathgivers for 2 hours, I'm only just gonna get my muscle memory back just to remember how to play Deathgivers, and then it's already time to move on, sort of. But who knows, maybe they're so good that I actually play them for longer. 300k, also pretty expensive for... Cost is more important than before, the cost of items. And I need any sort of energetic sprint. Foot armor, cloth shoes for 3. Okay, this seems good. Stew for majority of it. And I'm gonna buy 1 snapper. In case I get into a fight where someone much stronger and more expensive attacks me and I want to fight back. So can change Snapper and try to just brawl them. Okay, let's do this, but I will try on Deathgivers right now. Let's try a different strategy. It's fun to run around attacking everyone. Deathgivers 7. It's fun to run around attacking everyone, but it is also... like, to properly assess the weapon, I kind of need to play for a little while where I don't just... where I kind of worry a little bit at least about my HP, yeah? About my own life, I mean, my items. So I will... If the situation happens when there's 5 people around me, maybe I don't just attack everyone. Next is Duba double-bladed. I'm thinking that double-bladed might be not terrible, but I'm not saying double-bladed that is like full mobility running around with Stalker Jacket, but more of a kind of actually maybe having Cultist Call, maybe having something to actually fight while still remaining a decently mobile weapon. One-hand mace, no, I don't think there's any redeeming factors right now about playing one-hand mace. I don't think there's any reason to play it really. Hammers are just strictly better because of how you can W through a person as you're kiting them. Unfortunately. And your damage, like 1v1 brawl is not terrible with your Q, but you are gonna have some damage problems, and solving your damage with Stalker Jacket is much weaker strategy than it used to be, because Stalker Jacket got nerfed so hardly. What's your build for carving? Very basic. Assassin Jacket and Purge on your head. Any sort of rejuvenating sprint, Smuggler's Cape. The only thing I feel like you need on carving is Purge, yeah? But other than that, you can... I mean, Assassin Jacket is just really good, but even if you use any other Inferno, it's fine. Ulbrook says... Oh, maybe it's not the build that's rigid, my stale brain is... Well, it's definitely, like, a bit of both, yeah? But I was just curious, because I thought that maybe your response would be... Like, your reaction would be to... Like, to be the guy that shows that Arcane can still be played. Because, in theory, on paper, this sort of mist situation doesn't feel good for Arcane, yeah? Like, I wouldn't expect Arcane to really succeed in this free-for-all mist setup. Regular bow. Is there any chance for me to actually fight him or not? Probably not, but we'll have to try. Deathgiver's warm up, you know? Oh shit. That's overcharged because I'm gonna do that anyway. Tier 7 overcharged bow versus tier 7 overcharged Deathgivers. Being on Shadow Edge is only good against the bow. Okay. Okay, so let's do the thing that I'm not going to just give my items away. Because obviously I'm like person who is in part of the first fight is not gonna be alive for in the end, yeah? Oh shit. Okay. Why is this happening? Is it obvious that I am the guy that everyone wants to kill? This guy also. Shadow Edge is kind of limiting here, honestly, but we'll see. Is it so obvious that I'm the guy everyone goes for? Is it like... This is probably just paranoia, but is it actually just everyone walking around waiting for a free kill? I almost feel like... I know it's not the case, yeah? But I kind of feel like, you know those tourist scams? Like, you know, like cups under the balls kind of games, or like all kinds of like... sort of things happening on the street, or like how long you can hang. Maybe that's not the full-on scan, but anyway, you know, like some of those like games where you go there and there's a bunch of other people who are playing, losing money, winning money, whatever, but actually everyone else is an actor, yeah? And even though for you it seems like you are one of like 10 people participating, you're actually the only guy there. If like you are being scammed and everyone else is just wait, where is the Deathgivers? Yeah. Everyone else is like in on the scam and is kind of like working together to get you. I know this is full-on paranoia, but I feel a little bit like that, yeah? I feel a little bit like all these guys mounted. I know they're not all friends. I'm not seriously trying to, you know, accuse something based on this situation. But it kind of like, it feels to me like almost like I am the tourist being scammed. Like everyone else is just running or walking around bored, waiting for a sucker to come in so that they can take his money, yeah? Like also like a scammy poker game sort of thing, yeah? It's because you are Deathgivers? Yeah, there's some, like, yeah, but I don't feel it just in Deathgivers. I mean, I've played Deathgivers for 4 minutes, yeah? In the last 4 months, yeah? These last 4 minutes. I have this feeling in general. If I didn't run to the edge of the map, if I ran further south, I could have gotten away still. But hey, let's go try again. Why did they go for the blood? Why didn't they go for the bloodletter when he dismounted? That's the question, but at some point they did, yeah? Like, the spear didn't chase me, but I don't know why this guy didn't go for the bloodletter, the quarterstaff. Tatsuo says it's been like that in the mist forever. Well, not for me. I have not had these experiences, yeah? Mists have been much more empty, and usually I've just run from one 1v1 fight to the next 1v1 fight. The only thing is that between those fights, there's like 25 minutes of walking on your horse. But other than that, I have pretty much usually just, you know, I've definitely never felt like people are teaming, like maybe once, but even that was... And I have also, like, I have not... People fighting me together, weirdly, has happened as many times as me fighting somebody else with a partner, essentially. Which is just impromptu, yeah? Like, if somebody's more valuable, or if you already fight together with someone... If you're trying to 1v1 someone and people try to rat you, it's normal that sometimes you turn on the rat together, you know, that sort of stuff. So that's never been weird, yeah? It's just, I'm just worrying that... Just wondering why is it so obvious that I am the target everyone goes for and they're not worried about each other at all. But I don't think they were teaming. I think it was just that I'm more expensive in Death Givers, yeah? I just need to get used to that a bit more. I think it's just unlucky that it happened twice in a row. That I am the first victim. But the sad part is, I don't know what would happen if I don't attack people, yeah? Like, I started attacking everyone. Again. But what would happen if I don't attack people? Like, sometimes it feels to me like, maybe there would be no fight at all. He has Invis, I need to be careful with my mercenary. I'm not overcharged yet, so he might fight. Let's fight. Well. You're trying to have fun, which is not allowed in the mist, so the police is... Wait, this is someone else. This is not the same guy. Pouch? From the mob? I didn't open it. On Wolf? Oh, thank you, Bopper. Let's go. Let's go check it out. I shouldn't be on this. As a preset, I definitely need to be on dash. That previous fight also. Yeah, Shadow Edge helps me a little bit, but if I was on dash, I could have dodged the quarterstaff. Oh! I got a little wolf! Thank you, big boy Bopper. I didn't realize. Oh, I love little animals. And I have a wolf. And this wolf costs almost 400k. Holy shit. You got wolf pet, 320k. Yeah, it says 370k. The pouch is not guaranteed wolf pet, right? It can also be the book, but yeah, I'm not saying like how I didn't look at it because it can be a book. I didn't even notice it. Nice, I'm so happy. I need to take it out so it doesn't actually die in the mist. But I can't go out right now because of 5-minute timer, but... Holy shit, what happened to you? Where is your stuff? And where is the person who did this to you? Oh, okay, I see. I see. I wonder if Panda Cotta is not worried about being teamed on by 8.3s, 8.4s. That's why those high IP teamers exist, yeah, not to kill tier 7s. Yeah, they might just want like to have an easy time in the game, whatever, but ultimately they, you know, they team up, higher tiers team up because they want to kill this. They want to kill Hamster and Panda Cotta. Guys that are playing very strong high IP builds and also have the kind of skills that, you know, almost no one can 1v1, like straight up 1v1 them, or at least they're not. They don't want to risk, so they team up against them. Yay! I got a wolf. I can't do anything, but still. It's a good sign always when a pet drop a pouch. Yeah, you're right, that. So I'm not saying that, you know what, I calculated and didn't open it. I just didn't notice it. I was looking at chat. A lot of people attack Death Givers first. Yeah, Deathstar, it's true. I have the same kind of thing, but there's a lot of weapons, and you know, it's kind of personal. Like, I attack Bloodletters sometimes. If there's a weapon that is clearly the best meta weapon, we have 40 seconds until we can go. I often focus on attacking it first. It was Carving for a long time. It was not Death Givers. It was Bloodletter, then Flame Walker. Like I also have that part in me, which is like, okay, I'm just gonna kill this guy just because I don't like his build. And you're very right. Maybe Death Givers are gonna attract more people to focus me. But it's okay. I'll try my best. Death Givers are not bad to also play in the middle of a lot of people. Shadow Edge is not optimal for that though, I think. But I changed to Shadow Edge because I foolishly thought I might just fight the bow. You know, at the beginning. Before the quarterstaff and spear rolled up. I think it can be skinning knife as well. Oh, I don't think I've ever gotten one. I don't remember, Scrotis. You're right, there are, like, you can actually get tools as a drop. There is something like that, but it's very rare and I don't think it's happened to me. The guy with full 8.4 build you just inspected, he was trying to sell the build on the game main discard. Who was trying to sell the build? Hamster! What? Or Pandacotta? Okay, we have a PvE player. If you waste your only mobility spell, he gets a free E for an ability that's called Judgment. It hurts. Wait, what is that about? Who has Judgment? Let me think about it. This guy wants to fight? Really? Are you sure? Are you sure? Sure. He's gonna purge my mercenary. He's walking away from me. I would not be pre-stacking, but he's walking away from me. No! No! Okay, that was very clumsy. That's what I mean, you see? This should be a pretty easy fight. But Deathgivers, you need to get used to them for a little while. What happened? Did I E on 2 stacks? I thought I had 3 stacks when I E'd. I thought whatever, it doesn't matter that he's on Geekpot, I'm still killing him. But then suddenly I saw my E and I couldn't press it anymore. But yeah, if he was higher IP, I need to change to Snapper. Lightcaller. Oh, Lightcaller has Judgment. Oh, the thing. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I didn't remember that. Okay. Well, not exactly. Like, he can also be cancelled, right? It's not just Killer. It's either you get out of the circle, but you can also cancel his bird damage. Well, people focus higher mobility opponents while they can. They may not have another chance of catching them. That also makes sense. Yeah, that's another thing. No, there's a lot of psychology, yeah. That's a big, the fact that, I was trying to say that earlier, the fact that teaming has become a bit more common, it has a bigger ripple effect in people not enjoying mists. Just like even me, and I think a lot of people, just develop this sort of paranoia, yeah? Like, you're not actually running from one team to another, yeah? There might be like a couple of people teaming here and there, but the fact that it's happening more than before, that some people have noticed it, just makes you paranoid all the time, like, maybe that's the reason, yeah? But you know, whenever I get focused, I like to try to analyze, like, okay, what was it, yeah? Maybe I aggroed, like, oftentimes it's that I am the one who attacks. Like, if I attack a fire staff, that happens to me, yeah? I attack a fire staff, then I start fighting like a much more valuable, higher IP guy, and the fire staff gets dismounted and just helps them kill me. And one of the reasons that's in my brain, I'm thinking why that might have happened is because I attacked the fire staff previously, so they don't care who is more valuable, they might not even know how to inspect, they just attack me because I'm the enemy, sort of, yeah? So, like, those sorts of analysis, it's valuable to think about those things, to understand how people decide who to target. Sometimes it's just who is closer. Sometimes the people will just go for whoever is not invisible at the moment, yeah? It's just that with this new teaming thing, it's like there's more paranoia that maybe, you know, they're actually teaming, but probably not. I mean, from the situation with Quarterstaff and Spear, I'm pretty sure they just both want to kill me and that's it. I'm a bit unhappy that they didn't go for Bloodletter, but they might have thought that there's no chance they catch Bloodletter anyway. I don't know, it's like 2 hammers crossing each other. I don't know the weapon name. It's blue. And I need to read the latest messages so I don't go back 2 minutes before to try to understand what we were talking about. Big Boy Whopper said, by the way, thanks for following, Big Boy Whopper. And Whopper also said, I would really wish there were solo depths. This would be really cool. Yeah, especially now that mists are... for a lot of people, it's a turn-off to have this sort of content. Where you might run into... when you might run into teams, you might just, you know, run into 50 rats. Is there any chance? Not really, right? I'm gonna at least overcharge and see what happens. There shouldn't be a chance, but when I get my cape... Stalker hurt. He cannot purge my mercenary. I guess I can fight the other Death Gears. Well, he's 8-3, so I have to try it, yeah? I have to go and risk it. Risk it for the biscuit, sort of. I'm not sure if I can even kill him without Chain Slash, though. Like, I changed to Thunder Armor, but I don't think I can... I don't think it's enough, sort of, if that makes sense. He's still on cripple, interesting. Wait, what? Oh, he's just getting stacks. Okay, let's go Chain Slash, actually. I'm probably dying here, but hey, who knows. He's gonna keep stacking. It's 6-4 damage, it's not a joke, yeah? But I won't catch him anyway. I don't have a Purge. I have only Stalker, so I won't catch him anyway. That's a lot of damage with one stack. He doesn't have his E yet, so I can boots right now. If I wait a bit longer, he's gonna have E, and he's gonna remove my boots with cripple. Why is this guy mounted here? Dude, this mount is messing me up. This mount and help. I'm just gonna die for free here. Nice. Oh, never mind. Not nice. Ah, man, he messed up my Chain Slash. Damn. I would like to have this either 1v1 or just the other guy just fuck off. You know? Oh, sorry. No. So either 1v1 and he fucks off, or the other guy dismounts and we do a proper 2v1, yeah? Because it's a bit difficult for me to manage both. The only way I can win this is, yeah, the same way. He gets on top of me, he doesn't have a Purge, I have free Mercenary. And obviously, with this IP difference, you would never... Normally, you don't swap, because like this, you get so kited by a spear, but then you're not going to win 400 IP difference without these spells, yeah? Unfortunately. Maybe should have potioned a little bit earlier as well. I'm getting a bit... I'm also entering that stage of not being super enthusiastic about playing Mists overall. But still... At least Death Givers are fun. Death Givers are a very good weapon to have fun and be pretty strong. But of course the strength comes a lot in 1v1s, but also in other situations I'm still okay. But the way I changed my spells here... Now the other guy is dead. Like, I don't know who else came there. There was another guy mounted. But because this guy was mounted this whole time, he couldn't just, you know, get dismounted properly. You know? First the spear kills me, and now you're gonna kill the other guy like this. The problem here was the other Death Givers. He didn't want to 2v1. With a tier 6 build, mind you. Like, he's risking nothing. We would have at least some chance to kill the 8.3 if we fought together from the start. Instead of him standing on top of the fight, not him, but the other guy, and messing up my Chain Slash. I should have Chain Slashed him, though. That was also a bit of my mistake. Writing has become so normalized, though, no one comments on it anymore. Yeah, that's also me, Ugburt. I have been part of that. I have also told people for a while, like last week when I streamed, every stream I was saying this. Don't expect 1v1s. I even said that I don't even call it ratting anymore, it's just playing. That's what the content is about right now. But I'm gonna give it, like, a fair shot. Not going to, like... I've had a lot of fun, I will say that, yeah. Maybe today the reason I am being a bit more frustrated is because I am expecting too many 1v1s again. You know? Like, if I was playing Frost or One-Handed Spear or something, I would be much more calm, because it would be easy for me not to even expect a 1v1. I would just, you know, harass people from far and see what happens. No, all the same guys from before. Help me then. That's the guy that teamed on me earlier. This is the guy from the clip I had from yesterday, not yesterday, but last stream, the teaming clip. Dismount and help. The hammer. The hammer is the one from my clip, like yesterday or something. He killed me together with Lightcaller, and then they started looting me together after that. But I don't know where he is. Oh, that's right. No, that's someone else. Okay. I mean, that's still something, but... It's a great arcane. Oh, never mind. I changed my mind. I was much weaker than I thought. He purged my mercenary instantly. Well played by him there. But how did he purge my mercenary? I didn't hit his mage rope at that point, did I? You see, this also, from his perspective, it seems like we are teaming, yeah? So, this is another good example that sometimes from the other side, it's not so obvious, you know? Actually, we were obviously I was trying to team with the bow, but not against him, yeah? Against the 8.1 expensive hammer. Can I fight this somehow, though? He has one potion, I will also have just one now. Can I fight this somehow? Just mercenary a mob at some point. Let's try. Let's try. I cannot remove his E, that's a bit of a problem. If he wants to fight, I'll try just brawl him. Just to try to brawl him and see what happens. The cloud of smoke will be annoying though. He does a lot of damage. Okay, never mind. He went for the objective. Thanks for following, by the way. Lakai. Onesim looks like. Oh, if Onesim is playing Great Nature in Mist, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Mists do kind of seem too full to have fun fights. Yeah, it's fun to have chaos and things, but yeah, it is... just like Corrupteds are narrowing down the amount of builds that are okay, Mists are doing the same. By having so many more people, a lot of builds are just considerably weaker. Well, builds that enjoy 1v1s are not in a good place right now. But if you're playing one of those very safe kind of poke from far and still run away type of builds, like Frost Staff, potentially Flame Walker that I played. Spear is not terrible for that either. I don't want to... oh shit, are we actually helping him? I think we're helping him. I think we're helping him, but... I need to... Oh, the Nature Staff doesn't have a sprint, yeah? Man, this guy definitely thinks that I'm a friend with the bow now, because... It's the second time. Oh, somebody else is there. It would be nice to kill. Man, how does he keep finding mobs to go to? I don't know, man. Kind of feel like we should fight each other now. Okay, I'm gonna go for this guy. Does he have... he's gonna soldier boots away. I can't catch him. And I cannot mount up yet too. But he has cooldown on his mount, so I might still be able to catch him, we'll see. Why is he... Why am I not catching with... Okay, there we go. With my Qs. No! No, Guardian Helmet. The Guardian Helmet timing. Who was that? Was that actually? That was actually on the scene. Holy shit, he got completely screwed by me and the bow. I don't want to, as you know, a big part for me is that I don't want people to feel betrayed, yeah? So sometimes when people expect that we are like together, like I'm still going to fight everyone, yeah? But in this case, the fact that I don't fight the bow afterwards, because he thinks we are friends because we tried to kill the hammer together. But from Onisim's perspective, this is exactly that situation, yeah? From Onisim's perspective, it's like, it seems like an obvious teaming situation, right? Because both times he saw me and the bow, we are like 2v1ing him. He is definitely more valuable, so there's that, but yeah, I'm sad we didn't get the hammer, because that hammer is exactly the same build that killed me last stream. And they did it like, as 2v1, and then they instantly started looting me together, which made me a bit suspicious. Man, that's awesome. Onisim playing Great Nature in Mists. Very happy. Unfortunately, he's on Assassin Shoes, so you know, he's gonna die a lot because of this sort of situations. Because there's a lot of people. Turtle said in YouTube chat, at an all-time high, every fight surrounded by 2-5 horses. Yep. That's true. The problem... So, the first couple of days were more fun. One of the problems right now is I don't mind the fact that there's so many people and that you cannot take 1v1 fights. I can get over that and I can enjoy that. The thing I mind is that everyone is on a horse still. Like, I don't... Like, a lot of these situations today, I have to be running around dismounting people to get a fight, which I know I'm gonna lose my items in, yeah? There is no best way... Like, there's no winning situation there. If you want 1v1, just go Night Abbey hunting. Maybe perps, but last time I did, like, last stream... There's something wrong with Abbeys, you know? The way that the Abbey creation works, there must be bugged. I hope that's true. Last stream, several people told me they haven't seen anyone. I did 5 Abbeys last stream, and I had 1 person. Across 5 Abbeys, I saw 1 person. Running around, clearing rooms, and then going for the chest. So we, together, with everyone in chat, we kind of concluded that Abbeys are sort of in a bad place. That there's probably something bugged with the way Abbey entrances are created, that I could not find anyone. You're gonna fight me, sir. Ball hammer, very interesting. Nah, he's not. He doesn't have specs even. Yeah, he's not gonna fight me. Okay. So yeah, based on last time, it seems like Abbeys you can't really get. Oh man, the Guardian Helmet on the curse. At least I would have gotten the curse staff. And the thing is, I actually really want to fight the bow. The guy that I kind of ended up being together with, yeah. I actually, like, I didn't fight him because, as I said earlier, I don't want people to feel betrayed. So if I do anything to make them justifiably think that I am like together with them, obviously I didn't like with the bow. It's one of the rare cases where I actually wrote in chat, yeah. Like I wrote this mountain helped me, back when there was an 8.1 hammer chasing me. So that's also what made me kind of, you know, not attack the bow. Normally in that situation, the original target leaves, we fight each other. Is he gonna fight me? I'm gonna E, of course, to start the fight. Oh shit, another Death Curse player. We're on Invis. Can I fight him, please? Man, I would love to fight some Death Curse versus Death Curse because it's really... It can help me get back into this weapon. I don't have a lot of experience with that matchup, so... Would help me understand. And I feel like my build was pretty good. That dude smokes weed all day? Who? Could just play Mists at 3 AM. Are you saying this, Bopper, from theory that fewer people when there's downtime? Or like, not prime time? Or are you saying this from experience, Bopper? You're saying that at 3 AM, Mists feel like they were before the update? Is that actually... Did you actually play at night and that's how you felt? Because one of the things that should have created this change is that Mists instances, like there's fewer Mist instances, so even when there's fewer people, whether you're a more passive server or more passive time of the day, I'm sorry, there should still be like a decently busy lobbies, yeah? Oh, the dude and the horse. Oh. I'm gonna dismount the hammer and then get fucked by anyone who shows up to the objective, essentially. I'm not overcharged yet, right? I'm not, yeah. So I'm less threatening. I mean, this guy is obviously better, even less expensive than I am and less threatening anyway, but... Jack Voigt says you could probably play on an A and get more uninterrupted 1v1s because of low population. Huh. Okay, Warbow. Oh shit. Well, let's try to 1v2 them, yeah. This guy is a bit of a problem, yeah. Like, his build is okay. The bow is tier 4, so it would be nice to get this guy. Okay then. No! I didn't click on him. GG. Yeah, still fine. Would have been much better if I actually clicked on him, but still kind of fine. Oh, there's another guy on my south. There's another dagger that just dashed south on me. This is fun though. This is at least manageable, you know. Oh, that's the other dagger, okay. Come on, 1v2 was fun, but 1v3 I don't think I can do. We'll see though. Okay. Maybe Hellion Jacket is better than it was before. Maybe that's actually like a good legit point. This guy's on omelet. He's gonna run out of potions. He has just one left. I have 3 potions. It's something. This is Assassin Jacket and... sorry, not Assassin Jacket. Assassin Shoes and Shadow Edge and Q1 guy. He's gonna outbrawl me by a lot. Oh, okay. Well, this is actually okay. Like, if I could play like this the whole time, you know? I'm at least kind of solving a situation, yeah? Am I the only tier 7? Is that why it's 1v4? No, this guy is also tier 7 and he's a much freer kill. Thoughts on Flamewalker after testing it? I wasn't patient enough. I think Flamewalker is actually kind of okay. Like, it's pretty decent, yeah? You can do a lot of damage from far. You know, that's why you can start a fight without fully committing. At the end, your E is pretty committal comparing to a lot of weapons like Frost. But still, I feel like Flamewalker is good, I feel like. It's not S tier good anymore because Flamewalker shines more. You have 3 minutes. Dismount and kill and fight me together. Come on, you are 2v1, it wasn't terrible. Okay, that's not the hammer or whatever. The Bloodletter is never gonna do it. Okay. So, I think Flamewalker is not S tier anymore because a big part of its power is being decent at 1v1 fights and a lot of different 1v1 fights that it's good at. But now it's... you can't expect 1v1 fights, obviously. We've talked about that many times. There's also the axe, you know. Yes, team! Everyone team! What the fuck? I've said several times. Come on, guys. You have 3 minutes before Mist closes. Ah, yeah, it's not only on Spear. On Spear, the mobs still give you a stack when they're walking away from you, but on other weapons, I don't think so. I have to dash to keep my stacks, which is not ideal, but whatever. Man, the mist is gonna run out before those guys decide to actually take a fight. He purged my mercenary. Well, it's kind of fun, to be honest. He's gonna have another purge before the fight is over. Who is this guy? Ah, that's the hammer, okay. Does he have a purge? Oh, he doesn't have a purge, okay. I need to survive for my mercenary again. They are fighting each other. I mean, the axe must be a much juicier target than me, because he's the same... he's as expensive as I am, but he is much easier to kill, yeah? Based on his build. He looks a lot easier to kill. No, I should not have queued before. I should have queued after AE. I wonder. I don't think he's gonna dismount. We don't have a poison. No, I don't. Well, I guess the hammer... I mean, 20 seconds, nobody dies, yeah? Took him so long to decide to participate in the game. Never mind, he might actually die here. I don't have a purge. Wait, what? Oh, I also lost my stacks. Yeah, he's dead anyway. I mean, not dead anyway. He's out anyway. Doesn't matter. Okay, well, that was fun. Deathgivers are okay for this. Yeah, dancing in the middle. Of course, if some of those guys were a bit higher tier, I would have already probably died a long time ago. And I need a lot more health potions. Cool of you thinking they can read. I don't know why the axe was obviously not a PvP player, yeah, so he was just lost in general, and he was just trying to understand the situation in front of him. But he was also at risk comparing to many others. Not comparing to me, but comparing to others. Because you saw that, like, others also saw, like, they went for the axe. Like, the hammer, for example, he went at some point to fight the axe. Because he also saw that the axe is, like, it's pretty profitable to kill him. It's a tier 7 with undead cape and stuff. But he's much easier than I am, because his build makes it very obvious that he's not actually, like, a PvP-minded player, yeah? So, it might have seemed, in the moment, might have seemed to the others that, you know, it's just easier. Yeah, where's my stream manager? Okay, there we go. Can you cook a mace build that's viable for PvP? Never seen a mace or any mace in PvP before. No, I don't want to, Fishy. Mace was fun, and I even tried it, and it was good when Stalker Jacket meta. It was like when it was hyper mobility with Stalker Jacket. But now, mace is just a worse version of a hammer. When we're talking about solo PvP, yeah? Of course, in small scale base or in group fights, mace has an incredibly important role to be the main tank. Like, I think one of the popular main tank builds is heavy mace. But for solo, you could probably play one-handed mace or oathkeepers, yeah, or one-handed mace. You could probably play them, but you're just playing a worse version of a hammer, because this only works in one direction. It doesn't work when you're Wing away through an enemy like a hammer does. Other than that, this is pretty good for brawling. And this is obviously not terrible, but still, you're kind of like a Great Hammer, you know, mobility W, mobility E, except your mobility W is much worse than Great Hammer, and you have the same damage problems, which you cannot solve with Stalker Jacket anymore. So, I don't think there's any reason right now other than just having fun to play mace. And of course, you can kind of play Oathkeepers and try to bait people who don't expect your... I don't trust this hammer. This is the same hammer build that 1v2'd me earlier. Last stream. Might not be the same guy, might not mean anything, but you know, I still don't trust him. I wanna fight this guy though. Especially on this helmet, I need to try. I'm gonna change food and hopefully they'll beat. I might not be able to catch him, but we'll see. If we play like that, then we reset until the fight starts. I do have mobility W, so it's not like I'm going... If I went Chain Slash, sure, I understand, but this is like him wanting a completely free fight. I need to at least be able to get on top of him. But it's good to know that he's willing to just randomly E, because if he does that in the future, I will be able to, you know, to use my my mercenary, essentially. No! Okay, I used my jacket at the same time, so... That was GG. He doesn't even know, but he accidentally purged my mercenary there. I need to buy time for mercenary. The HP doesn't matter, yeah. I need to buy time for my mercenary. That's crazy, actually. That is kind of crazy. Okay, 30 seconds. I think it's okay, yeah. 30 seconds should be okay. Also, I dodged his impaler before. Yeah, at least I got my mercenary. It's fun. It's really fun to get this fight from the other side, yeah? Because I've obviously I've taken this fight 100 times from the Daybreaker side, but not from the Deathgiver side, so I get to experience that. We both used one potion, we're both on Smugglers, so that part is absolutely even. Other than that, I don't know. Shadow Column. Yeah. This is an interesting 1v1 fight. Is this the guy? Yeah, it's the guy. Okay, let's go. Let's go. I hope it's fun for him as well. I'm definitely learning a bit and getting used to Deathgivers with this. The only question is W, yeah? I could try Shadow Edge. But then the initial getting close to him is much trickier. But if I could somehow guarantee that I start the fight on top of him, I could take this fight so much better on Shadow Edge. Unfortunately, he's not gonna let us fight, yeah? Yeah. I'm okay with that. I'm okay that the mists are not for 1v1s, but it is also, like, I am reaching that same point that Eugene talked about, like, last week, I don't know, Wednesday, Thursday. I heard from other people, Ford said this at the beginning of today's stream, and I think a lot of people are in that boat. I'm slowly reaching that point as well, like, the hype of having this constant fun is kind of going, like, it's over almost, yeah? Like, I'm getting over that hype. And now what's left after that is just the feeling that, man, I wish I could have this 1v1 fight. Maybe we'll still get it, yeah, but without all the people. That would be awesome. The way that he E'd right at the beginning, it completely messed up my jacket, yeah? Okay, let's fight then. We can't. Okay, let's fight this guy then. I don't have my Q mobility, so he's gonna frost shot away, and probably that's gonna be it. If I die, I die, but I mean, it looks like we both just want a good fight, so. Rare situation, but I'm not surprised that the guy who does this and then doesn't betray me is the Daybreaker, yeah? Of all different weapons. Okay. What is our cape looking like? 44, and should be the same 51, okay. Ooh, nice, good fight. Holy shit. That was fun. Man, I'm not surprised that we got an experienced player, a player on Daybreaker who decides to just do everything we can to get the 1v1. Okay, I read his mind on the E, the first E. That's the only way this win was possible. Because of that, he should have kited more. Yeah, but I mean, it's not just that, Spaz. It's mostly that I got... If the fight goes the same way, but I don't dodge his first E, I'm just dead, yeah? This is... The crucial part of the fight is the fact that I... the moment I use my mercenary, I E through him, and, you know, he E's the other way. So he doesn't get any value from that first E, and I get... I will show you, but I mean, I'm sure many of you... For many of you, that's nothing special. And this is something you've seen many times people do to me as well. Of course. That's a good strategy. So pro. It was a good fight. Finally, one good one. Hell yeah! I like how Fort is instantly like, yeah, found the 1v1. Yep, that's true. Okay, we can look at the. You're seeing the chat. You see the window, yeah. You can look at the. We can look at the fight at the beginning. I use boots, so yeah, you're right. After that, he can kite a lot more, yeah. But the thing is, if he kites too much, I'm just walking away and nobody wins, yeah. Even though he's on Inferno, I still choose to E. I don't think I can just stand and brawl him until the end, or at least seems more risky. But I'm not sure about that, yeah? I don't play enough Death Givers. But the important part is, of course, this here. Look, the moment I click this, I know he's gonna E me. Like, there is zero chance that this is gonna happen, yeah? That he's gonna do anything else. He's held his E this whole time, and I know he's gonna do it. I'm also pretty low, so it's like, you know, it's a good idea also because he might just straight up kill me here. So this is the E that wins the fight. Luckily, I am able to get back into him, which is kind of surprising, honestly. Because he is close range. That's because I'm low. Yeah, I could have still died here, yeah? Like, if he is all the way to the edge of the screen, my only chance is to dash to the mobs here and try to just, you know, heal off the mobs. So I get kind of lucky that he doesn't E full way, and the reason that he doesn't E full way is because if he successfully hits me here with the E, I'm just dead, right? So he doesn't want to go to the edge of the screen, obviously. So it's a good decision to just E close range or closer range. Because if he E's successfully to the edge of the screen and I survive on like 5 HP, I'm just gonna start running away. So everything makes sense, but that's also lucky for me because it means I can get back in. And now, I mean, at this point I know I have an advantage here pretty much because unfortunately I used boots to get close. Otherwise this would not happen. You know? Like, at this point I would... sorry, not here, but in a second later. Here, I think I can just take this fight to the end and just win. But since I used boots to get close, he still has boots. Then I'm forced to E... by the way, good job using boots when I have 2 stacks, yeah? But yeah. So I'm forced to E without stacks. And now it's just a question... Now my boots are ready before his, so now it's just a question of surviving long enough to E him again, and that's it. But you saw the ending. It was still close. I'm not sure if my helmet is necessary. I kind of helmeted, and it gave away my intentions. One thing, I don't know when his E is ready, but if I was him, I would consider Eing right after Impaler. Because here, if his E is ready, if he E's here, my only chance is to dash W. But of course, he doesn't know my exact cooldown, so... Yeah. And now it's just a matter of, yeah, using my dash to dodge, because I know that he's gonna want to turn around at some point, because his boots are on cooldown, yeah? Because he's used boots, remember, much later than me. So I know. If his boots were still ready, I had to think about maybe he's gonna boots away or into me. But because his boots are still not ready, I know he's gonna E into me. That's his only chance to win the fight, so... Okay. GG. Raphael says, I'm watching, I'm the Daybreaker. I'm so happy to have gotten a good fight. And GG, that was close. That was critical, the E after Mercenary Jacket. But it's a good example of... you know, how you know it's easier to play against weapons that you yourself have played. Like, a lot of Death Givers have done this to me, and I've been in that situation as the Daybreaker many times, where the E is a bit too predictable, and that's what happened here as well. Okay, we actually got a good, an actual 1v1 fight. Ford says, I'm insanely, absurdly jealous. Okay, I understand, yeah. Yeah, I must start admitting, yeah, my kind of... It's not copium, you know, legit, I was really enjoying last week in Mists. Because it's so nice to just have content instantly. Just go in and have content. And kind of to let go also. Like, to let go of all the, oh, this is how you should fight. You need to, like, 1v1s. Kind of, you know, let your brain just relax. And just fight and attack anyone you want. But I am reaching a point where I feel like it's not... Mists are not as satisfying to me either at this point. Because this is kind of rare, yeah. Mufanzo says, soon Vic is going to be standing in your portal to Mists, asking people to 1v1. Yeah, actually, I should maybe consider that, yeah. Then I could play Daybreaker. Because, I mean, I can play Daybreaker anyway, it's not bad in current Mists. But it shines especially as a weapon that can duel or 1v1 almost anyone. But in the middle of a bunch of rats, Daybreaker becomes a bit weaker than some of the more simpler mobility options like Frost or even One-Handed Spear. I mean, could people from chat challenge you to 1v1? When it's gonna be a good time to do that? Yeah. Maybe wait some channel points. I'll think about that, yeah. I was more thinking to just have one day where I just fight everyone on tier 7 from chat or from outside Brazilian, doesn't matter. But I've been kind of... So far, I have not run completely out of other things to do. Like, for example, today, I could also do that, but I still really wanted to experience Mists and try different weapons. And so far, Death Givers still seem very good, because you are so good at 1v1s, but you saw, earlier I was dancing in the middle of 5 people. I have tools for that, yeah? I have tools to dance. I can use mobs to stack up. I have Mercenary Jacket on mobs, and I can, you know, kind of be a little bit threatening while still running around in the middle of people and surviving, so... Death Givers seem like they're still very good for Mists. Okay, finally got a 1-1 though. As for the whole kiting part, yes, and like in general, yeah. Like when I changed to Q1, yes, it is, and especially the Daybreaker has Duskweaver. Yeah, it is absolutely a kiting fight for him, mostly. Yeah, but you have to be a bit careful because if you just full kite, the Death Givers will just run away the whole time. I'm not like full run away, but you know I will just keep, just like what happened before. Like we started this fight already earlier. The Daybreaker just eat right away at the start just for damage. I'm not gonna go after him, you know, and just give him a free item. So I just walk the other way, so the fight doesn't happen, you know. If you just go full on crazy too much kite, you might end up in a situation where the fight doesn't really, you know, fully happen at all. You have to be a bit careful with that. But overall, like whoever said that, or like I know who said, but you know, who agrees with Spaz's message that he should have kited more in the previous fight, the idea is correct, yeah. What is the best bow for mists? If you forget about prices at all, Sky Strider, almost. If you don't consider the cost of items, Sky Strider is the best bow. Badon is good, regular bow is good, and longbow I feel like is also okay now, or decent, okay, decently good. If you start considering prices, which is kind of important because the current mists you get there's so many people, you have to either you're just running around on your horse the whole time, which is boring, and then, okay, maybe you get some free kills here and there, but essentially you are not really fighting anything, you're just running around the horse waiting for free money to appear on your screen. Then you can play whatever weapon, yeah, I don't want to analyze that too much. But if you're actually looking for some PvP here and there, you need to accept you're gonna die a lot. You're gonna kill more because there's just more people, but you're gonna die more. And because of that, things that are cheaper are better. Which makes longbow decent. Regular bow is really good for 1v1 fights and a bit tricky with a lot of people, but still it's good overall. But if you don't consider, if you play safer, you don't consider the cost as much, then Sky Strider is the best, and Badon I think is probably second best. Like Badon and regular bow are kind of similar in how strong they feel. But it is a good time to play bow, comparing to a lot of metas from before. What about warbow? Yeah, so. I feel like longbow is just a more versatile, better version of warbow right now, because you can do a lot more things, and you can actually be aggressive with warbow. Yeah, sorry, with longbow. With warbow, it just works if like warbow kind of works to kill beginners who are just gonna run after you for a while. And there's nothing specific about warbow that makes it good in this multi-way, where like there's 5 people on your screen, other than just being able to chuck E's from kind of far. But I don't think warbow is bad, but I don't like for low IP. But I don't think there's it's like a specifically advantageous, like a weapon that gives you some advantage if there's more people. And in 1v1s it just straight up sucks against anyone who is not a beginner. Yeah, in 1v1s the warbow works just against someone who is kind of new and doesn't mind chasing you for a long time. Okay, how do I fight this? Is there any way I can fight this? Okay, let's do the overcharge. It's a good idea anyway. And then let's see what happens against Bloodletter. I feel somewhat like I am maybe a little bit more even more when I play Deathgivers. I get even more discouraged about mists because Deathgivers give me the kid in a candy store feeling again. Like it's a weapon that I've played before, but it is pretty complex, and it's one that gives me the feeling, oh, I want to play this more to learn it. Yeah, to get like I want to fight the Bloodletter to learn. Like, I don't feel very confident in my Deathgivers right now, and when I get that feeling of, you know, wanting to learn, I definitely feel like, okay, to actually learn like that, I need some good 1v1 fights. So, you know, my expectations or my hopes to get 1v1 fights goes up. Compared to when I play like Frost, I just think, okay, whatever, I'm just gonna use the fact that mists are chaos. Lufanza said I just killed my first Whale Weaver and only got 100k loot. Warbows are great in depths because of the corridors. Yeah, Warbow is can be okay, but I would venture to guess that even in corridors, like regular bow or Sky Strider would do a lot of the same. Even longbow, it's very similar, but it's just better. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like it's likely. Do I just do this? I guess I just do this, yeah. I can even do this, but I'm gonna die to whoever else shows up. Let's see, what tier is the crossbow? No, it's not even crossbow. Okay. Bolt constants. Okay, respect for trying. I don't think he expected me to go brawl build against him. Oh shit, that's not what I meant to click. Go here. Omega says, all I do is play quarterstaff because I feel comfortable with it. I want to learn one of the dagger playstyle, but Emma was not a good time right now. Wait a little bit, Omega. Like, one-handed dagger is just... It went from being good to being almost non-playable, I would say. This is kind of theoretical because I haven't played it in New Mists, but don't play one-handed dagger right now. One-handed dagger suffers so much from having more than one person on your screen. It is definitely a weapon that is good, tactical, gives you good options, can punch above its weight by in terms of, you know, how expensive your opponent's items will be, but it does all of that in 1v1 fights. The moment you have to manage more than one person, one-handed dagger is much more difficult to get any value out of. Another 8.3. That's curious. Frost, of course, it's not surprising because, you know, he can be pretty safe, but we're a little bit curious that someone is playing here. He's not worried about the teaming up risks or accusations. Sky Panda says, then again, I play Witchwork and Mist. Wait. Oh, it was about the Warbow. Yeah. Witchwork and Mist, so don't really have a say. I mean, if you play Witchwork, you are... that's a Chad way to approach PvP. You definitely have a saying, yeah? Witchwork is playing Witchwork is like playing a weapon which is just barely viable, yeah? Like, if it was a tiny bit worse, I would say you are just trolling yourself. But it's just barely viable to where I feel like if you are really good at it, you will have some good success. But it's very difficult, yeah? If you win some fights on Witchwork, like some proper fights, or you manage to evade rats, that's like... That says a lot, like, that's success, yeah? Like, winning a 1v1 when you're playing, like, a full-on meta build, okay, sure, it's whatever, but winning a 1v1 on Witchwork, it should feel much more rewarding. Exactly, if you kill one person, one more appears you're dead. Yeah. One-handed dagger does not handle multi-way situations, so I suggest not... If you have interest in one-handed dagger, I suggest waiting. Wait until Mists are, or whatever content you play is more 1v1 based. Oh wait, no Cultist Skull. Okay. Tier 8 overcharge. Can I try that? I think I can try that, but we'll see. Let's go. Fight me and see what happens. Man, it's so nice to discover all kinds of new matchups when you start a new weapon. Like, once again, I don't know how this goes against... I have some theoretical understanding, but I haven't actually, you know... I don't remember fighting against Brawling. He changed to Polymorph. Interesting. He has to. If he wants to fight me, he needs Polymorph, I think. But we won't be able to really fight, I think. We'll see, though. He dismounted and he started stacking, so maybe. I changed to Inferno because he cannot purge it while he's in cat form, and I needed my Inferno against his cat form, so we'll see. But he wants to get free damage from Invis, I guess, or he just mounted or he just left. It's gonna be a fun fight, but I know we're gonna die, right? To these guys, there's no chance we're not dying to everyone else. See, on Deathgivers, I feel the frustration of not getting 1v1 fights much more clearly, because I am more interested in having 1v1 fights. Yes, I am zoning you. Go away. Does bows suddenly feel too strong? I don't know about too strong. Regular bow is giga strong, yeah, in 1v1 fights. So in corrupted, and if you get 1v1 fights in open world also, yeah. Does it feel too strong? The Q1 of bows seems too strong. But bows as a whole seem like... Yes, they are strong, but not like something... Not like crazy where you need to instantly start solving it, you know, for a good game balance, yeah? I can't fight without killing this curse first. The Brawling dismounted though and started fighting the other guy. The curse is so far at the edge of the screen, I can't even... you know, I can't even... What? I used my E and he was behind the rock. Fuck. That was lucky for him. I don't think that was intentional. Oh man. Give me stack, give me stack. I think I need chain slash for the higher IP carving. I think high IP prowling. I think I need chain slash. So I need to be a bit careful. If I run into him now, while I have been dealing with the rat, it's gonna be a bad time for me. I'm gonna be on chain slash, and if he doesn't polymorph me, I'm gonna chain slash into his cat form to dodge his jump and do a lot of damage. If he polymorphs me, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. I might still be able to chain slash just as I'm getting polymorphed, so maybe it will throw him off, but unlikely. Whispering Bow is too strong, but it's so strong, says Omega. I don't know, I have not experienced that. But it's the same as One-Handed Dagger, can't find... Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not seen a lot of... Like, I thought of Whispering Bow, but, you know, it was a bit of a troll fight because because of the IP difference, I just wanted to get it, but like serious try-hard fights against Whispering Bow, I have not had, so I don't know. I don't feel like it's... even 1v1s, I don't feel like... Ooh, are we going for round 2? That's likely. Let's look at the specs. Torch golden, everything else... Yeah, it's the same. It's Raphael again. Well, now that we analyze the fight, you know, he might come back and... like, overall, I feel like the matchup, if obviously I would take it from his side, rather, because I played Daybreaker so much more. But I feel usually safer and better fighting Daybreaker as a Daybreaker, yeah? I feel like Daybreaker has a better chance in that fight. But, as you saw, Deathgivers are still very dangerous. And oftentimes what happens in this fight, what happened also last time, even though I feel like Daybreaker has a bit of an advantage, the pressure is also on him, sort of, yeah? Like, he has to figure out his E a bit better. I mean, I also ended up winning because of using my E at the correct time, but still, I feel like when I'm playing Daybreaker against Deathgivers, I feel like I have an advantage and usually win, but the pressure is on me to kind of do my things correctly, whereas the Deathgivers can sometimes win just because I mess up. I being the Daybreaker in that example. Dank says, has anyone tried the other daggers that are more AoE oriented, like Demon Fang or Bridal Fury? Oh yeah, people have tried over years and years. Do they lack the mobility? Yeah, no chance, really. Not just they lack mobility, but they don't offer enough to compensate for that. The E is kind of whatever. Demon Fang has just been a bit reworked, so I don't know. But used to be one of the most useless weapons in all of Albion for a while. But it might be a bit stronger now, I don't know. But like, you have mobility in your... If you had, like, very good damage on your E, you could get away with just having mobility on your W, because daggers offer you good W mobility options, and also the Q is a decent, like, extra mobility. Yeah, it definitely matters if you have the Q jump, yeah? But I don't think the E's of those daggers are redeeming them in any way, at least from my experience. Demon Fang really good in PvE, but don't know what... Is it really good in PvE? Are you sure? Okay. I don't know. I'm gonna trust you. I don't know. After the rework, maybe it does less damage to yourself, so you can actually use the E like all the time. So not 2 times E, not even same as Death Givers. Yeah. And like Death Givers are not just like the overall damage might be like Death Givers overall damage, overall DPS. Like if you just did damage for an hour straight, the DPS might be lower than some other weapons. Like I don't know, spears or swords. I'm not sure. It depends on the spells. But another very good option about Death Givers, a very, very big thing, is the big burst, yeah? Your whole damage comes... Like, you do a lot of damage in a short duration, which makes it a good combo for Stalkerhood, which makes that oftentimes you kill people who haven't even used their second healing potion yet, which creates the situation I just talked about, when the pressure is on the enemy, because if they mess up, they will die, you know, surprisingly quickly. I have to kill mobs for journal. Like, not mobs, but these dogs. I remember I had some sort of... Ah, there we go. And I got a tier 5 book. Yay. So far, which weapons have you found to be the most viable for tier 6, tier 7? Ooh, he's overcharged. If we mean by for the new mists, then I need to... like, we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna make a tier list together today on stream. Don't forget your food. I also need to change food. Do we try the other queue? On the other queue, I need to pre-stack. On this queue, I need to play a bit annoyingly. It would be interesting to try it, though. But I don't know if that's a good idea. It's not a good idea generally against Daybreaker, but it also keeps me safe in, like, generally, you know? I think I'm dead, but we'll see. Ah, I'm dead. I am dead. Yeah, this queue is not good, but I had to try. I had to try it both ways also. And this time, he didn't learn from the... Raphael, if you're here, you didn't learn from the fact that you need to not E after my mercenary. Since I knew we're fighting the same player, I was trying to, you know, be one level deeper. But I could have just done the same E trick and just... once again, one based of that. But yeah, with these spells that I use now, it's much better. Change to Thunder Armor always. It's much easier and better to fight. But with these spells, I am safer if a lot of other people come, which is like a extra benefit. Okay, I think it's time to play, to be honest, something else. Death Givers are clearly still good because I can manage fights between a lot of people. If some people dismount here, like someone dismounts, I'm still okay. But mists are in general are much less satisfying. Is there something I haven't tried? Not really. Let's do the... I did because you were far away. Oh, okay. Far away. Well, okay. Fair enough. I should have just done the same. If I just eat once again the moment I use my mercenary, it's just that I was sure that you're not gonna E right away. You're gonna wait for my E and then E the other direction. So, you know, I was like trying to be one level deeper, but I should have just eat right away, apparently. Anyway. Good fight. And it's like you have to kind of I have like on Death Givers, that's the one problem. Like this fight, you obviously want Thunder Armor, but if you're being like really serious about the fact that there's gonna be other people and so on, then this way, I just I can kite him a little bit, just walk around and keep running into mobs, and then if somebody comes, I'm in a much safer place because I have my Q mobility. But anyway. Okay, maybe it's time to do this. Where is it? Also, the music stopped, which is good for that. Where is it? I had the tab. Give me a moment. Everything will make sense in a moment. Okay, here we go. I think let's do this. Let's do this and then go maybe play something else, unless it becomes obvious from doing this chart that you know, there's still something to test out. So what I want to do next, and the whole week, like my last 3.5 half of today streams have been building up to, is to try to create some sort of understanding for myself and for everyone what is happening in the mists in terms of what weapons really benefited from this change and what weapons seem like they dropped. Yeah. So what is the current kind of tier list? As always, tier lists are a bit rigid, and some things will be here and there, and one man cannot experience everything. But that's why also you're here, so your opinion, like let it out. So we're gonna put all the weapons, or like most of the weapons. Some of these are pretty easily do not play. And the tiers that we have first of all, the first one like is objectively good, like something stands out. Yeah, that's the S tier. Weapons that are really not exactly no matter who plays them, but that give you clear advantages playing the mists that are right now a deathmatch free-for-all situation. Then we have weapons that are just good. I mean, very like legit A tier, nothing special. Like they don't stand out, but you can definitely have a lot of success with them. Then we have B tier, which is weapons that are viable. If you want to play it, play it. They have redeeming factors. They're good in some some ways, but they are on average going to be much less profitable long term because they don't give you either such an easy situation or they have clear disadvantages. C tier, I will put weapons that, I mean, that I don't want to put in viable, but they're actually viable, but only if you personally are spending a lot of time playing that weapon and you become really good. I would say that, like that's a weapon I would say I would never suggest for a beginner to play this right away. Usually I would tell them, like, you will get here, you will get to this place where when you actually, if you have played this weapon for a long time. And then finally D is like, do not play. Yeah, so right now, if you're playing D tier weapons, it's probably you're ruining your day a little bit. This is for mists, for the free-for-all deathmatch mists. And let me do the recording as well. To be honest, this tier list should be turned into a YouTube video. Yeah, it will be. I'll put this on YouTube as well. Okay, Froggy called you almost Saitama Valiant. Wow, that's high praise. And you know what? It's I'm happy to be the learner, the best learner. Okay, let's teacher is also awesome, yeah, but at the end of the day, a lot of my enjoyment of Albion comes from learning. Okay, do we start from the top or do we start from the bottom? Let's go from the bottom. And we're gonna have, keep in mind, a lot of these weapons, I don't know. And one thing that is kind of important, that one thing that goes into one man making a tier list is that I'm not basing it just on my experience, but also what I see others doing. The fact that no one has played Rot Collar for such a long time, it might be a testament to the fact that it's too expensive. There's like one person who's played Rot Collar seriously and missed in the last month, I think, from my experience. I don't think it deserves it. And keep in mind also for the SA, B, and C tier, we need to, that's a good question, Ismail. Do you consider the cost? Yes. For this tier list, we are also going to consider the cost. Because part of playing the new mists, the constant free-for-all, you need to accept that you're going to die a lot. You're getting more kills, you're getting more deaths. Because whenever you get into a fight, there's a higher chance that someone else will rat, and then there's going to be another person, and multi-weight situations mean more people die on average. Which means that weapons that were good before the patch, some of them will lose and have lost and dropped like a tier lower, just simply because it's not viable to keep buying them over and over again if you want to play mists. And we are also primarily talking at middle tiers, yeah? Although we're also going to consider tier 6 is middle, tier 7 and tier 8. We're also going to consider some other things, but primarily we're talking about playing mists in like middling tiers where you fight someone who is stronger, sometimes you fight someone who is weaker, yeah? We're not talking about 8.3 meta, just get that out of your mind instantly. People playing 8.3 are playing a little bit of a different game. There are different considerations. Of course, 1v1 fights are still 1v1 fights, but the consideration of survival is more important, fight selection is more important, and people who just 4.1 drive around on a horse trying to find a free kill, also we're not going to consider that, yeah? Okay, so let's start from the bottom. I will put Shadow Caller in only for specialists, although the big problem with curse staffs, and we can put a lot of curse staffs we can put them kind of like this, yeah? I think this is pretty fair. This one is going to be controversial. Let's talk about curse staffs. I just put them all and then we'll talk about them. The big problem with curse staffs is that you don't have mobility, and with the new update to mists, with constantly people around you, you need to be able to adapt. You need to take advantage of situations where people are turning or grouping up on someone when you're a rat. You need to also constantly be ready to disengage and reevaluate situations because it's not 1v1 fights. Mobility is much more valuable than it was a week ago or 2 weeks ago. Curse staffs the only way they can really get mobility is using royal boots or demon boots. And that is a riskier and much more difficult way to, leverage your mobility into good kills. I mean, some use also soldier boots, but that's it's a similar thing, but even weaker. Royal boots, if you get ratted, or if you're in the middle of 5 fights, the chances of you being able to use royal boots to escape are very low. They're going to be purged, interrupted. Demon boots, a little bit better, but still kind of low, and you need to get low HP, yeah? If you're starting a fight, you're 70% HP, and constantly, suddenly there's a rat, or like just someone trying to kill you. I don't even want to call them rats anymore, like a 2 tiers higher guy. You can't stand there, and you can't just rely on demon boots or royal boots, If you're playing one of the weapons we'll put in higher tiers, you have other ways to get away. The reason why Life Curse ranks higher should be kind of obvious. It's the only curse that can actually manipulate mobility and spacing of a fight without any like special other weapons or other items on your build because of the E. You can purge your enemy's boots to keep them off you, whether they're rat or it's a 1v1. You can purge their boots to catch them, and of course, it becomes also very versatile. The E purge in a 1v1 fight. Life Curse, if more people played it right now, it is almost pushing to A tier to some extent, but it was I think Life Curse was deserving of being A tier candidate before the update. With all the people around you, just having your E as a purge is not enough. So you will still have to make up for your mobility issues with other parts of your build. And the only really this one you can 1v1 from a safe distance, but it's like you have to be a specialist, yeah. You have to be a specialist for Cursed Skull, and once again, it has no redeeming factors. In a multi-way fight, you are gonna be the easy person to kill. Look at other weapons. I imagine you're fighting something else. Frost Staff, double-bladed, spear, whatever. Who is going to die? You or the spear, if you're both equally attractive for a rat? Of course you, yeah. The other guy will get away. So these weapons here belong very clearly. This I don't think you should play right now. And the only question is one-handed curse, because some people would say that it's actually might be worthy more. It's definitely become a noob trap of Albion. A lot of beginners think that one-handed curse is really strong in all kinds of content because it has gotten so much good PR. Sorry, not RP. It's gotten so much good PR, but in reality, it is very situationally useful. And I feel like a big problem with curse is that mostly you're going to end up in fights. You're going to win against beginners or as a rat. But all the other fights, people who are going to fight you have a good solution to you. Because everybody knows how one-handed curse works. So you end up in fights against people who have a counter to you, and those who cannot, those that you could potentially kill, will just not fight you. So this is... I think it's better to put it here. It seems like a good beginner weapon to some, to go into Mist with. In reality, it's a bit the opposite. You can make it work if you are really good. And if you had to, we're not going to be too strict about ordering all weapons, but if you had to order them, I would put this one at the top of, C tier. Mufanza in chat says it's easiest weapon to outplay, free kills. Exactly. From an experienced player, fighting against the one-handed curse is, if I cannot take this fight, I don't take this fight. But I know exactly, can I take this fight or not? And if I can take this fight, if I have something to counter or some way to outplay them, it becomes a relatively free fight comparing to a lot of others. Okay, let's keep going. We have Frost Staffs next here. I'm going to go from the bottom. We have Arctic Staff. Arctic Staff, I would happily put much higher. The problem with Arctic Staff is the cost. Keep in mind, for this tier list, we are also counting not just in vacuum, because this is not a vacuum anymore, yeah? It's a free-for-all deathmatch. Everyone is fighting everyone. For this for this tier list, we are also keeping in mind that your strategy for Mists right now, unless you're playing 8.4, you're playing your own game, yeah, then you need to figure out how to fight against teaming opponents. But if you're playing anything in the middle, which is 90% of PvP players, I hope, or majority of us here, which is like tier 6, tier 7, tier 8, maybe occasionally 4.1 on 6.3 applies a little bit, you need to consider the cost because you are much less safe than before. Even though you can play it from a distance, which is very nice. Arctic Staff is good at playing from a distance. It's not good at finishing kills because you are playing at such a long distance. It is too expensive to put an A tier, and long fights in general are a little bit of it's not the biggest thing, but having long fights is a little bit of a drawback when there's constantly people who are going to rat. So if you get into a fight with the Arctic Staff, on the Arctic Staff, you're relatively safe, which makes it pretty good. I'm going to put it here, but you will take a long fight, you will have some trouble finishing kills, and you like at the end of the day, all of that, I would put it gladly in A tier if it didn't cost like crazy. Chill Howl, we're going to put, this is the first one that is S tier candidate. there is one reason why it's an A tier, and I will talk about that in just a moment. Yeah, in a couple weapons, we'll get to that. But just for now, keep in mind, Chill Hull is a very good weapon because you can fight from a distance without fully committing. You can manage situation against a lot of people, Chill Hull. Especially if you play something Cultist Robe or Assassin Jacket, which go very well with it. You can fight, and because of W, like the Frost W, instantly all Frost Staffs are better than they would be, because you can... The W is not just mobility, very good reliable mobility, but it's also very good if somebody rats you, sometimes you can just dodge one of their spells and you're safe to go. Like let's say a Fist is ratting you or a Dual Swords, having that instant blink makes you much, much better at handling those situations. And Chill Hull is really good at kiting around several people. And of course, you also have 2 iframes, which is very nice, you know, not just the W, but you can also E yourself. If suddenly you're in the middle of 50 people and they're jumping you, sometimes you can E yourself. Okay. Other Frosts, I think we can pretty clearly say do not play. Yeah. A lot of the D tier weapons are such that, you know, if you just want to have fun, whatever, try it out. This one, I'm going to put do not play either. If it was just about fighting, I maybe we could say that the specialist can make it work, but not really. It's way too expensive right now, as most crystal weapons, to go in and just have fun with. And the problem with Arctic Staff, one thing to consider with some weapons is that if you are always guaranteed going to dismount every rat, that's a tiny bit of a drawback as well. It's not the biggest argument, but it's just one thing to consider on some of the weapons currently in the Mist, because majority of fights there will be people who end up in the middle of your fight or just trying to rat. So if you are guaranteed to always dismount them, it's a bit more difficult. And with this weapon, obviously, you are always going to... If a person wants to get dismounted, they're going to get dismounted, yeah? Okay, then we have Permafrost. The only way I can see this played is by a really good... oh shit, this isn't actually a Frost. Yeah, you're right. I don't know why they are all together like this. Yeah, you're right, Jack Voids. Okay, so we're going to go through Frosts. I don't know why this was... This is the order that it came for by default, this tier list maker. You're right. We're talking about Arcane for a while. Well, we're going back to Frost now. Next Frost, Permafrost, I'm going to put only Specialist, because people can definitely... yeah, I know it's Astral, yeah, but thank you for pointing it out. Good point. This is good for a Specialist. You can make it work with the Morgana Cape and the Icicle, you know, artillery from the skies, but it only... First of all, you have to be you have to really know what you're doing. It's not just easy Frost playstyle. Since you still have the W, you are pretty strong, so I'm almost inclined to pushing it to B tier, but it's like higher C tier. It is still kind of situational, and you have to play out your cooldowns. It can be fun, but it's the fun and the success will come more from 1v1 fights. Other than the blink, you don't have anything specifically good to manage more than one person, yeah? Okay, then we have the Great Frost, which is... kind of in between. I'm gonna put it B tier. I think it is one of the Frosts that maybe we can even put it like this. It's probably better than Arctic. It is very cheap, which makes it really, really good. Great Frost can be played in 2 ways. Yeah, you can play it as a regular Frost that kites. They added the slow to the E, don't forget, so that Great Frost can actually kite better than it ever could before. But the problem is a little bit that your E is, once again, if you compare it to Chill Hull, it's going to be a bit more situational. It's pretty much damage. It can be easier. It's easier to outplay. It can be reflected. It can be dodged. And you're going to dismount all the rats. So the E is not amazing, but it is overall a very good build. And it does so much damage that you can, if you are able to find 1v1 fights, sometimes you can even just make it into a brawl weapon with Frostlands. But that's difficult with all the rats around. Overall, the reason why it's still here is because it's so cheap. And you can gain a lot of benefits of the Frost Staff. And then we have the regular Frost Staff, which we can easily put. If there was a tier above S, if there was an S plus tier, when I opened this page, it was like this, and I'm not sure I can add. I don't want to mess with it too much, because very nice that someone prepared this tier list maker. If there was a tier above S, we would put 100 Frost there. 100 Frost is the king of all weapons for the moment, because of 2 things. First of all, it is broken legit, as in there's a bug, and the bug makes it really strong. This is only relevant until Wednesday, so that will be fixed. But even after that is fixed, 100 Frost E, the new E, is still really, 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 really strong, and it's the best weapon to take advantage of the constant multi-way fighting. You are not full committing, ever. You are never in a situation where you are, in order to win a fight, you go next to your enemy. That's a big benefit. If we are fighting 1v1, I'm the guy that needs to get close to win, and you're the guy who fights from far. I am instantly at a disadvantage against all the rats. Because if I'm winning the fight, it means I'm on top of you. We are doing damage to each other, and I am putting my body at risk. I'm losing HP. I probably use some of my ability to get close. If you're the guy that can fight from far, you always have an advantage because you are like you are committing less of your spells and your HP on average to be participate in the fight. Yeah. So all of those weapons you will see that they are better right now with this free-for-all deathmatch mist setup. But One-Handed Frost also packs the W. And now we come back to Chill Hall for a moment. I said that there's one reason why this is not S tier. One-Handed Frost is so dominant right now that you legit, when we are ranking weapons, one of the considerations we have to think about is how good is it against Frost. I know it's kind of silly, you can't just rank a weapon based on one of the random matchups, but it's always been the case that weapons come and go. I've said this many times about Spear. How amazing Spear Daybreaker is in a tier list depends often on what are the dominant, most popular builds being played in the content in general. Because if you are constantly running from one carving to the other carving, Daybreaker seems like an amazing weapon. Well, it used to be because of, Cripple was changed, but it used to be. But then suddenly, if the mists are filled with curse staffs, both Daybreaker and Spear feel like, well, they're not that good weapons anymore, even though the weapon themselves might not have changed. The problem with Chill Hall is that there's going to be a lot of Frost staffs. One-Handed Frosts, other Chill Halls, Great Frost are just so strong that, you cannot, like, Chill Hall cannot be S tier because you just have a huge disadvantage against Frost staffs. Because obviously, they have a W that can dodge your E. And in general, there will be weapons that will be dodging your E. One-Handed Frost E, even if you dodge it, you at least take some of the damage and slow. Okay, so this is where we put Frost staffs. We have Curse and Frost, and you're right. Arcanes are next. So let's say we started the Arcanes. We accidentally talked already about the Astral earlier because it was in the wrong place. But I talked about Astral. Okay, I can put a bunch of Arcanes here without explaining too much. Even this one, even though I played it because of channel points once, it was kind of fun, but I would not suggest it. The interesting ones, yeah, and this one here, Great Arcane. I don't even want to say Great Arcane for a specialist, because Great Arcane for a specialist, if you just want to mess shit up, if you just want to be the unbridled chaos and just run around messing things up for other people, yeah, sure. Great Arcane or Bedrock are one of those go-tos, yeah? Just go up to people fighting and just randomly freeze them, or just randomly freeze one of them and just look at them and laugh, yeah? Then you can play Great Arcane, but for nothing else. Really, I think maybe to escape as a gatherer, but even so, I would put it in do not play. The two arcanes that we actually have in a decent place are going to be regular arcane and Witchwork. Witchwork is in many ways Witchwork is very similar to regular arcane. It's just better. Regular arcane is just better. Like there is almost no redeeming factor for Witchwork to choose it over regular arcane stuff, other than you just want to have fun and you want to play something a bit special that is personally your. Like, you feel like I'm playing something that only I play, yeah? That's the only real redeem factor. A tiny bit of extra kite, maybe, but not really, Arcane can purge stuff. Arcane is in I would put Arcane higher. It would be in a very good spot if this tier list was 2 weeks ago. But we're talking specifically about weapons for new mists. For the mists which are constantly full of people, full of rats, and unexpected multi-way situations. And Arcane is bad at dealing with that. Very bad. You have a W potential blink, which is much more difficult to use than Frost, but gives you almost the exact same benefits, well, except extra damage. Arcane E can be missed. Arcane Q just has slower range. I'm still not sure why SBI has not balanced it. I might have some reason, but Arcane Q is just lower range, like 1 meter less than all of the other ranged Qs, yeah? So I hope it makes sense. Arcane is in a good place, but it's not very good for this multi-way fighting. It is very difficult to play, and it shines. The one redeeming factor is it shines by surprising people and outplaying 1v1s. That's what Arcane can do. But you cannot really rely on just that. And most of the weapons you see right now in the best tiers, they will be weapons that can 1v1, but do not rely only on 1v1 success for their long-term success. Okay, let's keep going. Fishy asked, will this be a post on Discord or a YouTube vid? This will definitely be a YouTube vid, yeah. Mufanza says Arcane has Frazzle Dazzle. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good example of a weapon that can 1v1. Arcane can kill you 1v1s, which are, against much more expensive opponents. But that's not the name of the game anymore. And that's why it is viable, it is decent. You don't have to put 1,000 hours into Arcane to actually make it work, but it is not worthy of being very, very, very high. Okay, the next ones we can pretty much all put here. I don't think there's any real reason to play a healing staff. there is like, I mean, holy staff, yeah. Can I put life touch on C? This is maybe just copium. This is like affirmative action, you know. This is just to include a life touch at all in this tier list. Sorry, holy at all. I could put life touch here and say that, well, okay, I mean, maybe you can fight some 1v1s, yeah, like similar to like in corrupted dungeons. It's not the worst thing in the world, but you know, it is going to be at the end of this tier for sure, no question. Okay, now we have fire staffs. From fire staffs, once again, a couple we can put. Actually, not this one. Let's look at the couple. This one, brimstone, I think we can put here to do not play. All the other fire staffs, interestingly enough, I would probably put them in specialist tier. Okay, let's go one by one. Flamewalker is still good. Flamewalker went from absolute solo best weapon in the game to potential S tier after the nerf, because the Flamewalker nerf made it much more difficult to just be always alive, to just run away, chase everyone, run away from everyone. The cooldown nerf was a big thing, but it remained one of the powerhouse weapons with flexible approach. You can play it in different ways, you can approach fights in different ways, and you just outdamage most opponents if you hit your spells. But overall, right now, I feel like it's deserving to be still on A tier. If you are playing and being kind of careful, you are going to be very good in 1v1s, and you have the tools to survive multi-way situations, or to rat, or you know, to win multi-way situations. So you walk away, other people fight each other, then you still have the mobility to come back, especially when you're playing with a purge. So I think it's worthy of being A-tier weapon still, but it is it is so-so. One of the big negatives is that it costs. I don't think it justifies the costs as much as it used to. So this is like it is on drop watch. Yeah, we're watching this. Maybe it will drop to B tier at some point soon. It depends. It's just because it is very expensive, and unlike the frost staffs, for you to actually use your E, imagine a situation when you are chasing a guy after you have won a fight, and he's very low. The frost staff will be able to do damage from far, use their E's from far, and if the things go wrong, the frost staff ready to blink away. Let's say there's a rat on your enemy, like you're trying to kill an enemy, a rat stands on top of them. The frost staff will still E, hopefully kill them, maybe not, and then you're ready to blink away and start kiting the rat. Our Flamewalker, on the other hand, now remember we talked about committal. Flamewalker, to actually play it to the full potential of the weapon, you're going to have to commit your E at some point. You're going to have to commit your own body. You know, you have to get E into your enemy. You're going to dismount the rat. You're going to be in the middle of the whole chaos. You're going to probably lose HP. So as a situation where you are being ratted by someone, or you're just in the middle of people, it is not as good. Yeah. Okay, Evensong definitely. It's an interesting one. It's definitely at least C tier, because it is one of the fire staffs where you can outplay people and it has a lot of potential. I'll probably say this is just for a specialist, and I'll put this somewhere in the middle of C tier. But it is like, it depends on what the content is like. Currently, fire staffs don't really love the multi-way situation unless you're ratting. So I would say 2 weeks ago, I would consider Evensong for B tier. But now, since the playing this fire staff usually relies on you Q1ing, yeah, and like you have a good E spell from far, but then if the enemy gets close, you just Q1, you do the fire staff brawl. Sorry, yeah, Donsong. Thank you, Mufanza. Yeah, not Evensong. Evensong we put here without even mentioning. Yeah, Donsong. All the songs, you know, the songs together. So the Donsong is a bit weaker, like all fire staffs. If you want to play them with Q1, you're a bit weaker than before, because you know Q1 is not that good against multiple enemies, and you have to be a bit closer. We're going to do kind of the same with Blazing. I think it's fair to put Great Fire here, and we're going to put Inferno here as well. All of these, I think, are viable for a specialist. If you really want to have fun and you are really good at the combo, I don't think they deserve to be put in D tier. They all have redeeming factors. Fire staffs all on Q1 are scary to fight close range for most weapons. You can bait people in. Inferno has very nice way to kite people around, to waste out their defensives or boots. Blazing is probably the last one in this list. It requires for some sort of meme build, but if you pull off the meme build, it's not the worst thing in the world. Yeah, it's kind of okay. Okay, maybe this we should put in D tier. Let's put it in D tier, so just we don't have too much here. But it's kind of it's close to being up here as well. And we have regular fire. Sorry, the great fire here is just the worst fire stuff. Yeah, it's a bit more damage, but it's very easy to play around. And then we have wildfire and regular fire, and these are kind of difficult to put because these are only really good at low IP. So we're considering this tier list from the perspective of playing something like mid-tier and trying to not just rat, but trying to actually take fights, manage multi-way situations. In that case, they're definitely viable, but they don't deserve to be anywhere higher. If we were looking at this as a tier list for very low IP playing, I would definitely put Wildfire, not S tier, but I would put it A tier, because it is one of the best weapons to defend yourself against higher IP attackers. Just stand your ground and kill them. And it is decent as a rat. Yeah, because you do a lot more damage than what you would expect from a 4.1. The regular fire is more, but if you're talking about fair fights or fights against 5 people, there's no redeeming factors. Just like we talked about curse staffs, you don't have good enough mobility. Yeah, you're not usually going to use the W mobility, but even if you are, you're reliant on your boots, which is gonna put you at a bit of a disadvantage. And regular fire is kind of similar, but the higher IP you go, the better regular fire becomes, and the worse wildfire becomes, because this is more. Regular fire is much more flexible. You can use it in more different ways. You can cancel people's stuff. You can instantly cast it so that they don't have time to use their defensives. You know, if they have a soldier helmet, you can pretty much guarantee hit your quick E, whereas this one you will get soldier helmeted. And there's other nuances that make regular fire better. But it doesn't deserve to be A tier right now at all, because it doesn't handle multi-way situations. See, I'm a quick look in chat if I'm missing some good arguments. Okay, let's keep going. Next up, Nature Staffs. Very tricky to rank Forge Bark, because it is, once again, one of those ridiculously overpriced ones. Not worth it. I'm going to put it here because I've seen like 2 people play it over the last months. Although this tier list is for the starting last week, yeah. The free-for-all constant action mists full of people. I think it's still a good idea to keep in mind, you know, the cost, but keep in mind that it has been somewhat successfully played by a couple people. It's not the worst. Like, you can 1v1, but there's no real like redeeming factor for this for multi-way fights. You know, you don't have the mobility. You're gonna have to do a lot of trickery with your build to get to the same place where all of these other weapons are already start. Yeah, even if we forget about the cost and all the weapons we're gonna put there later. Iron Root obviously do not play. Rampant do not play. Blightstaff. Good for specialist and probably better. Blightstaff, interestingly enough, this is a bit of a sleeper weapon in my opinion, because I think Blightstaff actually gained a little bit from this update. Yeah, Blightstaff hasn't been like a serious PvP weapon for a while. It has been in this tier, only play it if you're really specialist. Don't attempt this at home type of thing for a while. But it has the tools to defend itself, and surprisingly, since its E offers it mobility, you know, which is good if you have to manage your life in between a lot of people. At least you have some mobility, which a lot of other weapons here don't. And secondly, having the kind of simple heal where you don't have to stop, you don't have to, there's no like, you don't have to checkbox, you don't have to do like a captcha to prove that you're human in order to get a heal. You just click the button, it's very straightforward, easy, and then you keep running whichever way you want. Allows you to take longer fights, which a lot of these multi-way situations will be, like people attacking each other, you don't know who's helping who is ratting, who is not. So Blightstaff, surprisingly, I feel actually has won. I don't think it's good enough to put it in viable, but it is good enough that a specialist right now on Blightstaff can be successful in Mists. Druidic, very bottom of C tier. Probably even this is kind of generous, and I think the other ones, I mean, we saw Onasim today, and you saw how awesome he was on his great nature. And even with that, he still, he still was absolutely helpless when other people, when not great mobility weapons decided to 2v1 him, yeah? Because his build had also assassin shoes, so let's not decide based on just one situation, but it's just a good example that even someone who is really good at the weapon is struggling if you're put in a deathmatch situation. So I think this is fair. These are it's kind of generous to put these here, but at least we have some healers in the viable tier. Cobra, I don't think it can be played. Lightcaller, such a difficult one. Of all the weapons, one of the more difficult ones. Because as I've said at the beginning, obviously, again, every tier list is based on my experience, but we discuss these things a lot with experience, and I looked at what other people are playing and how they're adapting. Yeah, you know that. I look to other players, I get their opinion, stuff like that. Lightcaller is one where I have not played it, but I have seen it. If we remove the edge cases, the kind of weird cases like Panda Cotta, one player who's been the most successful player on EU for a while, and also after the Mists, if we remove that because, we're dealing with an probably amazing player who's also playing at 8.3, then it remains somewhere in the middle of the pack, yeah? I don't think it's good enough to put it in A. Not because I think it doesn't deserve that, but because not enough people have actually shown that it works. Tier 7 light colors that are playing right now seem to be like moderately successful, yeah? And one of the reasons, of course, is that multi-way, well, you're not bad. You have good mobility, especially with Royal Jacket, but especially if you transform with 5 stacks, you get a lot of speed boost. But I don't think it deserves being put in A, but it is close, yeah? Let's put it somewhere here. Somewhere near the top of B. That's where I would put it right now. Also keep in mind the price, yeah? So we are also dealing with the weapon where you're not going to die maybe that much because you do have decent mobility if you really want to run away, but at the same time, you are if you get messed up by several people, you don't want to pay that cost every time. Earth Rune, easy. Let's see what other shapeshifters we have. I almost want to put this in do not play. Like this is a bottom of C, kind of bottom of C tier. After the nerf, Hellspawn doesn't seem like it makes sense in Mists, and even when it was, and even for a specialist who's playing this well, it's not a weapon that you want to be facing more than one person, yeah? You want to have a controlled 1v1 where you can outplay one opponent, which right now Mists don't give you that many situations. I think Blood Moon is... I think we can put it in B, actually. I feel like Blood Moon right now, it's kind of in between. Not many people are playing it, so it's difficult to rank, but it feels like at least you are somewhat less reliable on just 1v1ing, yeah. Blood Moon obviously also decent on 1v1s, but you can keep using mobs to heal up. The problem is that your mobility, tether is the only salvage you have to catch people who are running away or to get away. If you get ratted, you're in a bad spot on Blood Moon, but it is surprisingly strong 1v1. And some people have, some experienced players on EU, at least from my experience, what I've seen their like the standings. I've looked through what people play, and I've seen some in my Mists have made it work. Not just 8.3, but also middle tier. So I think Blood Moon is a bit on the rise, but doesn't really love the multi-way as much. At least you can keep using mobs to heal. So, that's one of the things that also helps, that in between fights, if you are constantly running around, people are chasing you, or someone else is dismounting, whatever is happening, you can at least at some point, you can keep healing and keep yourself full. Blood Moon, you can start losing the fight, or winning the fight, you are 40% HP, somebody's ratting you, maybe you are like tier 7, tier 8 Blood Moon, and tier 6 is ratting you, you can surprise them. You can almost out-brawl them still, plus you can keep healing while they're waiting for the 15-second cooldown. If you can't get away, you can heal a lot from mobs, yeah? Okay, so Blood Moon is actually surprisingly good. Again, this is one of the weapons that I feel is rising through the ranks, but it's a bit confused. I'm a bit confused on how good exactly it is with dealing with the ratting situation. Primal, probably do not play, because even though some people have made it work in Mists, not so much in EU, but I'm not really seen it. I mean, the last category, I'm not actually worrying about the ranks of which is which, but if we were, I would put this like here. Potentially, maybe a specialist can play it, but probably not. And Prowling, I don't know if it's worth it to put it in A at all. It's not bad. It's somewhere at the edge here. It seems kind of weak because of how amazingly strong it was before, and for a lot of weapons, Prowling is just a decent matchup. Yeah, a lot of these top weapons that we're going to put here later, Prowling just gets destroyed. But a lot of the Prowling's natural predators, I feel like, also have kind of lost popularity. Yeah, like we have fewer spears and swords. Maybe spears is not fair, but fewer swords at least. So Prowling it's kind of at the edge of still being good and surprising. This is I don't see why, because in theory it should suck more. But maybe it's because people who play Prowling are really good at it on average. But this is being played a lot. Yeah, this is not just a couple good players. Like I said, with Lightcaller, I don't know where to rank it because it's not enough if just a couple players play it. A lot of people play Prowling and are really successful with it. You have to play on Tether, which limits your ability to 1v1. But if you are on Tether, with the jump from the cat form, plus being able to go invis to survive or to sneak up on people, I feel like Prowling actually sort of almost enjoys this constant chaos. At the end of the day, of course, it's not that good to be in the middle of a lot of guys on any weapon, a lot of people, but I feel like Prowling is, and also it can turn around and surprise and kill a low IP rat with one big combo as well. So I think like Prowling is actually okay. Okay, Phantom Twin Blade, don't really know. Whether it's actually worth being viable. It's very interesting because I have seen it played. It is a crystal weapon, so I'm probably going to put it only for specialist. I mean, if you look at other quarterstaffs, I almost want to put it into viable, but let's keep it here with the asterisk that not enough people are have shown that this can be played well. You're very limited because you need the enemy to chase you or run into you because you don't have a lot of natural mobility. This is the problem with a lot of quarterstaffs. If you change your W and Q just for mobility, you lose normal fights. So you need to kind of, you can't have both. Can't have your cake and eat it too. A lot of the weapons up here can have both, yeah? Like Brawling doesn't need to sacrifice their damage. They just need to change their W. That is kind of true, they're on Tether instead of Polymorph, for example, but it's still decent for them Brawling, yeah? The same here, like these weapons, the W is not even a question, they are doing everything. But with where were we? Where is it? Where is the okay? So with Phantom Twin Blade, I don't know. I feel like if you change to Cartwheel and Stun Run, you're just gonna lose a straight up brawl to someone. But it seems okay still if you really want to play it, and it's expensive because it's crystal weapon. Grail Seeker, super duper niche. I'm gonna put it in do not play. Only works as a solo one-shot type of scenario, and even then, against a good player, you're probably gonna die because they're gonna tank your whole one-shot and then just kill you. You've seen that happen on my stream as well. If I lose 80% against Grail Seeker before I even start fighting them, I can still win the fight because I just drink my potions, and after the combo, they have nothing, yeah? So I don't suggest it. This doesn't even require any comment. Black Monk Staff. I saw one guy play 4.1 Black Monk Staff and just mess people up, and including me, just surprise people, but that's not enough to say that it's actually viable. Yeah, this goes here. Double-bladed and quarterstaffs. Quarterstaff is viable. Definitely also not A tier, so let's put it in the middle of the pack. Quarterstaff is a bit too rigid and predictable, yeah? You don't have as good mobility as a lot of other weapons here. You have decent mobility though, but your E is a bit too easy to react to. So in 1v1 fights, you can be outplayed with most. Like all of these weapons around here can usually outplay a quarterstaff. Doesn't mean that you're always going to lose on quarterstaff, but just, everybody has the tools. It's not a case of going into the mist and then some people have a counter, some people don't. Against quarterstaff, most people will have a playstyle that they can apply and kill you. And it's not amazing in multi-way, but it is still pretty good. It's not bad either. It's exactly like middle of the pack kind of average. If you just look at the weapons that are actually viable, not the ones that should not apply, like are not made for mist at all, I would put quarterstaff somewhere exactly in the middle. Does everything kind of okay, doesn't shine at anything, and will get messed up if there's too many people, but also potentially has some solutions. And double-bladed is very difficult to put somewhere. I think it's viable, but I have not seen enough people. Double-bladed as a full mobility build doesn't work right now, unless you're going very high IP. But I feel like double-bladed, if you lean into actually fighting a little bit, your E is going to be an interesting... Like, you have to be a bit more of a rat to abuse your mobility, because a lot of weapons, like, compare it to other weapons, even the quarterstaff, your E is just more mobility, but less damage, yeah? So you can't just straight up take a fight. But... you can use double-bladed and embrace the multi-way. You can use it and embrace that there's constantly a bunch of people fighting and attacking you from different angles. Sasha says, request the artwork. Would you like to see some of my work? No, thank you. 1/10 of the way to making you play Trinity Spear. Nice. Okay, we'll get to Trinity Spear as well. Double-bladed staff. I think will be played more, and not just as a high IP abuser, but like a legit weapon. I think it will be played a bit more than before. I think it's actually a bit better, but you don't play it with just relying on mobility. You have to actually be willing to take some fights, but it's going to be a bit of an opportunist weapon. Yeah, you're not going to win a lot of 1v1s, although you do have access to Gale Dance, which is great also to fight close range and brawl. But it's going to be more like an opportunist weapon. You fight someone, you don't fully commit, you just do a bit of damage with maybe Cultist Cull, and then you wait to see if rats appear. And when rats do appear, you can take advantage of them because catching you is more difficult than catching your enemy. Or if you are a rat, then it's much easier for you to maybe get the loot, get out, stuff like that. Okay, that's quarterstaffs. Let's go to spears. This one, do not play. I don't think you should play this at all. Daybreaker is very interesting. It's probably here. But Daybreaker is the one that, if we made this tier list a week ago, it would be there. It has remained, and especially after the Flamewalker nerf, Daybreaker's two annoying matchups, which were Flamewalker and Crossbows, or especially Arclight Blasters, even though they're annoying, they're still manageable, first of all. It's not like a counter matchup you shouldn't fight, but it's just annoying. And secondly, those weapons have become a bit less popular. So Daybreaker was in S tier. But the problem with Daybreaker is it's a powerhouse weapon for 1v1s. It's a weapon that, if we're talking about missed 1v1s, yeah, with like some mobility being involved, obviously, and Wolpertingers and stuff. In that sort of scenario, Daybreaker is one of the best 1v1 weapons in that you can 1v1 anybody. Yeah? You have the tools to solve every situation. That's what made it S tier, pretty much. And while you're doing that, you're still decent at mobility in general. So if you need to catch someone, if the person starts running away, a double-bladed, if someone is on your screen, you can rat. If someone is ratting you, your mobility is good. With the new crazy free-for-all mists, where there's constantly people around, Daybreaker has lost a little bit of its power. Not enough to put it lower, though. It's definitely still very, very good. But Daybreaker suffers a little bit from the fact that you don't have the best tools to manage. If you embrace the fact that there's constantly people around, I feel like Daybreaker doesn't fully manage that, yeah? Your E is slower. You kind of need your helmet for extra mobility. Your E is not enough for it. It's very easy to dismount rats while you're trying to E your enemy. The same scenario before, if you're trying to chase a person who's almost dying and you need to finish them off, you're 100% also going to dismount the rat. Okay. Trinity Spear for mists, only for specialist. Only for specialists. There's no redeeming things about the fact that it doesn't have mobility, and its E is going to be full committal, and it only shines in 1v1 fights. There's nothing about Trinity that gives you any sort of options to manage a situation against more than one person. So it's barely playable, honestly. Now, it used to be C tier, now it's just barely playable. If you want to play Trinity, play Corrupted. It's very good there. Don't play Spirit Hunter. Heron Spear only for specialist. Once again, barely playable. To be honest, Heron Spear I would put a bit higher. Heron Spear is really fun, but that's not what we're measuring here. However, the Heron Spear, you don't have mobility, so you're probably going to have to use Demon Boots or Royal Boots. So that's a negative, yeah. But the one redeeming factor about Heron Spear is that you still can kind of fight. If you're walking away from people, your E becomes sort of mobility, right? Because if I'm kiting away from you and trying to get away, you're trying to 2v1 me, I throw an E behind me, I stun you, that gives me time to keep going. So I can use the stun as a way to increase my mobility advantage over you. And it can also be decent to solve multi-way situations. You saw that time there was a 3-way fight. Everyone was kind of fighting each other, but the other two guys started fighting each other more than me, and I was able to get 2 kills with one Heron Spear E. Sometimes in a multi-way fight, your Heron Spear stun will actually, because it's long range and good damage burst, will actually be useful. So Heron Spear is like, I don't want to put it in viable, but it is along these weapons that are, you know, just narrowly out of, let's put it like this, just narrowly out of the B tier. No Glaive, no Pike, unfortunately. It's similar to Trinity, same problems, but even weaker. And this is an interesting one. One-Handed Spear gained a lot. One-Handed Spear was a strong B tier contender, but now, after the update, if you are not focused on 1v1s, if you want to 1v1, Daybreaker is better. Flamewalker is better. Like, this is in between. Like, some weapons here will be better at 1v1, just straight up 1v1ing. Even Arcane Staff, you know. Although it's more difficult, but it can win a lot of 1v1s against much higher tier opponents. Spear is okay at 1v1s. It's definitely above average. It has a lot of tools to fight different people, but Spear really shines with the new system. You can E instantly to catch anyone or to get away, to even dodge spells. It's very nice with Assassin Jacket. Your E is low cooldown. If you really need it, you can even, if you really just want to rat or not get ratted, you can even use Cripple. If not, then you just use Impaler for extra damage. It's like, if the weapons that are up here, usually, if we're looking at 2 categories, how good are they at 1v1 fighting, how good they are at handling multi-way, Spear is way above average right now at both of those things. But it is, I feel like, a bit better at handling multi-way than 1v1 fighting. So I do believe Spear is actually, has gained a lot from this. In the couple weeks, we will see which of these weapons will become S or A tier, how they will move around. Spear has the potential to go all the way up to S tier, but also it's not going to be as good as a Frost for, you know, being safe in the middle of 5 people ever, yeah? But it gives you very good chances to outplay your enemies, to constantly dodge spells, to handle the situations, and unlike a lot of these other weapons, it's actually not bad against Frost. Remember I said that one of the considerations, since Frost is big, like Frost's in all Frost staffs, got a big buff from people, just so many people on your screen. Being able to actually fight Frost is an important thing. And Spear is one of the weapons. Also Daybreaker, also Flamewalker, although Flamewalker a bit more tricky. the weapons here are usually weapons that will also be able to, if need be, if you are forced in a 1v1, you can fight the Frost on Spear, which is awesome. Skybound asked, is a mere mist tier list? Yes, this is tier list for how my first impressions from the week, based on the new mists, which are constantly full of people. Which weapons right now are the best to go and play middle tiers and embrace this chaotic free-for-all deathmatch. This, I don't know. I don't know if it's even worth putting it only for specialists. Let's put it here, because at least the burst, like being able to burst and then kite, is a good playstyle. Because if you imagine there's 5, like you have to constantly be ready for other people to join the fight. Being able to just do your burst, then go invis and kite your enemy, means that now, if a rat turns up, you are full HP, even though your E is on cooldown, you are full HP, your enemy is lower HP, so they're a better target. Not amazing by any means for mists right now, but it's like it deserves being mentioned as a specialist weapon in my opinion. The burst is kind of okay. Bridal Fury, no. Death Givers, we have another S tier weapon. I feel like, I'm not 100% sure, but I feel like Death Givers lost a little bit from the Chaotic Mist setup. I feel like Death Givers 2 weeks ago, I would have put them in S+ tier. I would have put them above everything. If we did the same tier list 2 weeks ago, I would say there's Death Givers tier and then there is S tier. Now, Death Givers are still amazing. They can do both. Remember these two things? How good are you at 1v1? How good are you at managing multi-way situations? Death Givers are here. Like, they are amazing at both. They are a little bit worse at managing multi-way than a Frost Staff, but a little bit better at taking any 1v1. It has all kinds of tools. You can change to... you can also fight a Frost, which is another qualifier for how highly we can rate the weapon. Look at any of these weapons here in this SAB tier. Death Givers can fight and kill anyone in a 1v1, while remaining relatively safe, or not safe, but at least there are solutions, yeah? Some of these weapons will be trickier, because Spear and Daybreaker, for example, you kind of need to change to Sunder Armor. Once you do that, you are more prone to being ratted. But still, you can win against anything else in a 1v1, and while doing that, you still have good mobility W options. Potentially your Q is mobility, usually, yeah. You can kite around, you can use your Mercenary to heal up in between rats, stuff like that. Death Givers are still S tier. They are a little bit less S tier than before, but this is just a testament of how high they were already before. Demon Fang, do not play. Bloodletter, it's probably a B tier. It is kind of in between everything. Let's put Bloodletter on B tier. I think the Bloodletter, I cannot put it in A tier. We're talking about mid tier. Bloodletter is difficult to play. I know it sounds weird. Yeah, Bloodletter has been has gotten a lot of hate as just weapon that some people use just to get free money without any risk, which makes it sound simple. But to play Bloodletter, if you're not just going for free kills, but you're playing it middle tier, so you're actually taking fights or taking advantage of multi-way situations, if you're not just ratting or just playing 8.3, Bloodletter is difficult to play. You do not have as much kill pressure as Death Givers. You don't brawl as good on average as Spears. You don't have the kind of mobility and kiting, and you can't really properly kite as Frost. So you are not like special. Like you kind of every one of these weapons here has something that they will use to beat you. So Bloodletter, it's difficult, it's tricky, but it is like the redeeming factor is in the constant chaos with a lot of people. You can take a little bit of a fight, disengage, stay at the edge of the fight, be relatively safe. You are difficult to catch. People know you're difficult to catch, so they won't even always go for you. You can mess up. You can go. You can just go. If you're playing Stalker Jacket, you can use it as a little bit of a burst. Stalker Jacket an enemy, and then just stay safe at the edge of the fights to see how the others are responding. Maybe there's going to be a fight without you. Like you can manage and solve a lot of situations. Let's put this back a bit. You can solve a lot of situations with Bloodletter right now in the mists, on middle tier. But for 1v1 fights, it remains kind of weak, yeah. Okay, Claws, do not play. Dagger Pair, it is borderline do not play or only for specialist. We can put it here just so we won't put too many things in D tier. Dagger Pair is just you can only do one thing, yeah. You cannot adapt to anything. You just do your own game plan and hope that your enemy doesn't know what you're doing, so that you just kill beginners, or is greatly underestimates your damage. So you can kill someone more experienced, but only in 1v1. No chance really to make Dagger Pair work very well multi-way because of your E, obviously. So you'll probably play it low tier as a sort of a rat, or just bait someone to fight, but very unlikely. No redeeming, nothing special about this in any situation when there's more than one person. One-handed dagger is one of the biggest losers, in my opinion, from the mists. This is a weapon. If we did this tier list 2 weeks ago, it would be at the top of near the top of B tier. Yeah, like 2 weeks ago, one-handed dagger and spear, in my mind, were on same rung at like higher B tier, or maybe very low A tier. But now, with the constant chaos, spear went up and one-handed dagger went down. Because one-handed dagger is a very good weapon to play 1v1s. It's a very good weapon to kill people who have invested 5 or 10 times more into their items than you have. But it just hopelessly suffers and becomes almost hopeless to be really successful with the moment you have to deal with more than one person. It's too difficult. The only way you are going to play against more than one person is if you have big IP advantage, and obviously then you are, it's not a good strategy anymore. If you're constantly investing a lot of money and you're fighting a bunch of 4.1 or 5.1 lower AP players, long term you're going to lose money because you're going to die because of the way mists work. You don't have any mobility on your E. I mean, okay, tiny bit of move speed, but no real mobility on your E. And your W, you need your W to kind of kite one enemy to wait for your next E. So you can't just rely on your W to manage the fight in between rats. I do see some one-handed dagger specialists still play this right now. I mean, I haven't seen them, but I would imagine that some of them will still play this. But it's mostly relying on getting that big kill, and it's not so good in between enemies. So maybe we can put it further, like higher than cursed, but it is C tier for the moment. If the mists gets rebalanced, one of the first things that is going to happen, if they get rebalanced as in fewer people again, some of the weapons here are going to go back up to B tier, and one-handed dagger is one of them. Okay, Sky Strider 100% would be Sky Strider would be between between A and S tier if it didn't cost a ridiculous money. It doesn't make sense to play Sky Strider right now because of how expensive it is. Like this legit, Sky Strider a week ago was strong A tier, pushing itself into S tier. The only reason I was not putting it into S tier, because I said this many times on stream, I feel like Sky Strider is S tier, but there's not enough people playing it. There's just not enough experience when I look around, when I look at what the best players are playing or try testing. Now I feel like it gets pushed down to B just because it's just too expensive. If you don't care about money, play Sky Strider for sure. It's a very good weapon, or like it's at least on par with these in A tier, but it's just crazy expensive. All bows, like I put all curses here, or bows will go C tier. Weirdly enough. So I don't want to talk too much about every bow separately. We'll talk about some of them, of course. Okay, this bow I don't think we'll put there, but we can put Mist Caller here Mist Piercer here just because it's a bow, and bows are in a good place right now because bows like fighting from a distance. You can poke your enemy, which doesn't expose you to being ratted or taking as much damage, just like we talked about before. Yeah, low committal right now for mists. Any way you can fight, low committal. If you come from Dota or League of Legends, this would be the most like obvious term for you. Yeah, that's a very relevant thing for MOBA games. Yeah, low committal. Take a fight without committing. Yeah, if once your ADC or your position 1 commits to the fight, win or lose. Yeah, but if you have heroes or champions that can poke, that can take fights and win fights without committing as little as possible, so that if something goes wrong they can get away, you might have a better chance. Right now in mists, low committal is a good way to play, and all bows offer you that option. Badon is almost as good as Sky Strider, but it does suffer a little bit from not having, I mean, not specifically, but comparing to Sky Strider, the fact that you don't have the E to to dodge stuff, essentially, it just makes it worse. Because when you are suddenly you are in the situation where you wanted to get a good fight, but suddenly there's 5 people looking at you and 3 of them are dismounted and like, I'm gonna kill you next. You're still kind of good because you're probably far away. You have your E to zone or do damage while you're getting away. You have Frost Shot. If you need, you have long range Q or short range. The Q1 is just very good damage. It's very much out of balance right now. It's really, really strong, the Q1. So Badon is good for that, but it doesn't offer you that sort of invulnerability or option to outplay rats or outplay several people if they're not rats by also using your E. Whispering, too much. I'm gonna put it. Okay, let's put it here. It's kind of similar. Whispering is too much single target. We talked about that before. Warbow, I would put here. I don't think, I mean, okay, it is viable. It's kind of in between. Let's put it here. It does deserve to be B because it is a decent bow, but it works as a low IP option and it works when enemies attack you. The big problem with Orbo is it's difficult to finish kills and it's difficult to be aggressive. The moment person decides not to go after you, which a lot of these weapons will, you know, like a Death Givers, they're going to start fighting you. You hit a couple E's and they're going to be like, you know what, fuck it, I'm going the other way. There's no point for me risking. And that's it, they can do that, yeah? So, like, you require, for success on Warbow, you need your enemy to make a lot of mistakes and continuously be too aggressive. And that's not a good recipe for winning a lot of fights. But it is still a bow, and it is a bow that can put pressure from far, so it is deservedly here, in my opinion. Longbow, surprisingly, I feel is one of the weapons that actually gained a lot. I would legit, I think longbow is right now is a very, very decent bow. Let's put it like this. And one of the reasons is it's definitely much cheaper, yeah? Like, if you're just choosing a weapon, you don't get a lot of money, it might seem like, okay, they're next to each other, so whatever, yeah? I would choose bow Badon. But longbow is so much cheaper, it's like twice as much to buy Badon, at least on EU. So, in my opinion, longbow is very low cooldown, high range E, also means that you can poke and you can like epitomizes almost this low committal fighting, yeah? You can fight while constantly being ready to manage rats. You have the frost shot, or you can do that with long range Q, but you don't even have to, you know? You can keep your short range Q1, which is super strong and right now one of the best spells in Albion, probably for 1v1s. You can keep yourself on that, but at the same time, you still do the big poke damage with your E from far every 15 or 20, depending on your cooldown, like pretty often, yeah? And then we have regular bow that is, would have, like, if I did made this tier last week, it would have been A tier, regular bow, 100%. It was rising through the ranks to become one of the best missed weapons. Not S tier best, but A tier best. But it lost quite a bit, and I'm going to put it somewhere here. And the reason this is one of the best 1v1 weapons right now. I feel like regular bow is legit one of the best 1v1 weapons. If you're going to the mist and you know it's always a 1v1, play regular bow. However, mists are anything but 1v1s right now. Those who played last week know exactly what I mean. So regular bow is losing and might even, as weeks go by, if the chaos continues, regular bow might go down a little bit more. It depends on how people adapt to the chaos. But if you do get a 1v1 fight, you are amazingly strong, and at the end of the day, you're still a bow. So you still have frost shot and longer range damage. So there will still be situations where, even though you start getting ratted, you have the ability to kind of get away. And at least you have some mobility on your E. It's not amazing, but you know, like we've talked about earlier, like if you're playing Wildfire, you need to make up. If you're playing Life Curse, you kind of need to make up for your mobility problems with boots. On bow, you don't have to run Royal Boots. You can, but you don't have to run Royal Boots or Demon Boots. You can be with regular boots, you have Frost Shot, and you have some mobility on your E. Okay. Skybound asked, where's the skinning knife? Hello, Wisdom, what's up? Yeah. I'm not interacting that much with chat, but I will look a little bit. Just because, you know, I want to put this on YouTube as well. So I don't want to have 15 minutes of me talking and answering specifically questions right now, so it wouldn't be like in the middle of YouTube. Although some of it I will of course edit as well, or at least look through it. Moroax asked, way earlier, is flat tier 8 equivalent a good spot to be for solo mist, like 1.5 mil kit? Yes. I think tier 6, tier 7, tier 8 are a good place to be, but you need to accept that you're going to die a lot. So if your tier 8 is good, if it's 2 weeks ago, you would have gone into the mist with 6-3 or 8-3, instead go tier 8. But if for you that is a lot, don't go tier 8, yeah? Because you're going to die a lot more than before. If 2 weeks ago you were playing tier 8 and having fun, now it's time to downgrade to tier 7 or tier 6. This is how mists are right now. You just die a lot. You're going to die to people ratting, you're going to die to just people, you know, killing you as collateral. You're going to die because you thought it was a 1v1 fight, but you're also just going to die, get dismounted here and there. Sometimes there's a teamer. Stuff like that happens. So you just have to accept more deaths, unless you're going like full-on mobility 8.3. So I suggest playing a bit lower tier than before. But tier 8 for me, it still seems okay. But it's kind of pushing it, yeah? Like if you want to have constant action, tier 8 is like the highest tier. I wouldn't even go 6-3 right now, unless you don't care and you know you're going to die a lot. But this situation, let's monitor this over the next weeks. Okay, Arclight Busters was absolutely S tier contendant a week ago, and I think now is actually lost and is probably going to be in the same category as Sky Strider. Arclight Busters are not amazing at multi-way. You have enough damage to The good thing is that you have enough damage, and usually use defensives, yeah, like cloth armor, mage robe, or cleric robe. You will have, well, okay, not always guardian helmet. You'll often have stalker hood, but still, the good thing is that if you get ratted, you're 40% HP. You will often still kill the rat, even if the rat is same IP. Like if you outplay, you have such good E versatility. You can maybe dodge some of their spells. Let's say you're fighting somebody, you kill them, but also dismount the rat, and now the rat is trying to fight you. You have only 50% HP. You will sometimes still kill the rat, because on Arclight Blasters, the only thing you need, like the main thing you need, not the only, but the main thing you need in a 1v1 fight, is for the enemy to be aggressive. And so by losing 50% HP, you actually secretly achieve what you wanted in the first place, which is what the other guy running to you. Because if the enemy is same IP as you and they're running towards you, Arclight Blasters, you will pretty much kill everyone. Yeah, you have probably the highest damage or close to the highest damage output in all of the game. So that's a redeeming factor. But overall, Arclight Blasters, they don't handle the multi-way situation well, and they are also very expensive, ridiculously expensive. So it doesn't make sense to buy them right now and play them in mists unless you don't care about silver. If you do, if you don't care about silver, you just want to have fun. Crystal weapons here, this and this for sure. Put them in A tier and just play them. I would not play Shaper. Let me think. Weeping Repeater we can put here as well. I don't even remember. I don't think Siege Bow it's called, yeah. Okay. One-shot crossbow. Okay, let's put this as a specialist, but it's a 1v1 specialist. Yeah, there's I mean, crossbows are okay because of caltrops. It's not terrible, but you don't have mobility on your E. Like, is a big problem. Yeah, only this one has. And you will have to compensate for your lack of mobility with boots. And at the beginning of the video, I also already said that that's a bit of a problem. Like, it's not the end of the world, but if you are in a situation where you have to use demon or royal boots to have actually a good chance against meta weapons, because otherwise you don't have the mobility, then you are instantly in a bad situation against threats, because your boots are much less likely to save you in the middle of several players, as is like other types of mobility, like a double-bladed, using it QWE to get out, and then boots is going to get away from a bunch of rats. A crossbow player who's charging royal boots in the middle of 3 people is not going to get away. Then we have a heavy crossbow, same thing. At least heavy crossbow can be put a bit higher here because of the damage from far. Yeah, so you can poke from far. At least you can do the low committal fighting very well. But once the enemy is actually anybody focuses you, if people look at you, now you are committed. Now you have to fight and see who wins. But at least you can stand far and do some weird stuff. Bolt casters is an interesting one. Definitely doesn't work very well on with multi-way because your E is single target. Bolt casters actually lost a lot of power. I probably should put it on specialist tier as well, but it's higher specialist tier. One reason, can you guess why bolt casters lost a lot of power? Other than the fact that there's a lot of people. What other reason can you think of why bolt casters suddenly are so much worse in Mist than they used to be before the update? The answer is invisibility. The answer is that because people are adapting to the multi-way chaos, Assassin Jacket and Undead Cape have gone through the roof. Their usage has gone up a lot. And those are 2 weapons that boltcasters hate, especially Undead Capes. You can't kill through Undead Cape, right? There's no way. You're not going to use Purge. You're usually using boots to get from far. It's close for that one big burst. So even like it definitely loses out in the multi-way fights, but even in 1v1 fights, boltcasters are not as good because there's so many more people who are gonna have Undead Cape or Assassin Jacket. Assassin Jacket doesn't save you from the sleep, silence, E combo, but a lot of builds, how do you deal with boltcasters E? If you have Reflect, maybe, but Geekpot, yeah, but the actual like good solutions are to interrupt it, yeah. But a lot of weapons might not have an interrupt, or in the case of Spear, they might not be close enough to interrupt, or they don't want to use their interrupt, So with boltcasters, Assassin Jacket is essentially an interrupt against them, yeah. If you're not silenced, whenever they start charging their E and you have a problem with it, you go invis, so you get a free interrupt and their E goes on cooldown. So boltcasters do not want to fight against Assassin Jackets. And finally, we have light crossbow. Light crossbow it's kind of like Arclight Blasters. It does a lot of the same. It's a bit weaker, but it is incredibly cheap, and you're not amazing at multi-way by no means, and you will have to compensate with getting demon boots or royal boots to be really successful. But It's a incredibly cheap weapon that almost outputs the same damage as Arclight Blasters. So you can 1v1 pretty much everybody. You just need to somehow bait them in. Just like I said before about Arclight Blasters, you being already in a fight, like you already having lost 25 or 40% of your HP, functions sometimes in your favor because people will attack you and you will surprise them. You will use your Cleric, your Guardian, and do so much damage if you use your passive correctly that you're going to actually win a fight. Like, I think most right crossbow players, if you get to fight equal IP Bloodletter, let's say, or Spear, and you start the fight from 60% HP and the enemy has 100%, will you take the fight? I think most really experienced light crossbow players say, yes, of course, that's what I want, yeah? Some of the best light crossbow players I've seen intentionally lose 40% HP to get the other person to commit because they know they're winning that. So there is some redeeming factor if you can, if you have a constant influx of aggressive rats. But at the same time, you are very easy to focus down, yeah? There's no good enough mobility, there's no dashes, you have nothing to get away. Anyway, light crossbow, at the end of the day, it's really cheap, and that's why it's here, and the damage output is very, very good. Okay, we go next to War Gloves. War Gloves are interesting because they have some options, and some of them feel like they got better from the chaos, but there's also other things to consider, like the recent nerfs before the patch, like nerfs to Qs. First of all, let's see, can we put something here into Do Not Play? Definitely Spiked. And Raven Strike Cestus. I think we can put these here. This is... no, it's not serious. This is more like a joke, yeah? I've seen some people play it in depths, and yeah, sure, okay. There's some redeeming factor, but for mists, when you are playing alone, nope. I don't think you should play these gloves if you're focused on PvP. Yeah, if you're focused on something else, okay. Okay, from the ones that actually matter. First of all, Force Pulse Blazers are a bit too expensive to play, but they are definitely in a decent enough place for a brawl heavy fight. And since you are playing gloves, you have access to triple kick, you have access to Q mobility, so you can manage rats a little bit, but it's a crystal weapon that is expensive. So at the end of the day, if you go into mist with this, your hope is going to be to get good 1v1 fights, and even those good 1v1 fights are not going to feel like, oh, easy, like walk in the park, like this is what I was born to do. No, even those fights will probably will still be challenging, but fun. So I think it is viable, definitely, for someone who really, really likes and wants to play it. But I am gonna say it's as an overall strategy, because of the cost and because the E is pretty much just for... It's mostly good when you are fighting one person and not so much to manage. And then the close range fight, I'm gonna put it here. Fists of Avalon have long been in S tier, kind of fell to A tier for a while, especially when Flamewalker and Arclight Blasters became a thing, and now it's a bit of a question where they are. Like, it's difficult. I would put them probably... I almost want to put them in A tier here, because I mean, if Brawling is A tier, I think Fists probably deserve to be A tier as well. One problem is the cost there. It's also a problem with Brawling and Daybreaker and so on, but the cost is not crazy. The thing with Fists of Avalon, you can run around mists and almost never die. You can go run around with triple kick, Q mobility, and just run around as an opportunist. But then slowly, sometimes you need to change your spells, but sometimes, not just as a rat, you will come across more and more situations where you can actually fight. They remain a good weapon for 1v1 fights. It's a bit annoying because a lot of the good weapons here will be happy to fight you. Froststaff wants to fight this, probably, yeah? It depends. Against Froststaff, it becomes tricky, and that was also my experience. I tried this as a new weapon. Against Froststaff, the big problem is you have a very good counter spell on your W, you can use counter, but the moment rats catch up and they're on top of you, now you're still stuck on counter, you're probably going to die. Daybreaker is very good against Fists of Avalon, so this matchup is not amazing. Flamewalker is annoying because they have their E reliably against your E. So there are some things that kind of almost want me to put it into A, but I think overall Fists of Avalon are still in a great place to abuse the fact that there's constant action happening, to just run around feeling kind of safe and take part in the action when you really want to. So it is... but this is a bit of a, it's difficult to put it because a lot of my understanding, and I believe this applies to a lot of other more experienced players as well, some understanding of the weapon, at least in my brain, I have not yet adapted fully for this weapon, because it's not just the patch, it has also been nerfed. All gloves Qs were nerfed, so people are still kind of adapting to see where exactly fists are right now. But having the amazing mobility plus a built-in purge means that You can always you can always remove enemies' boots if you hit your E, or you're not worried about Inferno, stuff like that, remove Invis jackets. I think overall it's in a very good place still. Hellfire, I don't know. Hellfire Hands definitely for specialists, but how high it is. The big good thing about Hellfire Hands don't really want to fight in the middle of a lot of people. You want to have a 1v1 fight. But the good thing about Hellfire Hands is that you do a big burst. Like I said before, if I am 1v1ing and there's like 5 people watching, yeah, but none of them are on top of the fight, and there's 5 people watching, one thing that would make the fight a bit more attractive for me would be if I can do my big burst on the enemy, so they lose 25% HP, and then I go invis and see what they do. Now, normally, if this was just a 1v1 fight, the enemy would then get on top of me and do their E and their burst and so on, yeah? But now, because they're worried about all the people and everyone around sees like, oh, this guy hasn't lost any HP, but the enemy is already low, burst damage can attract rats to kill your enemy. So burst damage is a better way it feels better to fight with burst right now. At least sometimes it feels good that you burst damage and then you stay far from your enemy, you let them go, but you know that at least rats are not killing you. And Hellfire Hands can do that. But it takes a specialist. You have to be good. This is one of those builds. It's not like universally good build. Yeah, you have to actually get a lot of experience playing them. And Brawler Gloves are in exactly the similar boat, except it's a bit easier to become a specialist and the reward is higher. So essentially, it is just better than Hellfire Hands. It performs a similar function. Unfortunately, to play Brawler Gloves the way they're usually played, the moment an enemy sees you, a rat sees you, GG, goodbye. You're not getting out of there, right? Assassin shoes and potentially like Q4. I've seen different. I've seen Brawler Gloves now try not just Q2 but Q4. Still, like you getting out of that is very, very unlikely. But you do giga damage. Brawler Gloves allows you to kill people 2 tiers higher in a straight up fair 1v1 if they mess up and if you hit all of your spells. So they are some of the among the specialist weapons. I think they are the best, or among the best. You can see them also here at the top. Battle Bracers are right now, they gained a lot from this. Battle Bracers were kind of in between B tier anyway, and I think it's fair to put them like near the top of the B tier, just because Battle Bracers are amazing at just managing multi-way situations and being like surviving, going in for the big rat burst, like a burst as a rat, kill the enemy, loot, run away. Constantly run around mist, get away from anyone you want. It is a bit of a rat weapon if you play it sort of correctly, yeah? But you can, as you get better, you can start taking some 1v1 fights. So remember these 2 things. How good is a weapon at 1v1 fighting? How good is a weapon at the multi-way, solving multi-way? Battle Bracers is good, very like one of the best at managing the multi-way situations, but slightly below average, I would say, at 1v1 fighting. But overall, it puts it, in my opinion, like a higher B tier. Because for current mists, you can manage a lot of situations. If you saw how I played Battle Racers, a lot of the fights, if you play them correctly, it sucks. It's not my playstyle, it's a bit boring sometimes. But still, if you play some fights correctly, oftentimes you will be kiting your enemy anyway. So you will be in that situation where you haven't lost that much HP, and you are at like 20 meters away from your enemy, so you are much less in like this risk zone where if someone dismounts, I'm just dead, yeah? It's not like full YOLO committal fighting as much, which makes it even 1v1 fights. Like you can fight against somebody, let's say here, let's say Battle Bracers, I'm fighting against a Spear or a Flame Walker. Fighting. It's likely that if the rats dismount, I'm the one that gets away. Despite the fact that these weapons here also have very good mobility and, potential to deal with rats. It's still likely that Battle Bracers is the one that gets away if you want to get away. And it's not too expensive, which is nice. Okay, True Bolt Hammer, I really liked. All hammers, just like with all bows, I said all bows have a bit of a, like they are decent right now. We could do the lazy thing and just put all hammers at least C tier. There is no hammer that is do not play category because of W. Because W slowing charge alone makes any hammer viable for a free-for-all mess. Because on a hammer, you don't have to calculate, am I actually able to win some 1v1 fights? Doesn't matter. Your W is good enough to constantly kite away from one person, from several people, and to be the one that probably doesn't die. Of course, the actual E also matters. If you only relied on W, you will die sooner or later, yeah? But usually, like, your E will help with that. True Bolt Hammer E does not really help. It's one of the hammers that helps the least. It's only good for, like, some 1v1 fights, and it's way too expensive to actually play it. So it's going to put it in D tier. Hand of Justice is kind of similar. If Hand of Justice is interestingly, like, it's a cool niche pick, to win some 1v1 fights. But for multi-way, it's like if I would put it here, it would just barely make the cut. But I don't think it's. I think it's better to put it at do not play right now for mists. If like the other hammers are just better when there's more than one person. Yeah, Hand of Justice still can use W, which is like okay, at least you have something. But other than that, you are reliant on outplaying a 1v1 fight with your E and probably Mercenary Jacket. Grovekeeper, definitely decent. Decent to manage this. I don't know if it's decent enough to put it in viable, but for a specialist, yes. The big problem with Grovekeeper is that the E you have to commit, yeah? Like if you want your E to actually be useful in a fight, it's committal. Yeah, you can't E from far, so you have to at some point get on top of your enemy. I mean, it's not like it's the end of the world, but still. Grovekeeper, in my experience, is also suffers way too much from the Frost Staff epidemic. So I would like to put it higher. You know I love this weapon, but I think right now it's just for fun or for a specialist. Because there's so many Frost Staffs, and Frost Staffs have such an easy blink against your E. Like, they don't even need to... Like, they can almost write write instructions for their grandma when to press the W, and the grandma will be able to press it at the right moment because there's just too much time to react, unfortunately. Kind of same thing with Forge Hammers. Very, 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 very similar. Forge Hammers, once again, just because of W, you can manage more than one person, but because you are so reliant on being on top of your enemy, it's probably even worse than Grovekeeper because you cannot use your E to get away, obviously, but just to, to slow people already around you, at which point, if you're trying to get away, that doesn't help that much. Plus, it puts you in combat. So, Forge Hammer's fun, but just for specialists, and definitely a bit lower than Grovekeeper. Then we have Tomb Hammer. Tomb Hammer, I think it almost deserves being put in A tier. Now, Tomb Hammer combines all the benefits of W, while your E, you can use it from far. So if you need to get away, if you hit your E from far, unlike the Pog lock where you need to E into your enemy, you can hit your E from far, and you can keep running if you need. If you want to catch someone, you can hit your E. Unlike Pog lock, for example, the Frost will usually not react to your E. Like, it's an incredibly fast reaction. You can, if you have good ping, you can react to the visual of Tomb Hammer, but it is incredibly difficult. You have to be hyper focused on only noticing that, and then maybe. So usually Frost will not react to it, and other weapons as well. And it is one of the best hammers for sure, because it's not the best at handling multi-way, but it's very good. Let's say if we are rating on a scale of 1 to 10, let's say it's not like 10. It's not like 10 out of 10 at handling multi-way situation. Maybe it's like 9 or 8 out of 10. But it makes up for that by also being able to 1v1. Look at all these weapons. Tomb Hammer can 1v1 them. It's not a favorable matchup. It's not like you have an advantage against actually against Spear it's okay, but against Flamewalker it's not like you're expecting to win the fight, but you can. You can 1v1 a Flamewalker while still remaining an amazing weapon to handle multi-way situations, and it's not crazy expensive like some of these, yeah. Like, keep in mind, we're also calculating price a little bit, because we're talking about like weapons that make for a successful strategy for the hectic free-for-all mists after previous patch, yeah, right now. So, like, for example, I would put this is better than Tomb Hammer in most situations, but it is just so much more expensive, it doesn't make sense to constantly die on Skystrider. Great Hammer is in a bit of a similar place, but I'm going to put it at top of viable. Now, Great Hammer, it still remains to see exactly, because people need to try it more to bring it back, if it does come back. Great Hammer gains, like if you look at these, what I just talked about, Great Hammer is definitely even better than Tomb Hammer at solving the situation, surviving, not being the guy who dies. When there's 6 people who are fighting each other at different moments, different people ratting, different people, whatever. Let's say there's a 6 people fight, and let's say I give you like a riddle. Not a riddle, but just a guessing game. You go into the mist, you see 7 people fighting. I'm going to tell you everybody's weapon, and then I'm going to tell you 2 of those survived. Nobody's teaming, nobody's doing nothing, 2 survived. And then I give you a bunch of weapons. If one of those weapons is Great Hammer, and you have to put your money on it, I suggest that you bet your money on Great Hammer being one of the survivors. So it is a weapon that manages, that is one of the least likely. Frost Staffs and Great Hammer are probably the least likely to have died in that cluster fight, because it has some of the best tools to kind of fight, but not really, still survive. So Great Hammer is here. The only it might be pushing to A tier. If people start playing it and using it more, it might be pushing back to A tier. The big problem is you suck at 1v1 fighting because you cannot rely on Stalker Jacket damage because it was nerfed so much last year. So you're gonna if you're gonna have to 1v1 fight some of these other weapons here in B tier, you're gonna either lose or you're just gonna full on kite and reset until suddenly the other person gives up mentally or makes a mistake or disconnects or something. So it's too difficult for 1v1 fighting, but it is amazingly good probably for managing the multi-way. And the last two hammers, okay, this one actually, this is probably the same as this. Yeah, it's a bit better than Hand of Justice because it's easier to just stun and then keep Wing and running away, but it's still very situational. Pole Hammer is worthy to be in this category with some of the other hammers. It's like a worse Tomb Hammer, yeah? It's like a Tomb Hammer that does not want to 1v1 fight as much, but everything else you can kite very well. So it maybe even deserves being on this top row of these weapons. Let's put it like this. Okay. I have no idea what the Redstone Monarch does, so I'm not even going to think about it. Do not play, do not play, do not play, do not play, do not play. And we have the only two maces that... This is straight up just, I want to include everybody. So we're going to put two maces in only for specialists. But if you've heard me, I've been asked about maces on stream several times. There is no real, other than you just want to have fun and you want to feel special, you know, you want that feeling that, I beat you with a weapon that nobody else is playing. That's the only possible reason right now to play any of the maces in solo mists. There is no two ways about it. I think this is obviously the whole tier list and everything is my opinion and my experience, but this is one I could put money behind that this is just an objective truth right now. Maces are essentially just worse hammers. And the only two that, if you really, really want to play, the only two I would suggest are Oathkeepers and One-Handed Mace. And I've said this before also, someone was asking, and you're kind of like a hammer. Like One-Handed Mace is a lot like a hammer. Yeah? You have, let's compare it to Great Hammer. W mobility, yes, very nice. But Great Hammer will slow you and kite you while they're Wing away from you. One-Handed Mace, W, or all maces, you have to jump on top of your enemy. Your E will stun as you jump away with the Great Hammer, yeah? You at any point, if you drive through your enemy, you get the stun. One-Handed Mace, you have to jump on top of your enemy. Q is, the only comparable redeeming thing is maybe Mace Q is okay in 1v1 Brawling, but that's it. And just like hammers, you're going to lack damage, and you cannot really use Stalker Jamming. And Oathkeepers is essentially the same, but it's just fun to play, potentially. And the shield can surprise some people, because Oathkeepers is such a niche weapon, even some experienced players might not expect that big shield that you put on yourself, but I don't think neither of these weapons have any real business in being in the middle of 5 people either. At least you can survive, yeah? At least you can probably survive, but it's much worse than most of the other weapons. It's like, if you're going back to these two things, it's abysmally bad at 1v1ing, yeah? If you play Mace, One-Handed Mace, it's abysmally bad at 1v1ing, but then you're not amazing at solving multi-way. You're average at playing in the middle of enemies anyway. Okay. Let's see. We have axes and swords to do. Crystal Reaper, I don't know. People have not played it. I know they tried to buff it, and I really, really, really don't know. Doesn't seem like very good because you need to commit your E and just use it in a special situation, in a special location, I mean, not situation. I don't know. I haven't seen enough, and it's also expensive, so I think we can actually just put it into Do Not Play. Realm Breaker, I had to play this as a channel point redemption. There's nothing really. If you want to play an axe, there are better options. Yeah, there's the E mobility is not it's not enough to redeem. I would put it into Do Not Play. I don't even think it's situational. Realm Breaker, if no other axes existed, maybe Realm Breaker will put in C, just the same way in maces, just like affirmative action. But I don't think it deserves to be up there. Then we have Bear Paws. Bear Paws are definitely viable for a specialist. They are not good for mists, but because your mobility is not amazing, yeah. But you can change your W to jump, or at least have adrenaline, which is, jump, the battle rush, yeah. Or at least have adrenaline, so you have some mobility on W. You have E mobility. You are okay in dismounting people, forcing people into a fight, and the brawl is not terrible, yeah. Unfortunately, most of the weapons here can 1v1 Bear Paws. Most of the weapons, if you look at B tier, there's really no one that, was going to look at Bear Paws and see oh, no, I don't want to 1v1, yeah. So I think Bear Paws are actually okay, but they are by no means anywhere near SR8 tier. Yeah, if you're watching this video or looking at this on right now live on Twitch, yeah, and if someone like if it's a part of your brain is thinking, but bear pose, like I just looked at Murder Ledger or Killboard 1, and it's like one of the most popular weapons. That's because statistics are based a lot on, first of all, open world and Roads of Avalon, where people are using it to solo gank, and it's a completely different world. And secondly, because a lot of people are watching, it's like perpetuating the same guides. Like people are watching guides from 2 years ago, thinking, oh, okay, bear pose. Then they play bear pose, they are successful with it, and they think, okay, it's actually a good weapon. Where in reality, it's often, you kill much less experienced players in the open world who are not there for PvP, who are reliant on invis potions, which at least your bleed counters, stuff like that. Yeah. If you go into mists against other more tryhard PvPers, bear pose are just weak, and you need to be really, really a specialist and really focus on getting the best out of it to actually make it work. Crystal Reaper is Crystal Reaper. What did you say? I think Sight is somewhere similar. I don't know. The only redeeming thing about Sight is at least it's really good against undead caves in theory, or at least finishing people when there's a bunch of people piling up one expensive guy. The likelihood that you're the one getting the kill is pretty high because E execute obviously, but I think it's very, very like specialist weapon, and it doesn't even have the jump like the bear pose, at least some jump on the E. Carrion Collar do not play, Halberd do not play, Great Axe, like it's somewhere in between, let's say only for specialists, but at the bottom of it. It's very difficult because this is the opposite of the non-committal. This is full committal. If you want to even have any chance of winning a fight, at some point you have to just ram your damage into your enemy's face and just hope for the best. It's really predictable. Enemies know, they have any sort of dash, which most people here will have. They will kite you or they will get out of your E, and you end up in a situation where if there's rats, you're the one who dies. But okay. It seems at least better than something like a Crystal Reaper, so at least you can fight in different places and not just the place where you put down your E. And then finally, the actual axe that I would suggest you do play if you are absolutely deciding to play axes is the Battle Axe. And Battle Axe is surprisingly not terrible, I feel like. Now, the Battle Axe suffered. So the Battle Axe lost a little bit from being from being in the middle of 50 people. Definitely, Battle Axe players enjoyed mists when there were fewer people, because Battle Axe sucks at playing against mobility weapons. It gets kited too easily, but it makes up for that for being surprisingly strong for its IP in a 1v1 fight. It's very easy for a Battle Axe to get kills when enemies commit to a fight too early. They let you close because they think they're winning, and then you surprise them with your big damage, constant bleeds, and the second E heal, of course. Yeah. So Battle Axe can win a lot of good 1v1 fights, but now that the mists are not really reliant on 1v1s, Battle Axe is difficult. It's definitely much more difficult, but I think it's still kind of okay. You might want to try a build like, I know I've mentioned this many times, like Eugene has been playing for a while with Cloth Armor and Duskweaver, where you turn the Battle Axe into a little bit of a ranged weapon, yeah? Like you are playing more to the fact, unlike these other axes that we just talked about and some of the other weapons here, you can still be a threat from far. With light armor ease, you can throw ease from far. With Duskweaver, you have some ability to catch people or get away from people. So Battle Axe, I feel like, is in a decent place, but it definitely suffers from having too many people around it. Hope that makes sense. Mufanza says the E nerf feels really bad in Battle Axe 2. It's easier to dodge. Possibly there are other things factoring in. Yeah, that Battle Axe, why Battle Axe feels worse. Not just that there's more people. Maybe you're right. Maybe the E is just also weaker. Okay, we have Infinity Blade, I think, is only for specialists right now. It's kind of high. It's like the first row of specialist weapons, probably. Let's put it second row, actually. Let's put it here. It's too expensive. It got nerfed so much. It's too easy to fight against. It's predictable. People know when you E, then you're about to go for the big slash. They can get out of the second E. I mean, you're a sword, which is always okay for 1v1. Swords remain good at 1v1s overall across the board, but when it's no longer just for 1v1s, it's a bit like rigid. It's also a weapon that usually uses boots to make up for some of its lack of mobility, even though the E offers enough mobility, but it can still feel a bit underwhelming against some of the real mobility weapons up there. Kingmaker, do not play. I know there are awesome clips, people killing beginners in the open world and in Roads of Avalon. Kingmaker can be fun. If your heart calls for Kingmaker, go play open world or Roads of Avalon. You will have more fun with it, and you will sometimes surprise a group of players and do a lot of damage to everyone. In Mists, you are just way too predictable, and it's easy to play around you. And I mean, the thing is, it could be a bit higher, potentially, if I saw some people play it and maybe get like a big E against the several rats or stuff like that, but I have not seen that anywhere really in Mists. Galantine, kind of same thing, way too predictable and easy to play around, not amazing at 1v1. The only redeeming factor about these is that they're sword, and swords remain good on average, because you have the little Q jump, you have constant mobility if you're queuing something, and you are amazing at brawling because of your Q stacks, yeah, because now also even Cripple doesn't remove them, but I mean, it's just one spell, but still, your Q stacks can potentially make you into a very good brawler, plus the W1 is just very, very good damage, yeah? Like, if you are constantly Blade Cycloning whenever it's off cooldown, a lot of people can be surprised by how strong you're at brawling, so you can kill higher IP players. But I think if you want to use Sword and Mist, there are better options, and we'll get to those better options in just a moment. Broadsword is on the edge of being like good enough for me to put it here. I saw a couple people try it out recently, good players, and it seemed like it is not ridiculously bad. This is weird to say, but I don't really suggest picking Broadsword if you want to play a sword, but I don't know. There's at least you have a tiny bit of jump on your E, but it's still kind of predictable, but you are a sword, so, you know, there's like, if you really, really want to just have something funky, I would suggest choosing this over the other swords here. So at least we have clearly put it up here. And Clarion Blade is kind of the same place. Clarion Blade is also, both of these swords, you're using just the natural power of swords to brawl by constantly stacking up and doing the Blade Cyclone W. Both of these swords use that, and then they have something else on top of that they can still do, like the Clarion can do damage from far, it can silence, the Broadsword can interrupt, and the damage is, well, at least somewhat acceptable. But there's no, like, you don't have very good mobility, there's no really reason to play those unless you specifically enjoy the, I don't know, aesthetic or something. And keep in mind that both of these are also in the category that you are using your boots usually to make up for your lack of mobility. Yeah, so you're kind of, I don't know. It's the same problem like I said before. If you in order to participate in PvP in the middle of 50 people, you need your boots to make up for your mobility problems. That used to be okay 2 weeks ago, but it is now like it is instant disadvantage. So you will also see that like every weapon here, if you find the weapon, like I said, light crossbow is a good example. Light crossbow, if it didn't need mobility boots to keep up, you would maybe put it in A tier. Like all the weapons are like 1 tier lower at least the moment we realize that they need boots. Then we have carving dual sword. Then we have the three swords that actually work. Onasim says Great Nature should be an F tier. Oh, we'll talk about that after finish with the tier list. Yeah, but I mentioned you also when we talked about Great Nature. You are a good example, Onasim, also of the fact that if even you are saying that, you know, with your skill level, you are saying that Great Nature doesn't have a redeeming factor. It's very clearly that it should be at the lower tier. But the Ds do not play, yeah, so it's pretty much all the other, like the last tier is all the F tiers and whatever, everything together. Okay, we have Claymore, Dual Swords, and Carving. Carving, surprisingly, I think is actually higher B tier now. It sounds weird, maybe it doesn't. Carving obviously spent most of its life, or Mist's life here. It got nerfed several times and started dropping and dropping and dropping, and was already, like, it was somewhere here, but the actual, like, the last patch, I'm confident it was a boost to Carving, because out of all the swords, Carving is the only sword that doesn't mind fighting multi-way between rats. It's the only sword that takes some fights by kiting, you know, E through your enemy, you still do the damage, splitting slash behind you, purge their boots if you need to, brawl them a little bit, then keep kiting them. Carving is the only, like, swords in general would prefer 1v1 fights. Swords are not, like, it's very, very good example. Frost Staffs love the new Mists. All Frost Staffs love the new Mists, because whatever Frost Staff you preferred, you're not amazing at 1v1 fighting, but you're really good at managing multi-way fights. Swords, the opposite. All swords love 1v1 fights, but no sword really enjoys being in the middle of many people. But Carving definitely is gaining. Like, Carving is just, because of this chaotic situation in Mists, I feel like Carving is just like a one small buff away from being a real meta contender again. But for the moment, it's still in B. Dual Swords, we can put it right here next to it. Dual Swords is much stronger because Carving likes to use Splitting Slash to occasionally kite. Dual Swords are some of the, like, it's one of the best weapons to just take a 1v1 without even thinking, just click all your buttons and just do a crazy brawling damage. Like the only ones who can maybe outbrawl dual swords straight up are death givers, because you can always chain slash their E, and if you change to Thunder Armor, then yeah, you can outbrawl everyone. Dual swords outbrawl pretty much everything else. Like Battle Axe, I don't know how it goes. It's iffy, but probably still dual swords win. So dual swords want that, and that's why they're still here, because they're just almost unmatched in terms of brawling people and punching way above their grade. Yeah, we're talking, this is the whole tier list, if you weren't heard for the start, is for tier 7 or middle tiers, more or less, tier 6, tier 7, tier 8, going into the mists for fighting, not just for low IP rating and not just for high IP survival and fights. Yeah, so we're kind of removing the top and the bottom, and we're focusing on the middle tiers and the meta for that. And if you think about that, dual swords in that category, on that tier, in those tiers, they still pack amazing punch against someone higher IP. You can play tier 6 dual swords and kill tier 8 players straight up if they become too aggressive, or if they don't deal with your the pressure you put on. So dual swords, if this if you've seen this, if you've seen my low IP tier list, dual swords. I still believe dual swords would be S tier. If this whole tier list was just a 4.1 weapons, I would still put dual swords probably here. But dual swords now I think is a good viable option. They suffer from having to play against a lot of people, though, unfortunately for them. Dual swords really don't want to fight more than one person too often, but like light crossbow and some others we talked about, at least it can, dual swords actually can fight a rat. Also, if you do not full HP, you can sometimes turn and surprise them, and the fact that you are low HP from your previous fight functions as a bait to get other person to come to you so that you can kill them. And finally, Claymore with a bit of a bugged image. Claymore, it's difficult. I'm not sure if it's deserving of being put here. It definitely, the distance between Claymore and Carving right now is surprisingly high. So we'll put it at somewhere near the top of specialist weapons. Yeah, let's put it here. Claymore got buffed a little bit in terms of damage. Claymore is a sword, so it can brawl. It can take a lot of fights still. It can do a lot of damage with Blade Cyclone. But the E is just too... The E is just too predictable, reliant on stacks, and like rigid. You cannot use your E whenever... You cannot use your mobility whenever you want. In a 1v1 fight, that's okay. Good Claymore players can outplay a lot of these weapons in a 1v1. Like someone who's played a lot of Claymore, I'm sure they will win some 1v1s. They will win some 1v1s against Spears, especially now that Cripple doesn't remove it, against Fists, against Death Givers, They will occasionally do that. Like you can definitely... win Claymore fights. But the moment you are stuck with the situation when there's more than one person, let's say you are winning a fight against me, I'm the spear. Okay, Rat starts dismounting. I don't want to lose my set. On the spear, E away, and start running. On the Claymore, can you just E away? Well, first of all, you need a mob. Secondly, you're going to get into combat with anything between you and the mob, because you're going to do damage to it as well, yeah? So you have a lot more restrictions. Thirdly, let's say the rat catches up. I E'd away and started running on the spear. The rat catches up. I'm forced to fight. I'm going to have another E in a moment, yeah? No worries. I'm going to fight. On Claymore, your E is now on cooldown. You might be in a much worse situation. So I think Claymore, just as a random example to compare it to something, I think Claymore is actually would be in a good place if it was just for 1v1 fighting. For Corrupted's play Claymore right now, it's a good time. It's pretty fun, I think. From what I've seen, it's viable at least. But for Mists, Claymore doesn't want to be in the middle of a lot of people. And so I think there we have it. I think that's all. All the weapons. I don't think the tier list maker missed anything, which is really nice. But this, keep an eye. We're going to talk about this more, and also maybe make some more videos about it. We'll see. But keep an eye out, because right now people are still figuring out the new Mists, and kind of it's adapting. Give me a moment. I'm gonna stop the recording, and now I can look at chat a bit better as well. Yes, this will go into YouTube as well. So now the recording part is over. I want to look at the chat and see what I missed and what kind of discussions we had. By the way, on the sim, what happened to you earlier? It was the best, the most kind of classic best example of the kind of teaming, I don't know if you noticed, but I killed you together with a bow player today on a team. We were 2v1ing you, and I think from your perspective, it almost felt like this is the straight up team, because we're trying to kill a hammer together with a bow player. I was Death Givers, yeah. Yeah. I was playing different. I'm trying different weapons that I believe are like good for good for the new mists. So there was like I just thought uh, that was like a good example that I think from your perspective, it's like it's legit. It was like seemed like we are friends or something. Yeah. From my like, if you see the VOD, you will see. From my perspective, there was there was a 6-3 hammer. Usually I don't write in chat, but there was a 6-3 hammer attacking me. I was running away and trying to fight back a little bit, but running away. And the warbow was just like there. And I wrote to him in chat like, "Yo, dismount and help me, yeah, because let's kill the 6-3 together, essentially." And then he did, but then the hammer left, and then you came instantly after that. So it was kind of like we were all. I already wrote, so we fought you together. I got away, yeah, no, I survived on like 2 HP or whatever, 20, 200, I don't remember. And then next time you saw, like, I didn't want to disappoint him because he might have thought that we were friends. But then I felt like, hey, this is exactly the situation. If it happened to me, if I was in your shoes, I would be thinking like, this is like straight up teaming. What the hell? You saw him like 5 times. I saw that warbow many times as well. Yeah. One time I started the fight and I was in the middle of like, it says 3 assists, but there were like 2 more people on the fight. Yeah, I was attacking everybody. He got the last hit. This is the same warbow player, but there was a lot more people there. Ember Mist says, heard the last 10 minutes. What's the reason for 101st standing out? I understand. Okay, let's go back for a moment then. 101st is currently also broken, so until Wednesday it's also bugged. But 101st can pretty much like it loves the current situation of so many people on your screen, or just current like clusterfuck of everybody fighting. You can fight very low committal, and you are pretty much always safe. And the only reason why Chill Howl is not on the same level is that 100 Frost counters Chill Howl with the W, yeah? So, since there are so many Frost staffs around, if you're playing Chill Howl, there's going to be a lot of people who just can never E because they will just blink out of it. Otherwise, I would put Chill Howl to the same place. TTK damage output is still relatively low. True. That's the only thing for that we still need more. At least I feel like I need more still example to actually to see it essentially and experience it. The only thing is that some weapons that fight fast might enjoy the sort of mists, because if you kill someone fast, rats don't have time to participate. That's the only kind of thing. Yeah, so you're right. But with a one-handed frost, you are always the guy that survives. Yeah, you are the guy that is going to get away if a rat comes. You can attack and dismount people and still be safe. The blink is amazing, not just at creating distance, but also dodging all kinds of spells from rats. So you are happy, you are okay, and you're kind of happy with just taking a slow, long fight, because you're not worried too much about what others will do, because others will kill your enemy, probably not you. Essentially, I feel like. But one hand first right now, the new E is strong anyway, but right now the new E is also like legit broken. Not that broken as in 2 OP, but broken as in bugged. So that also makes the E even better. Player Rami asked, will you upload a video about this ranking? Yes. What we did here in the last, how long was it? Let me see. Last hour and a half. That will also be on YouTube, yeah. So the ranking. And keep in mind, what we're talking, like this ranking and what we're talking about, it is for the new mist, yeah? So keeping in mind that it's constant action, we're talking about middle tiers, yeah? So there's some qualifiers. New mists, middle tiers, and we also took into account the price. So that some weapons, like the Sky Strider, might be pushing higher tier if they were not crazy expensive. Do I need something else? Okay, I have some Siphoned Energy. Let's go play some Spear. Tier 7, 8 Spear. I have Tier 8 Assassin Jacket. Probably don't need it, actually. It's okay, whatever. It's okay. Let's play some Spear, some cooldown reduction Kite Spear, and see what happens. Singblade says, how is it bugged? Sorry, don't see a lot of Frost in our server. It is bugged because the E hits always. I don't know if I had a good clip. It happened to me also today. Wait. I will quickly show you. If someone else has the same question, it will be a useful thing to discuss. But I need to find. It was a fight. No, this was a different situation. It was a fight we had. This is not a frost. Give me a moment. When did I had? Was that so long ago? The Frost Staff fight I had. Okay, there it is. There it is. There it is. So I'm not going to show you the whole fight. It was going to make for a very good short because I killed him while he was invis. But look at this. Look at this. So the Frost, and this also does with E. You know, it also does with E, meaning like, you know, like carving E, spear E. Look at this. Frost always hits. You can see this is an example. The way it should be is that there's a hit at the beginning and it slows you inside here, and if you get out of here, like if you dash, this also happened when I dashed with carving like 2 days ago, so it's not just walking. And if you get out, that's it. Yeah, so like this E does less damage than it did a week ago, but it does like more. It's a buff version of E if you get the hit on the like if you hit the second part. But what happens right now, it's the second part always hits. So as an example here, look at this. I walk out of it, and you see the second part still procs, and I get rooted for very, very long. And this is not just a random ping example. This has been happening the whole week since the update. I had also situations where I got hit by the first E, then I blinked out on my own, instantly blinked out on my own Frost, and still got rooted at the other side of the screen. So essentially right now, the Frost E is guaranteed. Maybe it's not 100%. It just has happened to me a lot. Maybe this is like happens 90% of the time. But yeah, you get frozen even if you get out of the E right away. And they have also included, if you look at the patch notes for Wednesday, they have specifically included that not that they are changing the weapon or balance or something, but they are actually fixing the E bug. Let's go Mirkwood for a change, because I have not played it for a while, and it's not bad. So let's go like this. Stew. Probably don't even need a Snapper. Do I need Snapper? I'm not going to take... like this. There's not going to be any 1v1 fights, yeah? So I don't think I need Snapper. We'll see, though. I think I'm ready like this, yeah? Oh, okay. Let's get some cabbage soup. Playing fraying spear on Avalonian beef stew is also gonna be something to try, actually. How much cooldown reduction I have? 14%. I could go mist color and beef stew and try it that way. Panda Cotta is also teaming with other 8.4. He just killed me with another Death Gears player. It's so strange. I'm very disappointed to hear that, but I also, you know, unless you show the clip and the names, it's not... I'm also bringing out suspicions of teaming every now and again. Recently more, like used to almost never happen. But it's... I do feel like there's still a lot of situations where it feels like... that's why I was like, Onasim's example was so good, man. The example that happened, if you were not here before, I essentially like we ended up also actually Onasim actually died there, but the example, what I mean by that, Terok, if you say that someone else is teaming, you know, just the example that situation, it was all like from Onasim's perspective, if I was him, I would say these guys are teaming 100%. Like we saw and we tried to kill him together twice, yeah, and it's like so easy to assume that. But if you look at the actual, you know, VOD, then you kind of, you know, you see how it happens. So sometimes it can happen like that. But Onasim says, didn't think that. All I thought was shitter Warbo finally killed me after 10 tries. Okay, well, maybe. Fair enough, fair enough. I wish I got the last hit there. But yeah, okay, fair enough, fair enough. So I'm just saying that, you know, if you say that someone is like teaming on 8.4, maybe true, but you need more clips. Like today I had also a situation where I was pretty, like, to me it was pretty clear, like this seems like a team up, yeah, like 8.3, 8.4. And then I went to investigate their like killboard history and it's not that convincing, but still, I mean, the situation also made me think, so I understand you, yeah. It also made me think. I had 8.3, we had Double Bladed and Bloodletter who were just running around the mist, killing everyone together. And like trying to help each other and killing tier 7s, and it was obvious that they have they have zero risk or zero thinking that maybe the other guy is gonna try to kill me. When they're both 8.3, they're not, you know, most people would be worried, yeah. I saw 3 tier 10s ganging up on a tier 8 Brawling today. Okay. Yeah, it might be, yeah. in my head, there's also a bit of paranoia now. You know, that I assume people are like more like I am more likely to think, oh, those guys are maybe teaming when actually it's not. There was also a situation where I thought like, why are they all attacking me? Are they actually? Is this another teaming situation? And then I went like left a little bit, and then I realized they're actually fighting each other. So I was wrong. I was completely wrong, and they started fighting each other and ended up dying. So sometimes you're wrong. Froggy said earlier, is the tier list done? I missed the ending. Was Frost and Death? Yes, Frost and Death Gears were the only ones that ended up in S tier. Yeah. Big Pharma said, I mean, I did it. Oh, you were the one ganging up. Okay. So when you say you saw a bunch of 7-3s, it was, you're telling me that you did it. I don't like that, but I mean, I hope the developers figure out something. There's no easy solution. There's no easy ideas I have by any means that would somehow answer that. Like, if you just do this, you know. I, of course, want the Badon in my pocket and not the nature staff, but I don't know why. What's happening with the Badon? I'm surprised that no one else is attacking the Blight. There's a regular bow. Uncancelable shoes. Let's see, this is the low committal fighting I was talking about. Okay. We have, yeah, definitely, I have been recognized and people have been talking to me, knowing it's me, more in the last week than, you know, the other 3 months of streams combined. Let's party. No. Especially not like this. No. I don't like this. I'm gonna attack you just for the sake of showing that we are not friends. So you don't have any expectations, especially when the other guy is worth even less, you know? I need to kind of mount up before his boots are ready. But I can't. Does he still have... he's on cleric, okay. Am I overcharged? I'm not even overcharged, but I think it's okay. No! Okay. I didn't mean to click that. I'm probably dead anyway. I'd rather die to this than, you know, team up on lower IP players. It's not a good one though. I should have... If I knew this is gonna happen, I should not have switched to Invest, yeah? It's okay. Hey Vic, look at Hot Up Tacos highlighted message. Oh, nice. Give me a moment. Thank you for pointing it out. I guess I'm invisible. I'm sorry. If you wrote something earlier when I was doing the tier list, you know, I was looking mostly in camera and not on the second screen because it was that was the point. Yeah, for this I would like to have Assassin Jacket so that I can keep kiting and just cancel his boots once and just run away. Give me a moment. I'm gonna open the Twitch stream, so the Twitch thing. Okay, Hot Up says, feedback. As you mentioned, abundance of frost, great frost could be higher. You straight up out damage and bully every other frost with your high damage and low CDE. Only downside, no offhand. Also for clusterfuck, it's better than one-hand frost. Okay, that's pretty good and valid idea as well. I mean, Great Frost is high. It is one of the highest B tier weapons. If more people apply that, that's also like part of what... where is it? Where is my OBS? That's also part of what goes into the, you know, me figuring out. If more people actually apply it, then and actually use it, I'm also likely to change. But it's a good point. Maybe that should be on the watch of you know, things that will rise soon. Yeah, I should have been more worried about my life. I was so obsessed with showing him that I do not want to team with people just because they recognize me, yeah? Like, I'm going to, obviously, like everyone, I'm going to go for the high IP guy. If there's 6-3 there or whatever, we're fighting them together. But I was a bit too how to say, obsessed with. No, I'm not teaming just because you know my name. I want you, everyone who watches as well. I know you. I want you to know. Yeah, like I'm very happy to have people in Mist that I know because we can get fights. We can fight each other, you know, in a good way. But I am. I guess I do. I mean, I do probably need to buy, because otherwise this matchup, even if you disregard the fact that I know I'm dismounting him, like not dismounting, but I'm starting a fight right away and whatever. I'm not ready for it. Even if you disregard that, I still kind of. If I am ever gonna take, this is a very annoying. He's not even on frost shot. This is very annoying. So I probably, if I am gonna take it, I need some snapper. Yeah, I will swap. I will swap between foods if it does come to that. Let's go assassin jacket, and I had merc hood. Yeah. Wait, what? Not like this. Okay, tier 7 is fine. I'm gonna overcharge in the city because that's also something that I didn't do. And I guess we go Valor after all. Okay, merc hood is fine, but yeah, it's gonna be just much better if I have to be in the middle of people. Also, there I could have if with Valor I could have just gotten away from him, reset, and then fight on my own terms. You know, changing to whatever spells I need. New Reddit post tomorrow. Popular stream of teaming with viewers in Mist. You mean me? I don't mind. I don't mind if people write random shit about me. I'm pretty resilient. This is not a challenge to figure out some kind of scandal and create and talk shit about me. But I'm just saying that I'm pretty resilient to like bad PR or whatever. And it's pretty obvious to everyone who's been here that I am doing the opposite of teaming. But I went a bit too far, to even I kind of just wanted to make sure he understands that I'm not with him. Because I don't want the other guys to feel bad either. I don't want the tier 6. Like, I also don't know why. If you're here, I don't know if you were, but if you're here, Pau, I don't know why you would want to team up with me. Like, why would you even suggest that? We are like, there's 2 tiers. We are tier 7s, and there's a tier, like, 4.2 guy and the 4.1 Battle Axe. Why would you even suggest to fight them together? Like, that is very clearly the kind of teaming that is going to kill Mists for everyone if we start doing that, yeah? Like, of course, if there's a 6-3 or a more expensive guy, it doesn't matter, you don't have to know my name. We're gonna play together, of course. 100% good trade to have. Yeah, if I've learned anything from, like, some creators that I wouldn't watch, and I don't really like that sort of approach, but still, if I learned something from some very popular creators, any kind of drama is like no bad PR, yeah. So usually, like, there's a lot of people who embrace drama just because it makes them more popular. That's like real life politics the same. Like, you will see politicians also like try to create drama on purpose just to get more attention. So I mean, I didn't they? Okay, I have registered now your feedback, hot up. It's because of I don't see the highlight at the right moment because I'm looking at the combined chat. I don't see it there. I'm sometimes looking at Twitch chat where I see it. So yeah, it might be that Great Frost will become stronger because it might be that people will discover it can how to say, it brings together the best of both worlds. It has the kind of flexibility of the Frost, being able to survive, get away, stuff like that. But at the same time also is a bit stronger in straight up 1v1s. Although I'm not sure that it actually is stronger. We'll see. I definitely feel better playing my regular Frost. Also, regular Frost you cannot really react. You have to predict their E. Great Frost, very good players. I learned this like a couple of weeks ago. But very good players against Great Frost, like the animation is enough to react. So they can use parry strike, deflecting spin, Hunter Hood, stuff like that. I just said let's party, so I dismounted everyone. How was the bow? Yeah. Read PM, I didn't want to team. Oh, the party. Okay. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you, yeah. Ah, okay. I developed like almost like a overcompensating need to show you that we are not partying. But for me, let's party is like, like party up. You know, like as in together. You know, like party for like in a game, like a party of 5 or. Are you swapping, my dear sir, or not, with Invis potions? Probably not, because Assassin... It's unlikely that some swapper would not have full specs in Assassin Jacket. I also, yeah, okay, we'll see. Hello, I think Blood Moon best weapon for PvI. 4.2 gear, kill any boos. Dragonfire, you need to kind of read what you write before you send it, because I'm not sure if PvI means PvE or PvP, and I'm not sure what you mean by boos. Oh, any boss. Okay, you're trying to say that Blood Moon is good for PvE because you can kill any boss. Okay, never mind. I realized what you're trying to say. Nice, nice, nice. Doppel Double says, I have been actually using Great Frost the past couple of days, and I do agree that it's very good. It can kite, and if you change W, it can brawl very well also. Yeah, that was always the case, yeah. Great Frost was always a bit underplayed. It has more power than other Frosts to play as a little bit of a brawler, where you stand your ground, defend yourself, and just do damage. Absolutely. Absolutely true. But it is a little bit... I feel like if you accept that there's constantly people on your screen, it is a little bit weaker. What? Let's go. What W used to brawl? On Great Frost, use the lance. And the big thing about Great Frost is with both lance and E, your range is very, very high. You can do a lot of damage from far. This does two things. Number one, it forces your enemy to come to you, you know, so it forces, like, it makes them think it's their job to get close if they want to fight. Number two, if at any point you are winning the fight and they realize they're running away, then you can also, you don't have to catch them, yeah? If you change to lance, you will not catch them. But you don't have to catch them, you can just, you can just kill them as they're running away. Okay, let's do an actual fight for a little while. He's on Invis. This is very bad matchup for him. Very, very difficult. Well, big respect, but I don't know what the plan is. I still have 2 potions. Hey, Mr. Kava, what's up? And it's not surprise. Once again, it's no surprise. Like 80% of people who take disadvantaged fights either play Spear or it's someone I've at least somewhat know from a stream or something, yeah? Because this fight, almost impossible for him, yeah? I still have 2 potions, keep in mind. And the reason, you saw why, yeah? Because I can always E through his E unless he's right on top of me. So whenever he's a bit further away, I'm just gonna E through his E and I get my E hit on him and he doesn't get his on mine. What's always life leech, never anything else, yeah? Thank you for answering. Vic, is basketball a grow to win game? What does it mean, Mufanza? What do you mean by grow to win? Do you mean like, is there inherent... Do you have an inherent advantage if you're taller? Yes, 100%. There are also advantages when you are shorter for basketball, because dribbling is easier, but that is a much smaller, like you have that advantage, so at least there's something you can lean into. So if you are significantly shorter than your opposition, you are likely much better dribbler, you know, because ball travels faster between you and the ground. But that doesn't make up for the fact that how tall you are is gonna be a bigger argument. I kind of don't want to mess with him, but I do need the wisp. Okay, I'm not gonna kill him, whatever. Let him be. I want the wisp, I really want the wisp for the favor, but I'm not interested in killing 4.1 here necessarily. Oh shit, hello. Okay. I need to purchase... What? I guess the same for F1 drivers. The less you weigh and the smaller you are, the faster you can go, kind of. Yeah, I think there's definitely some limit to how big you can be if you want to be a race car driver. I don't even think you can... Like, it's even difficult to fit in it, yeah, if you're too big. Not just that it's better for speed, like, or for controlling the car, maybe. Although I don't know enough about that to actually know, but... Poor LeBron can't drive F1. Probably, yeah. There's a lot of basketball players who can't. Hey, somebody left me a small mist cougar for free. Oh, never mind. It's not somebody. It's the guy I killed. I killed this cat when we were fighting earlier. But about basketball, Mufanza, there has been. I was just recently researching this because I saw an interesting idea from someone to like create a basketball league where you cannot be over a certain height. Man, against artillery, I'm not very happy to play this. But hey, was he Q1 or not? What is that? Oh, that's the gatherer. Can I kill the gatherer? Is there any chance? Not really, right? So there was actually a league. It lasted for like 4 years in the US. In like 80s, 89 to 90 something. There was actually a league where they had a limit of how tall the players could be. Like they actually tried that. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. I wanted to. My brain. I was changing between the presets for no reason. There was actually a league for how tall you can be, and I mean apparently it was pretty fun. But there were like some legal issues with the leaders. So like the guy who started it got put to jail for embezzlement and stuff. So they closed the league. But it was an interesting idea to have a basketball league because by limiting the amount, like the height you can have, actually the league or basketball becomes much more open to a lot more people. You know, like because there's a lot of people who have enough talent to play at some of the highest levels, but they don't have enough height. So if you make it so that it's maximum like 6'5" or whatever, or 2 meters, I think 6'7" is 2 meters, yeah. So it's like maximum 6'7", so maximum 2 meters. Then a lot more people will be able to play. Doppel says, remember to buy chests before they increase prices. Yeah, maybe we should do that together. I was wondering if I can get it... activities. Can I get it to 1 million and then buy? Just to feel good. 6777, that's 2 meters, yeah? Evil Fent, okay. I don't know exactly. Maybe should... I think if I remember correctly, I think I'm 6'2". That's the measurement I remember, or 6'3", I'm not sure. So yeah, that's the one I used to know. The others I don't know how to convert like European to American. Thanks for following, Putu Raditya. Pietvan says I'm over 2 meters also. Well, I mean, there's no also. I am not over 2 meters, yeah. But if you are over 2 meters, hopefully you use that to dunk on people, even if you don't play basketball. Just take the basketball and dunk, just so all the guys who do play basketball feel bad. But yeah, I don't know what it's like. I imagine that there are a lot of benefits and downsides of being really tall. Hey, Mr. Kava, Vol 2. You again? Yes, sir. Yes. You can't win this fight. You can't win this. Even if you overcharge, you can't win this fight. I mean, very close range. If it just becomes a full brawl, sure. The only way battle bracers are winning. We fight? Okay, bro. The only way battle bracers are winning if I am really, really close to him the whole fight. Now he opened stream, so he might try it, you know. We'll see. I don't think I need to. I don't think I need to change food, but we'll see. What is that? Okay. Okay, wait, I'll close. Okay. You can be on stream. It's okay. It's okay. So yeah, what you saw earlier, like this, I have to mess up. I can, of course, mess up, but it's going to be difficult. When I say you can't, like I'm being maybe too cocky saying like he can't win this fight. Okay, of course, it's always possible. But his strategy needs to be to stay close range to me, because close range I cannot E against his E, right? When he's far, I can predict, I can react to his E either by using my E, or even Inferno is not the worst, yeah? No! I messed it up. So if we're close, that's the only way it happens. I should have drank my potion way earlier. I was a bit too cocky. Also, I clicked something wrong in the end. Anyway, good fight. So yeah, it serves me right for saying that he can't win this fight. But in reality, it's a matchup very... why am I worried so much? It's a very good matchup for Spear. That was nice, yeah. Good job, but... only thing you can, like, if you... I mean, okay, I can kind of just E away and then Inferno as well. But the actual, like... I lost my thoughts a little bit. But I wish maybe we'll find the same fight again so I can showcase this. I need to drink potion earlier as well. But essentially, the only way, like, in theory, you know, if I play correctly, the only way I can kind of see it happening is... what sometimes happens with the gloves, with the done against me, is you can hover, you know, and hope that the spear ease early, ease through, and then doesn't react to it. But yeah. I was thinking about something else as well. Why auto mod like this? If you got something auto mod did not like, then that will make for a good clip though. Especially because I said that, you know, it's... I said that you can't win this. Let's see if we get the same fight again. What was I thinking? I had my thoughts somewhere before. Favor price? Yes, hot up taco. Favor is like the chests are gonna cost more. The chests that you get from this. I would like to get 1 million and then use it. The tier 7 chest to get. That's what I hope for. Yeah, I need to use my potion before, but I was thinking about something, like during the fight as well. I was thinking about something, but I forgot about the thought. Anyway, it serves all of us well, yeah, to manage the expectations. But it's a fight that is much better for Spear. Could also change food if you know, if I'm expecting this to be. But I'm already... I don't think it's worth it, but... Because I think I can just win this fight right now, also like this, if I play better. But I think, like, if you're for real, also could change the food, you know, to make sure that it doesn't happen. Because as you saw, and as I was saying, this is good actually educationally, but as I was saying, in order to win the fight, the only way that essentially gloves can do it is by being on top of me as much as they can, yeah? And since I'm expecting that's what it should end up being against a good player, then I can just also use Snapper. Anyway. Morax, thank you for following and subbing with Prime. What is this lack of spears I'm seeing? Put your spears in chat. Thank you for subbing, I appreciate you. And I hope that someone is going to greet you with a spear, but you also have a spear of your own now in front of your name. So you can put it in chat as well. Pietvan, you said nothing wrong. What was I thinking? We're talking about heights. I had some thought in my brain. Yeah, hot up dice. Nice. That's the spears. Yeah. Oh, we're talking about 2 meters? I don't remember. Morax also asked, what Death Giver build would you recommend? Q1 Kirlion Cape combo with Assassin? No. Q the more brawly Q2 Smuggler Merc Jacket. The second one. Definitely the second one. The Assassin shoes Q1 build is significantly worse than it was a week ago, because it is very good at 1v1ing, but it struggles when there's more than one person. The regular Death Givers build, so the other one, the second option from your choices, Morax, is much better when you're constantly ready to have 50 people around you. So you can manage rats, you can survive, you can also choose who to dismount if you want to go for someone. I think you should have cleansed my Stalker Hood with your helmet. Yeah, but I don't remember. I think, yeah, you're right. I could have also cleansed your Invis earlier if I was worried about you. You were saying that there are some benefits to being short, but don't want to think of his horse riding. No, I wasn't saying the horseback riding, yeah. I was, I don't remember what. There was something in the army, I don't remember, when there was like, they were deciding where to put us. If you don't know, I was in the army, but it was just, oh, that's not bad. Just for a year, like it's conscription in my country. But they were deciding like where to put us. I remember there was something I couldn't do because I was too tall. But I don't remember what it was, but there was some role. It's nothing big, it just was some role where they needed like smaller men. You build muscle better on average. Yeah, I don't know. I was just because Pietvan said he's 2 meters, so I was wondering like there's probably a lot of ups. Like the life is definitely different. Yeah, I'm relatively tall. Yeah, not that much above average in my country, but still. But I believe like 2 meters is probably is much more, yeah. In the army, short men go into tanks. Maybe that's it. My country doesn't have any tanks, though. Funnily enough. Don't use this against us. Please don't attack Estonia, yeah? Don't invade us. We're not worth it. But I can tell you secretly. Everybody knows. Estonia doesn't have any tanks. So it must have been something else where you try to fit in. Oh, I dismounted way too far. Morax asked, what food and potions should I be bringing for the Deathgiver's Solo Mist? Healing potions and eel stew. And if you want to fight straight up 1v1s against brawlers or against higher IP players, then you have Snapper as a swap, just like I'm doing right now here. Hello, sir. This is not a swapper based on his food, but we'll see. Actually, wait, this is a swapper based on his food. But he has 10 stacks of everything. Let's see what he swaps to. What you swapping to? Holy shit, it might actually be a swapper. Specifically based on his food. Interesting. What tier you swapping to? Let's see. That guy's gonna follow me now. This might get me my million favor. So if I'm against a ranged enemy, it's a short fight eel, but if I'm dueling another melee or a long fight snapper. Well, simplistically you could say that, but like right now, a big part of Mist is that there's constantly a lot of people on every screen, in every situation. So eel stew overall is better because more cooldown, a bit more damage for your burst, but also more cooldown reduction is also like. It's just good when you're in the middle of a lot of people. So eel stew for everything. I would change to Snapper just when you are setting up for a 1v1 against someone more valuable. That's pretty much it, yeah? Because then you kind of need Snapper to actually just stand your ground and fight them. And of course, if it's someone more valuable, but also a melee build. So like if you're fighting same IP, if you're fighting against same IP, swords or spears, it's your decision. You can do it on eel stew or Snapper. Snapper is a bit better, sure. But if you change to Snapper, then just be mindful of other people who might, try to ret. He's way too overconfident to be a normal gatherer. I mean, the giveaway is actually his food. I said earlier that he's not a swapper because I looked at he has 10 stacks in all of his. He didn't just swap. But the weird thing is that he is using this beef stew. Eh? Show me swap. I'll fight. Come on, bro. Like, unless it's 8.8... Like, okay, whatever. I can overcharge and fight 8.3. I am definitely in a fighting mood. Fighting anyone to see just what happens. Would love to have Daybreaker for this, but whatever. Okay. Yeah, there's no reason to have beef stew on your gathering at all. 4.1 claim, more interesting. I'm American. Wait. Sarah says, I think you're tall. I'm 5'10", and I always say I don't feel tall, and everyone says it's really tall, so 6'2". Okay, I see. Yeah, in America, like, well, it's measurements. Yeah, it's because of that. In America, like 6 feet is just because it's a round number, so it's like I've heard that it's like a cutoff point for a lot of people to just say like over 6 feet and under 6 feet, like it's a different thing. Yeah, it doesn't really translate that well to EU because it's not such a nice round number. But yeah, but where I'm from, I think people on average are also taller than a lot of other places. I'm not sure, but I feel that way. Mufanza says, since the secrets are out, my country doesn't have any navy. Well, okay. I promise not to tell anyone. Kava says, yo, Vic, I actually respected you let me reset when I was closing the stream and you actually waited. Yeah, but that's obvious, Kava. No, that's... I mean, I understand. Okay, it's awesome, yeah, to have that, but that is like... is it not... That seems to me like bare minimum, honestly. Everybody is a bit of an opportunist, yeah? If I come across a ratting situation, right now, obviously everyone rats everything all the time. But in general, I've always said that, if you come across a ratting situation, use it. 1 million favor, by the way. But that's, like, obvious. We want the 1v1 fight. You know what happens? Like, this is, even if I was just out for my personal interest, I would still reset there, yeah? So that seems like absolute bare minimum. Because I want to have fun. And I want to have fights against you again in the future. And again and again. So, like, even if I was to translate this into just being, you know, cynically obsessed with personal gain, I would still probably not want to abuse that situation, but yeah. But Deathgiver's food is similar to Spear food. Even Spear is a bit maybe less reliant on Snapper, but I mean I should have probably Snappered in that fight, in that last fight. But yeah, but generally Spear is you can just kite more. In the fight against gloves, if I really want. I think what is really interesting is the gloves when Q4. Like I feel like, yeah, okay, I should never die. But what is actually, I think what is actually interesting is the same thing, but if gloves are on Q4, because then they can always get on top of me, and I have to accept the brawl. And I mean, I can still probably out brawl, but it's questionable. Soon the Conqueror's chest price will increase from 5.5 to 6.75. So if you want to buy chest, yeah, it's probably a good idea. Absolutely. Thank you for making sure I know that. I do. Tomorrow is the last day. I just wanted to get to 1 million because it looks cool. So now I have it. Yeah, I have to spend. And this is not just for me, for everyone else also. If you have a lot of favors saved up, if you are looking to use it to buy... who is doing this to you, sir? Tell me. What are you using? Demonic. Okay, interesting. Let me get rid of these stacks. You forgot food. He doesn't even have food. Be a bit careful with the Flame Walker. Obviously, I want to fight the Flame Walker later, but I need to kill this guy first. Yeah. Why didn't he bring food? Bring food to Mists. And now, tier 8. I mean, I don't think... This is much more annoying than it is for the Daybreaker. I only have one potion, but let's see if he wants to fight. He has the weird Q, so I have to fight from a distance against him. But you saw, this is an example. I was telling earlier, like, some weapons, if you are guaranteed to always dismount every rat, that's like a 1 minus point. This was a bit of an example for Spear. I was able to kill the guy without, you know, forcing these guys to get dismounted. Okay, with that Q, I think I just play from a distance until he gets tired of fighting me, essentially. That's a lot of damage. Yeah, I fought against this Q before. Am I not overcharged? Okay. Yeah, this Q is just ridiculous damage. He still has 2 potions. And he hit that. Okay, GG. Well, he's on Demon Boot, so I can kind of reset for now. Although his E will be ready, but... It's too bad that this Q cannot be reflected. That would be the trade-off for him doing ridiculous damage, if I could at least reflect it, you know? Let's try. Let's try to reflect his other spells. He also still has Cultist Robe, Guardian Helmet. Yeah, this should be pretty impossible. He's playing on Snapper, though. Interesting playstyle. Feel like he's not as amazing as, like, considering how much money he puts into it, he's gonna suffer if there's more than one person. But hey, you know, can't. Maybe he's thinking about other things. And he does have cultist rope, so if he kills me and survives on 50% HP, he can still cultist up against whoever is next. But yeah, that's interesting. I've seen quite a few Flamewalkers, by the way, thanks for following. Onsk and XK Kada. I've seen quite a few Flamewalkers use this Q recently. Maybe it's the same guy, just playing different builds, but I've seen this several times. And I'm curious, because it does indeed some crazy damage, yeah? Like, I cannot stand in it at all. But still, I'm kind of curious, like, is this really a good idea? Everyone here is cheap except for the Flamewalker. And I have a Purge for his boots. So if I can somehow rally everyone to fight the Flamewalker, we can probably... I can Purge his boots and we can probably kill him together. Hello everyone, what's happening to mists? Well, mists are just full of people because there's fewer mists created, you know, and you can constantly, like this guy has also seen me before. You know, he's saying again, I find you. I mean, it's gonna happen a lot now. It's the new mist setup. Yeah, on Wednesday. Yeah, I think Froggy's right. I think they announced the patch is gonna be on Wednesday. So if you are worried about your, if you're worried about your, I mean, it's not gonna be a 1v1, but let's take spin, whatever. It's not a good idea in general, but let's have some fun. At least I don't get fully destroyed by the bow there. I don't know about the Flamewalker. Against Flamewalker, also spin is okay. If he comes towards me, then we can fight him here. I don't think he will, though. We'll see. The problem is that close range, regular bow destroys me. And long range, I only have W, yeah? So if I change to deflect, I cannot... I don't have damage from long range, yeah? Because now I don't have my Impaler, essentially. Annoying. And of course, one time he sees that I'm deflecting, now he can also, you know, kind of predict it a little bit. He still has Gigpot, but I have one healing potion as well. This is like a corrupted build that he's playing. If I cannot commit... Actually, like, deflect is definitely a better choice here, because I cannot commit anyway. If I commit, he will have Gig, he will have unpurgeable Hunterhood, yeah, so... I'm dead there anyway. But okay, let's try it. This whole time, even though my W sucks for multi-way, this whole time I am kind of ready if someone attacks, yeah? Only one potion, but he doesn't have any potions now. So if I wait for my Inferno, I can turn around and fight him, actually. He only has Cleric now. You can see, that's why bow would have been very, very strong 8-tier weapon if it was a week ago, because in 1v1 fights, it's crazy. His Q is better than my W. More damage, more range. And he will just boots and catch me. I'm probably dead. I should have committed there for the E, I think. We'll see though. I got some separation. But anyway, this whole time, while he is amazing at 1v1, this whole time, I am in a better position if people come, yeah? Like if... Why is he... Oh, he's an Avalonian stew, okay. Then I am just mounting. I have no choice but to mount here. Okay. So he's reliant only on boots for mobility. I didn't realize he was on stew. That's why also before he gained HP. This whole time, even though I don't have the best spells for it, I'm a bit safer, yeah? Like he's better for 1v1s, much better, but I am better for managing all the other people in this fight. Is his cape ready? Yeah, he is. At least he learned now that he has to boots far away from me, yeah? Now maybe? Oof, okay. Survived long enough. Long enough for my next T. Okay, okay. Try hard. I need to try hard more and less run into just situations just to see what happens. This was try hard, dancing around with him. He did get another gig pot in the end. I thought I also have the advantage that he won't still have a potion, but this went on long enough where he got a gig pot. I just got impatient. Yeah, that's the opposite of what I did. Like, exactly. I was focusing on being patient this time to see how it works. To see what happens. But this whole time still, like, the bow is very much susceptible to being ratted because all it takes is one perch and the bow is dead. But I am also kind of susceptible to being ratted. Like, I am a bit better because I have a dash, so I can dash and then boots. But I'm not on Invis. I am not on Impaler even. Or triple, so essentially, you know, if a rat comes, we are both maybe in trouble. Psychological war. Yeah, sort of, yeah. You're right. Hello. Can I chase you? Can I try to kill you? Wait, sir, wait. I need stacks. No, without stacks I cannot dismount him. Okay, no point. Not that I would catch him anyway, probably, but who knows. More access. Thanks for the questions. Super helpful. Last one now. Doesn't have to be last one. Like, discussions, keep in mind. Yes, of course. If you are asking, like, very specific personal stuff, sure, yeah, it's your question. But a lot of the questions you might have about the game, since I'm happy to answer, you know, sometimes like general questions won't talk about, but this goes for everyone. A lot of questions about the game are useful for everyone else also. So it's not just like you taking up, you know, attention or time or something. No, it is actually fun for me to think about, obviously, hopefully useful for you, and also good for others. And sometimes, some questions I also learn from, because it has happened several times that, for example, someone asks something and Hamster or Onisim or someone who has more experience in the game than me knows like some more specific mechanics or something that I also learn from. So asking questions about the game, you don't have to apologize, yeah? So, Morex asked, what do you think would pair well with Deathgivers in 2v2 Mists? My friend plays Frost. Would that work? So, not really. I don't think Frost is very good for duo Mists because you want to have quick damage. You don't want to have slow damage over time. It's very nice that it's very nice to have melee weapon and ranged weapon, but first of all, your friend will have to use probably W Frost Lance. If he's trying to kite and you are Deathgivers, you are in your enemy's face, you're essentially like many of the fights. You're not going to have enough damage to kill your enemy faster. You are going to die first. Your friend is just going to survive because he's blinking away, he's keeping his distance, and you are just going to die. And you lose the fight the moment you die, usually. So I think it's better to have a ranged damage dealer. Deathgivers are probably best with healer, but even if you just have 2 DPS, if your friend was playing something like Bow of Badon or something like that, I feel like it would be better. But Frost is also, it's okay. It's not bad. You just have to be very careful, and it's very unlikely that you're ever gonna kill any healers, yeah, because you don't have the type of burst damage to threaten healers when one of you is Frost. When Death Givers, yeah, you do a lot of damage. But you can't like you can't focus down and suddenly like take your enemy healer from close, like from, I don't know, let's say 70 or 60% HP to 0, yeah? Like that's often the case for a lot of duos, that you just can't fight healers, so it shouldn't discourage you, but that's just something to keep in mind. Your enemies will be, many of your duos will, enemy duos will be able to focus down one of you before you are able to kill one of them. Like, for example, I was playing with my friend Heron Spear plus Light Crossbow. That's a lot of damage. That's good. Like, there's CC with stun. If you were 2v2ing against you, your friend Frost might be safe if he's on W blink, but then we just kill you way before you guys kill us, yeah, or anyone of us. As in just a random example. But look, I didn't even want to snipe you and just got random encounter in chest. Shows how small mists gotten. Yes, Teruk, yeah, you're right. It is. You are right. I have no doubts that it is much easier to get into a point. Like, it is very, very, very easy to get into the same mist with the same person. Just that it happened with you and me like 3 times or however many times we saw, doesn't actually prove anything, yeah, because, you know, it will happen to some people anyway, a couple times. It's a bit like a coincidence, but overall, I do agree, yeah. There's a lot of people that I've seen more than one. Based on builds, I can say that I've seen the same person 4 times in a day, 5 times. Morak says he plays Battle Bracers gloves. Would that work with Death Givers then? Interesting. Interesting. I mean, Fists of Avalon kind of could. Fists of Avalon is the one, is a weapon that could burst down an enemy and even has a very nice purge for healer. So I feel like that would work. Double melee is a bit weaker always because, you know, you eat a lot of AoE spells from your enemies. But it doesn't mean that double melee you should 100% always avoid. That it can never happen, yeah? You just have to play a bit smart and try not to... When you are fighting against something that you know has big AoE damage, just try not to eat too much of it together. But you can still play double melee for sure. With fists could work. Battle Bracers seem okay. Battle Bracers are also a bit kitey, but they do have a burst. Battle Bracers they can at least swap their spells, yeah? So Battle Bracers can play a little bit on triple kick in order to survive, but then when you go into an actual 2v2 fight, your friend can swap to like Devastating Combo, and you can do a lot of burst damage that way, even potentially killing some healers, but you might need a Purge or a Stalker Hood or something. If the healer doesn't die too fast. Cultist Cowl is annoying, but... And also Assassin Shoes. But I hope he fights me. I don't know. I'm already on Snapper, so might as well. No, he's not fighting me. Cultist Cowl with Carbing. With Blade Cycle and Cultist Cowl, this guy just wants to brawl. And he has Assassin Shoes also, so that combo makes sense. He doesn't want to kite, he doesn't want to be kited, he just wants to Assassin Shoes on top of their enemy and then just stay there until the enemy is dead. And he has also the E, so if he Cultist Cowls on top of me, he's gonna Q W. The moment I E out, he's gonna E after me. That's his plan. It should be a pretty difficult fight, but I would like to try it. I'm surprised that he's not interested in fighting me. Because I feel like I'm exactly the kind of guy he would like to fight. Because if I mess up there at the beginning, I can be free money for him. Okay, let's dismount and just run around. Big Boy says that could potentially work if one of you has Purge and one of you has Stalker Hood. Holy shit. I agree with that 100%. Absolutely. It's like you're reading my mind, or you might have already answered that way before, to be honest, but... I would say Stalker Hood or Purge, but still. Because usually you will have it on your helmet, yeah, the Purge. But yeah, the thing with, like, usually you need a Purge to kill a healer. The one thing that has helped me and my friend when we played Duo Mists was to change to, oh, that's not good. Was to change to Stalker Hood, yeah? So at least the damage burst is, like, you can feel it. He should stun me here. I mean, you're not running away anyway, just stun me, brother. Oh shit, fists. Oh, I would like to fight fists. I'm in combat with fists anyway, so... Why isn't he stunning me, this guy, the Heron guy? I'll kill him anyway, but then I'll fight fists after that. Well, what's wrong now? What suddenly happened that you decided to run away like that? He's on triple kick. I already used my purge on his Inferno, so if he wants to get away, he will get away. I cannot catch a triple kick fists without a purge. He overcharged and he's still running. Okay. And he has a purge as well. Why didn't he purge me? This is a good fight for like Daybreaker counters fists, but Spear does not. I have to. It's a tricky fight for me. Really? Just because I still have E? He purged my Inferno, but then he still hasn't swapped his W. If he was using W, it would be completely a much more difficult fight. He's literally using all white build. Yeah, it looks cool actually. It looks beautiful. When I inspect him, right? This looks beautiful. Why am I walking after him this whole time? Like the start was not bad for him, right? It was not so bad that you have to full on reset, yeah? But he didn't E. Nice. Who is that guy? Oh, that's a decent tier guy as well. I'm not in combat with him, so if I start regenning, I know the fist died. Luckily, my damage went through at least. He cancelled my E with his E. Because I was under global cooldown. He cancelled my E with his E there, which sucks. Okay. I don't know if the fist died or not. I would have died if he hit me with the edge of his stun. Not stun, but root. I would have died there. I don't know which way they went. Too bad. Kind of fun, to be honest. It's difficult for me, but since he's on triple kick, it's so much easier, you know. Otherwise, he would just out damage me, and otherwise I have to kite him and be really cute about it. This way, I can kind of brawl and see what happens. But I mean, he's also his cape is higher AP, so that gives him a bit of a difference. But after overcharging, he also has an advantage in terms of gear. He got draft debuff too. Oh, he did. Okay, damn. Okay, I should have fought much more aggressively. I'm not used to that. Yeah. How do you fight the new light color mist build with full mobility? I feel like it's impossible to catch. The one time I actually fought it like against tier 7. I caught it one time in my Tomb Hammer E when he was in bird form, and he took so much damage. And then in terms of HP, I was winning, but I can't say I'm winning the fight because I don't know what would happen when he uses his spells properly. But he started walking away, and a rat caught him essentially. Like there was a rat that kept him in fight. Any decent build that can be viable in mist tier 6? No, overcharge. I have a whole video which is called Top 25 Weapons for Low IP Success. That is, like, the video is old, but the logic, I mean, not that old, it's like less than a year. But the logic applies. Like, low IP method has not changed a lot, because patches and stuff doesn't change low IP as much. Holy shit. The carving is also overcharged now. What is this guy doing with this, with these weapons, with these items? Here. He left, okay. Carving is gonna be really difficult to deal with. Because he's essentially like cosplaying like Assassin Shoes dual swords, but with the carving. So he's gonna shoes on top of me. His plan is to just go QW. I cannot match that damage. The moment I E out, he just E's after me. And then he's on top of me with his Cultist Cal, and I am just slowly losing, yeah? The brawl. I need to somehow use my boots to get an advantage. Okay, I kind of hope at least the one of them died. Probably the fists that he got caught and died, but I don't know. Because he was not. He was playing like he was doing the new mist thing, yeah. Like to fight me, he needs to swap to what's it called? To devastating combo. Instead, he chose to play it super carefully and stay on triple kick, which means that he wants to be safer from rats, but at the expense of not worrying about our fight. Oh man, there's so many juicy, potentially juicy people out there. Deathgivers wants to fight. I have a purge at least. Are they guys together or what? Wait, what? Where are you going? Are those guys actually together or what? They are together, right? They both came on Swift Close. They're trying to dismount on me together. And this guy, this Deathgivers, went towards his friend instead of running. Any obvious person would run away from the rat. No way. Who are you fighting? Never mind, they're not together. The Deathgivers actually run away. I'm gonna keep my purge. Nice, he's fighting. I'm gonna keep my... doesn't have frost shot. Okay. Next boots, I can catch him, and then the question is... He's in a fight. My purge for his E. He's on Invis Potion and Invis Jacket. Okay, they were not together. At all. The guy was trying to finish the Deathgivers. But why did the Deathgivers run towards him? That doesn't make sense. And who are you fighting? Man, this is Mists again. I'm glad I killed this guy. He's obviously more valuable than the Deathgivers. Oh, this guy just killed someone. Okay, let him be. This seemed like he was trying to bait me into his friend, but obviously it was not the case. But the fact that like when this guy started getting low, he ran towards the bow. Every normal person in that situation would try to get as far as possible away from the rat. I'm surprised. Okay. Happy Monday, Vic. Hope you have wonderful album time. Thank you, Fourfinger. Happy to have you. Yeah, Monday has been pretty good. I am slowly going to like getting to a point where I feel like these new mists are not that exciting for me anymore. We talked about weapons. We did the big tier listing, and it's clear that some weapons are benefiting and from this situation. Some weapons have lost, and mists are still fun overall. But I am less excited and more longing for good 1v1 fights. Shirka said F. Were you the Sky Strider? No way. This was not a PvP. Oh my god. And he also, I didn't even realize, he doesn't even have any specs. Okay, so this was actually like a free kill. I shouldn't even have to think about him. Too bad that Deathgivers ran away. Deathgivers could have been an interesting fight. Tier 7 overcharged with specs. Fourfinger says, could you maybe explain to us about the global cooldown? Thank you. The global cooldown just means that every time you use any sort of spell, then for half a second, everything is on cooldown. Look at my buttons here. Look at all my spells. I use Q, and look at my Inferno. You see? This is half a second. This prevents doing fast combos, pressing spells one after another quickly. This means that, for example, Chillhal wants to do E on you and then W away. It will never be able to do that, yeah? In between those two spells that the Chillhal is using, you always have time to use something of your own. It also means that very often, like in many situations, like with the Fists of Avalon, when we got ratted, he hit his E. I am ready. I know, obviously, that when I see him E-ing, I'm gonna E away through him, yeah? But since I just used my Q or W or something like that, or any spell I just used, for half a second, I cannot do anything. So what happens is that if you're something your enemy like has, and you really need to react to it, you might get screwed by the fact that even though you are you're mentally ready to react to the spell, your brain is ready, but your hands are ready, but it actually doesn't work because you will have global cooldown during that time. Okay, I just got like 1.5 mil for nothing. I mean, kind of for nothing. Yeah, I was fighting the Death Givers, but I'm glad I went for the bow though, because Death Givers definitely were not a priority there. Let's keep the invest spot because I can, if I really want to, I can kill some gatherers at least. Summer deep hydration. Oh, okay, nice. I need some sounds for that. I need to figure it out. I'm a bit lazy with this because usually I'm pretty good at noticing. But actually it's also nice that someone has to, you know, point out if I miss something. So, hydration on the stream, as you know, means that we all hydrate. So, as requested by Fourfinger, Mo, everybody, hydrate with me if you have water or anything. That's good. I've been talking for a while, and that water was necessary. Sometimes the force of habit. They changed it pretty recently that you don't need to select the correct mist every time. Sometimes the force of habit still makes me, you know, open the drop down and change what mist I'm going to. Thank you, Big Boy Whopper, for bringing up that I did miss the hydration. Although it was just a minute ago, 2 minutes ago. I didn't loot the previous guy. But he wasn't worth anything, yeah? Nah, it was whatever. The fists would have been fun to finish the fight. Because he did cancel my E with his E, which sucks, absolutely. But I still did the damage at least. If I didn't do the damage, the fight would just be over there. But I still did the damage, so it wasn't completely hopeless for me to keep brawling there. I have a preset for city having specific UI. Yeah, I have the same shortcuts, yeah. I also have that. When we go into the city and I don't want to have the background sound on stream, I also do that. Oh, somebody's fighting. Bow of Badon. Armor of Valor, Bow of Badon. Interesting. Tier 7 overcharged. Problem is, he's on Q1, so I'm not actually out brawling him the way I would like to, but let's try. I'm hoping he comes back. Surely I am not scary to a Bow of Badon like this. Have you tried Arclight Blasters, by the way? Bopper, yeah, but like it was like a month or 2 ago. I fell in love with them and I played them for a while. It was really, really fun. It was one of the weapons that made me so addicted to learning because it was much more difficult than just swapping between weapons regularly. Huh? It was instantly very, very interesting, and I loved playing it. After the update to Mists, no, I have not played Blastlers. He's not fighting me. He has Snapper already. Armor of Valor is good. I mean, it's not bad at least. I guess at least I can kill this guy. And now he wants to fight. Bro, I was trying to 1v1 you this whole time. I guess I'll go for that guy first. He's gonna go south, right? He's gonna go there towards the exit, probably. Never mind. His name is Love Spear. Well, that's ironic. Okay. I thought he was gonna go towards the exit, but I was still right that he turns around towards south somewhere. Hi, I just watched your video on low IP. Dual swords is still S tier. If you go for 4.1 for really low IP, yes, dual swords are still very, very, very good. What build? Regular build. You can try the assassin shoes shenanigans, but very regular build. You know, you can just buy a leather armor, merc jacket, or assassin. I'd suggest having a purge on your helmet, but if you're playing 4-1, probably don't want to have that. You probably want something cheaper. And then if you don't go assassin shoes dash, then you just go rejuvenating sprint. Smuggler's cape if you are higher tier, but for low tier, just without cape. Nothing special. You can play Hunter Hood or even Guardian Helmet if you want to be really cheap and really low. But the dual swords are still S tier for very low IP, yeah? Not for mists in general. Like we did today, we spent a lot of time talking about all weapons and put together a tier list. It will be on YouTube soon as well. That tier list that we did today is for mists in general, but primarily focused on the new mists, which are completely different from before, and the playing middling tiers. So tier 6, tier 7, tier 8. The low IP tier list is specifically if you go 4.1 or 4.2, and your focus is to be as cheap as possible while occasionally killing more expensive enemies. Shirka says Cleric Robe Dual Sword. I don't suggest that. If you're just starting out and you don't yet play a lot of Dual Swords or Mists or PvP in general, I suggest not playing Cloth Armor Dual Swords at the beginning, but later expanding into that once you already have more, like you already have experience with the playstyle and PvP in Mists. Ismail says I went into two legendary Greater Mists and I didn't see anyone. What do you think about it? Maybe Greater Mists are getting less crowded? I don't know, haven't been to one. Maybe let's try an Abbey today, actually. I haven't tried any Abbeys, because last stream, Abbeys were completely empty. This is tier 7, never mind. Tier 6 I would maybe try, just to see if there's people. I don't know, Ismail, I haven't been to Duo Mists, or Greater Mists, after the update. Maybe. I mean, Legendary Mists, I'm not also sure. The enchantments are also weird. I've heard different reports about Enchanted Mists. I've heard people say that they feel like there's a lot more happening there, so they go there. I've also heard people say that Enchanted Mists feel empty still. Because they used to be... Enchanted Mists are usually for gatherers, or for people's... for gatherers or for people who just come from Roads of Avalon and don't really, are not fully PvP-centric anyway. Big Brother, missing your highlight videos on YouTube, maybe it's just me. By missing, you mean you don't get them suggested, or by missing, you mean like you wish I did more of them? Because I've done a couple videos after starting streaming, but really not many. Like the Poglog one and someone here. Oh. Very interesting. Q1. Let's try the spin to win logic. Let's try. Q1 with book. Gonna suck to fight this close range. This tier 8 now. Will you fight me, sir, or not? I'm gonna change my food, because this one is running out, I need new food. Will you fight? Will you fight? What is the last update? Kipi, there's a couple things that changed last Tuesday. And one of the biggest ones is that there are a lot fewer mists, so more people in every mist. So mists are just constantly full of action. There's constantly people, but that means that it's very difficult to get a 1v1 fight, because there are a lot more people around you who want to participate. But it also means that you don't have to run around for 20 minutes looking for some PvP. Fights happen much more often. But most of the fights are multi-way, between many people with rats, or just people hanging around like an objective or something like that. Where is this fire stuff? I want to fight the Flame Walker. Ooh, okay. It is getting pretty tired as well. I can feel it. It's been 6.5 hours. Okay. Not yet the philosophical part of the stream, but... yeah, I guess I'll fight you then, if the other guy doesn't want to. I have the wrong W for this, so probably I won't catch you. Wait. I don't have Impaler, so I won't catch him anyway. I'm still in the other W because I really want the tier 8 guy to fight me. This guy came back? What? You want to try this or what? I can E to dismount him, no problem. Okay. What is this? Cursed Beam? Are you sure? I mean, Brave Soldier wants to try this fight, but why are you on Cursed Beam, my friend? I can fight this on Reflect, I think. Remove his boots. A very brave soldier. Not bad. Not bad. Respect. At least 4.2s are trying. Tier 6s at least are fighting. Okay, I guess the Flame Walker is not coming back, so I'm gonna change back to Impaler. For situations like this, don't really need to lose HP up against 4.2 normally, but I was really hoping that maybe Flame Walker is still somewhere. So because against that Flame Walker build, I think I have to play Reflect. But this is a good idea. Even weakened wisps haven't been taken. I just had them for free. Yeah, I've been doing that as well for a while today. I don't know why people don't care about the turbulence anymore. They don't give that much anyway, but I wanted them for the because I am gathering favor. But I'm gonna have to spend it because they are making favor chests more expensive. But I have 1 million favor right now for today and tomorrow. Tomorrow I will spend it. So yeah, I want favor to buy those chests to make a big chest opening. Otherwise, I would also not even care about turbulence, honestly. Auto fire, yeah, okay. He's on regular boots, okay. Do I go Invis, actually? Let's go Invis. Invis, if he just eases me from far, Invis can be really nice. Oh, you need to cancel that. He needs to cancel his Q. Nice. That's correct. I am on heal still, which kind of sucks for this. I just need to never let him on top of me, you know? Then I'm fine. He still has Cleric from his defensives. No, okay. Well, now I'm dead. Maybe not. Have another potion. Nice, good job. He used boots to get on top of me. That's awesome. Now I'm not really worried though. I just need to dodge the silence. Everything else is fine. Oof, okay, close. I purged his Martlock cape so that I don't have to play this fight for too long. If I get hit by silence, I might be in trouble. Ooh, we have a tier. And I don't want him... Like, I want him to get stuff, but the wisps are actually an objective for me. The turbulent wisps. Okay, whatever. He gets it. Nice. He did a good job, this guy. Using his boots to get on top of me like that, quickly. That's the way he kind of had to play. I think that was well played. He didn't Cleric before because I'm silenced anyway. So that kind of makes sense. But the fact that he didn't Cleric means that the moment silence wears off, so I was ready to reflect some of it back also. Oh, this guy's back. This is the guy who played for 2 months without dying. I've talked about the French streamer at some point. The person who... Originally, I had like some bad sentiment because, you know, I don't like people who play super safely. Because, you know, if we all play like that, the game would die. You know that. I've talked about that many times. So there was a guy playing 8.3, 8.4 double-bladed, mostly. Sometimes double-bloodletter, but usually just double-bladed. Who was like, he wasn't even fighting 300 IP difference, yeah? Like, if anyone was fighting back, like, if he was 8.4, if there's like 300, 400 IP guy, lower guy, was fighting back, he wouldn't take the fight, yeah? Like, he would absolutely only want a free kill and not, like, zero risk at all. So I had kind of bad feelings about that. I realized this guy is actually streaming, you know, French, so I watched the stream a bit. And one thing that was really, like, made him think good things about him. First of all, it doesn't seem like it's an RMT, it seems like he actually enjoys it, yeah, which is interesting. But secondly, he said, like, he was very upfront and open. He wasn't trying to, like, appear as, like, an amazing player because, you know, he doesn't die, because he, as I said, he was avoiding, like, 300 IP difference fights. He wasn't even trying. The moment the enemy fought back, he was like, okay, I'm just gonna go away and live, yeah? But then when he was talking about himself and this playstyle and so on, he kind of said he was very down to earth and kind of saying like, you know, like he doesn't think he has very good PvP skills. So like he wasn't like saying like, oh, since I kill, I'm so good. Yeah, he was saying the opposite. He was like being very self-aware, saying that he doesn't think he's very good at PvP, or at least he thinks like he's average at PvP, yeah, or maybe something like that. Like in proper fair fights, like that he's become really good at, you know, using the build that he's using and surviving. And he literally didn't die for months and playing almost every day, you know, which is very interesting. But I think he stopped playing at some point. I don't know. I just saw him there. So at least one of the double-bladed players is back. One of the potentially like legit double-bladers, yeah, not who are trying to RNT, but who actually enjoy the playstyle. For sleep broadcasters, one invis just counters the whole build. Yeah, but I can't invis when I'm silenced then though. But Undead Cape counters the whole build, yeah. This is the easiest way to fight it for me, at least. Yeah. Absolutely. Well, I have... Whenever he E's, if he's not on Cleric Robe, I have cancel with my E against his E. And whether he's on Cleric Robe or not, whenever I go invis, if he's Eing me, if I can go invis, yeah. That's essentially like an interrupt, yeah. Like it will stop his E, absolutely. But if I get silenced, I can't, yeah. Big Boy Popper says, Respot increases your CC resist, but does it work while you are CC'd? Like, if you get CC'd and then use Respot, will it reduce the CC currently affecting you? I hope not, but I don't know. That's a very niche situation, I have no idea. You cannot use Respot when you are stunned, right? What you're talking about is just silence, I guess. Yeah. You can use Invispot when you're silenced. Yep, you can use any. You can also use Gigpot. If I had Gigpot swap, I would swap to Gigpot potentially and just Gigpot when I'm silenced, yeah. But your question, Whopper, that is super niche question that doesn't strike me as super relevant for a lot of situations. Like that's specifically about silence, yeah? If you're stunned, there are some spells like Cleanse that removes the stun from you. But when you're stunned, you cannot actually drink a potion, or when you are polymorphed by a shapeshifter. I think at some, like this week, I think I will take 2 days at least for depths, I think. I think it makes sense to go try depths again. Especially with the whole debate around depths loot and the whole question of is it overtuned, is it like what is it like? What is it like in to compare depths to lethal content? Because people have different opinions. Some people say that it's crazy, like it's ridiculous how much money you can make without risking any items. But then some other people say, there's a counter argument that, you know, that crazy is just based on if you look at how much streamers or, you know, like people who play the whole day are making. But an average person playing depths is not going to make crazy money because you can still very often die. So I should probably try to play depths and see, at least to have some input to see is it still crazy profitable. Like my experience the first week of depths, it was very profitable, but that was also because people didn't know what to do yet. Killer says it doesn't reduce the duration of CC. What do you mean? We're talking about Respot. Respot does reduce CC, of course. Or what do you mean? It would really help for the Toxic Grail Seeker one-shot combo in CDs. What do you mean? Oh, you mean when the Grail Seeker silences you, so that you could still, like, what would happen? Ah, okay, interesting. Let's go. Let's go, sir. If you want to fight, let's try. I have no idea how this fight goes. I need to try it. He's on Omelette and Tether, so I guess I'm going for him. This is my first experience with like same tier light color. Is he actually just gonna full run away from this? Even though I purged his boots, he can actually just full run. That sucks. No way. I can catch up, right? He can actually just full run. Kill him, curse. This guy is very valuable. Well, kind of valuable. This is my first experience. I might actually decide to put light color in like good tier. I mean, it was already in a decent tier, in my opinion. But this is my first experience. He just got full on got away from me. Very interesting. And this is full spec guy. Is that his plan? Like, he can always run? Now I don't have cape and he has. Lendo says almost unwatchable. Uncatchable, yeah? Yeah. Interesting. I mean, he has IP advantage and looks like he played this build before, and you see how difficult it was for him to actually win the fight still. And I'm not even on Snapper. But it is dependent on the mobs, yeah? He got away because he constantly found mobs to tether to. Like, it's not that easy. It's not free run away for him. Easy. The easiest kill of my life. He was waiting for my E. I had to push it to the limit because I hope it's clear to everyone. The moment I E, I have 2 seconds to live, yeah? Because after I E, he does his big circle of giga damage and that's it. But he was not able to kite me properly. I was constantly in range for my Qs as well. Interesting though. And this was just one potion, yeah? I had to play without cape. His cape was ready again, but mine was too long cooldown. Oh, is this tier 6? Let's go try a tier 6 Abbey. I haven't tried any today. Okay, this confirms my suspicion that the bird is definitely viable, but it's not like some amazing kills everyone type of build. But it's not enough. I need more experience to actually have a strong opinion about it, but it's fun that he got away. I actually kind of enjoyed the fact that he got away the first time, that there's at least one shapeshifter that seems like one shapeshifting build that seems to be kind of okay for the current mist setup. Oh wait, 11 minutes. Is that enough for an Abbey? I don't think it's gonna be enough. Okay, I have to see. It's already double overcharge, so I cannot overcharge anymore. I might have to leave this Abbey before the end. This build is also super good in CDs. It's got 82% win rate in high Slayer. That's just one guy though, Bopper, right? I don't know about server. Only you, there was just one guy playing it, and that was like a while ago. He stopped also at some point. Like, the percentage win rate, be careful with that, yeah. I think it's okay, but it's not super good, yeah. Like, I saw one time when Beburi, you know, who is like on EU, and he used to play on an A also, just Corrupted. He has like years and thousands of hours of experience just playing Corrupted. Like last week or so, I watched him talk about different weapons and what he thinks is the best, and I think I don't remember, but I think Light Color was somewhere there, but it was definitely not like near the top, yeah, it was just okay. I don't remember exactly. I mean, I'm not saying he's right about anything, but everything, but he's definitely a better person to judge this than you and I probably are. And I know one guy who played a lot of Light Color in Corrupted, but that was just one guy who played 8.3 Light Color, 6483, or even 7483 for a long time. And he was, I think, dodging a lot of other top players, of course. Ismail says, yesterday I played... Wait, no. That was not yesterday, what? Wait. I read it wrong. I started reading an imaginary message. Ismail said in YouTube chat, I played Depth recently. Oh, not yesterday, recently. The loot is crazy, but I usually die 6 times in my 7 attempts, so it's not very profitable. Oh, okay. But I mean, you don't lose items at least, and the repair costs are easy, okay. And you're saying maybe with your experience you make good amount of money, because loot really is crazy. That was my experience, yeah, I think loot is crazy. I played it the first week when it came out. It was very, very good loot. But it was much easier the first week because people didn't know what they're doing, yeah. Even like basic concepts with like focusing on getting as many stacks as you can A lot of people didn't know about that, because if people don't know about Nightfall Abbeys, they might not think that stacks matter. But yeah, I need to somehow... I want to play depths to try out how profitable they are, but I also need to do something. I need to kind of like... I need to play them in a way where people won't later say, yeah, of course you made that much money, you know, because you already play PvP for so long. But average person is gonna make almost nothing or stuff like that. Yeah, I need to... I want to find out how much is kind of expected depths loot for a person who does die a lot. Maybe I should try to die a lot as well. We'll see. Also need to figure out the build. My nose is really itchy. Oh, I don't know why. Okay, but the light color thing, actually, it makes me happy that he got that he has mobility to get away. So it means that there is an interesting new build that is actually viable, not just for 8.4, but actually for a normal person also. But I'm also happy that I beat it, because it makes me also think that, okay, at least this weapon is... it can be pretty beatable if you are able to just stand and brawl it. I was close. It was very close though. But keep in mind, I only had one potion, yeah, so... Normally that fight would be more in my favor, because I would be able to drink 2 healing potions. And this guy had full specs as well. Right, so it's not someone just trying a new build. He put already 120 in his light column. 1 fucking 20. That's a lot. I ended up not purging anything. I could have maybe purged his boots if he started running away. But the way the fight went, turns out I didn't need my purge. Maybe I could have purged his jacket. Maybe that's not crazy. I think he also... one mistake he made is that he was constantly in his bird form. So I was doing a lot more damage. So I think that's what also in the end worked. Okay, here's the chest. The chest is not available, and I have 6 minutes. Yeah, he's gonna be... I'm cutting it a bit too close. I'm probably gonna have to remove my items, and then try see if everything survives, or maybe I can replace some items with other things in my inventory. Hotap says... First of all, a lot of spears, nice. Hotap says, I mean, royal boots, basic mobility and weapon, plus omelette, easy escape unless you're really unlucky to run in another pop, which is rare. Royal boots in depths. I heard that most people are using the, what they're called, sandals that hover. You said that you were able to level up frosts. Oh, okay, so you were just looking at faming, yeah? Okay, interesting. Royal, like, when I think about soloing depths, I definitely do not think about royal boots, because I imagine that I need to be more agile and not just run away and run around, but to be like quickly able to react and run in different directions. How long? Okay, I have about 1 minute. I have 40 seconds after the chest. So I can go contest the chest, but if a fight breaks out when the chest is opening, my items, I might lose my items. I mean, I might just, you know, my items will trash and I will die. Yo, Vic, what passives use in chest and shoes? Right now, I use cooldown reduction here and damage here. Because my cooldown reduction is pretty good. It's like 18%. I'm kind of aiming for about 20% cooldown reduction. Maybe just slightly less, like I am right now. Something like that. This for one-handed spear, yeah? I just feel like one-handed spear right now really benefits more from cooldown reduction. Because to be successful, you need to kite a lot more than you used to. And of course, cooldown reduction is also a bit more valuable in multi-way situations. If I have to run away from a rat or catch someone, so on. Big Boy says, damn, there's an Arclight Blasters build that has 98%. Surely that's just 1 or 2 good players. Yeah. Arclight Blasters is S tier, for sure. S tier corrupted weapon. So that's not only one person, but then like, the percentage win rate is... It's whatever. Like, you cannot look at numbers for Albion and get good information out of it. It's very difficult to like narrow down statistics. There's not enough people to produce valuable information like that. I mean, a big part of it is Hamster, yeah? Hamster is just one of the best corrupted players, and he is playing Arclight Blasters. That's his thing, yeah? But other people have also played, like, there was another guy that changed to that. Oh, is he red buff? He's red buff, yeah. But he was running away from someone, right? Like, he has big build advantage, but We fight now or we don't fight at all. I have 9 more stacks. He's running away. He has big build advantage, but I have 9 more stacks, yeah. What I want to say. Cultist Call, very good against me. Daybreaker, very good against me. Okay. He must have seen someone scarier than me, right? There's like a monster behind me. Okay, 2:35, and I have exactly 1 minute of overcharge after the chest is over. After the chest opens, and I didn't find the red buff right now. You outrun Sandals of Purity easily while you run. Yeah, but if the moment someone is next to you with a purge, that's it. You cannot instantly charge up your... While you're charging up your boots, your Royal March will be purged and GG. Most people just ignore surroundings. I ratted so many solos without even using boots to approach. Oh, okay. So that's also part of it. It's not just... You're not just trying to kill mobs, but you're running around and seeing people in unfortunate situations. Okay, interesting. I don't like royal boots. When I think about depths, I don't like the idea of playing royal boots. I would rather play those hover sandals or just regular boots. But I think that's more just my style, because I want to be able to instantly be fast when I need to. But it's interesting. If you're saying that you even get kills, I mean, people are risking less, so they're less focused, and it might be that you do indeed run into some people not ready at all for you. The chest is in the worst possible place for me, for someone who will have their overcharge end. Please tell me it's not somebody who went in this. Ah, it's a wildfire. For someone who has their overcharge end 1 minute after the chest, and that's gonna be an annoyingly long fight. Okay. Okay, I removed my stuff. Wait, never mind, there's another guy. It's extreme. Okay, I remove my stuff and see what happens. Hopefully I don't run into yet another person. Okay. Okay, everything survived. But now this is even lower tier than I would normally be, yeah? Because it's broken to 40% durability now. So I'm essentially like tier 6 now, yeah? I need to keep that in mind. I can rat the fight, but I cannot fight the Daybreaker, for example. Because I went from tier 8 to tier 6. I was overcharged tier 7, so tier 8 equivalent, and now I am completely under durable tier 7, so now I'm tier 6 equivalent. How much for my... Okay, my buff might be ending, but I have 13 stacks. I need to somehow rat and kill the Daybreaker. My bad. I should not have gone into Abbey when I have only 11 minutes on my buff. I guess they're fighting if they're not here. Okay, let's go check it out. Just me, a little tier 6 equivalent spear. They both saw me, so they at least are aware that I'm somewhere here. Okay, someone drank a potion. Oh, nice. You're 6 equivalent, remember, so I'm much weaker than it seems. I'm gonna die. The wildfire gets everything, but... Okay, I got the last hit at least. Maybe I'm not gonna die. He can loot, yeah? He can probably loot. Yeah. Even if he can't loot, he's never leaving that body without me. I eat just for mobility, that was kind of iffy. But I had to keep myself on top of him. Interesting that he chose to play that on deflect. That's another thing. If he was not on deflect, he would not have... Oh, he could... Wait, did he loot or not? Oh yeah, the money is just for the last hit. Yeah, but he actually looted. Yeah, he looted. Of course he did. Maybe I should have tried, but I was on the other side of the pillar. If I killed him close range, maybe I could have tried to take the loot. Well, at least I got 16,000 from silver. Not amazing. Okay, I need to go and repair these items. Would be much better if I still had overcharge. I could not lose that much HP, so I could maybe loot and get away, because the wildfire used his E, so he's a bit less scary, but he still has boots, yeah. Is 100 spear better in mists after mist changes? Yes, spoken, yeah. It is better, because 100 spear is really good at managing fights when there's more people. It's being successful in fights when you're being ratted, you are the rat, there's just 4 people on your screen who don't know who to fight and how. 100 spear is good at that. It's a bit worse in 1v1 fights than a lot of the other meta weapons, like Daybreaker, for example, but it makes up for being worse at 1v1 fights by being better at managing a crazy multi-way situation. This I will remember. This is my first straight-up kill against Lightcaller, yeah? I've killed Lightcallers, but it's always been with the help of a rat at some point. Or one time the server disconnected and the Lightcaller died to mobs, so I just executed him. In my defense, that situation, Lightcaller was the rat, yeah? But this is the first, like, straight-up, full-on 1v1 fight, nothing else, I think. At least from recent history. I need new overcharge. What about Daybreaker? Daybreaker is still very good in my opinion, but I don't think it's as amazing anymore as it used to be. Like Daybreaker is slowly going down. More and if the chaos remains, more and more other builds are going to be played that are really good at handling chaos. I feel like Daybreaker is losing. The more 1v1 fights you have, the better Daybreaker is. If it was only 1v1 fights, Daybreaker would be S tier, no doubt. Yeah, if it's 1v1 fights in a mobility setting, so mists, Daybreaker will be S tier. But the fewer 1v1 fights there are, the more there's everything else, the more Daybreaker slowly... Oh, I need overcharge. Slowly loses. About purgeable royals, well-timed phase scale plus tornado pot give you enough time to march. Yeah, I understand. I just... You know, it's a satisfaction, Hot Tub. It's like... I'm sure you feel it also on some level. It's always a satisfaction to be kind of constantly ready, you know, to... Whenever you click something, stuff happens, yeah? That's also why 100 Spear E is so satisfying to use comparing to, for example, Daybreaker, yeah? You don't have to wait, it's like instantly you are like dashed in. Playing Bloodletter can be satisfying because you're dash, you know, you have some stuff to click all the time. I feel better in a fight where I can constantly react to stuff, and that's why I like boots that happen right away. But I understand that like there are redeeming factors, but I still feel like it just feels good. Because then I can, the moment I decide now is my time to stop being at a bigger distance, to go get closer, instantly I boots and I'm getting closer. The moment I decide, holy shit, I want to get away, I click boots, I'm getting away. Yeah, I can use it more, like, I don't know. The lag between my decision and what I see on screen is like lower. I'm not saying royal boots are just bad in general, I also use them with some builds, but yeah. Onesim says, great nature is satisfying too. Well, not in that way. Great nature is satisfying with the clip that you showed like a month ago. You know, when you have a bunch of people attacking your E, that's satisfying, yeah. Instant E? Okay. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to say great nature is not satisfying because I don't have the experience. Remember, wait, who are you? Battle Axe. Are you alone, sir? Okay, let's see what happens. Let's change to Invest also. Since I don't know what's up, what awaits me, what is the adventure of this chest? Remember when it was 1 sec last time? So now it's instant, okay. Help me guys, help me guys. Help me against the 8.3. Stop running around mounted, guys. There's an 8.3 who's lost already 1 bar of HP, come on. All of these guys, we could be splitting 30 mil right now. You see, there's another guy who is worthy. This guy is valuable at least to some extent. Oh, this is the assassin shoes. This might be the person I fought like last stream. This guy is gonna have trouble with threats. Come on. The only guy... Now you dismount. If he dismounted now, really? Really, bro? Not to fight the 8.3, but to open the green chest? You don't dismount to fight 8.3. You dismount because, God forbid, somebody else opens the green chest. Bro, the carving is on my nerves already because he's looking at me like he wants to go attack the 8.3, bro. I am dismounted and I'm helping. There we go. Finally. I don't think that's the 8.3 though. Is anyone here worth anything other... Like, don't fight each other. Fight the high IPs together. Come on. This guy didn't even get in his face. No, you are not my friend, Death Givers. No, don't wiggle your butt here. Oh, goodness. Man, if you somehow actually make Great Nature work in Mists, I will be not just positively surprised. I will be happy inside. I love it when non-traditional builds are successful. But unfortunately, right now, inevitably, you are not gonna handle all this. Like, Great Nature in the middle of this is you're just at the mercy of other people not wanting you dead, yeah? These guys failed me. You failed me, guys, all of you together. Because when I started, when 8.3 dismounted and attacked me and I'm fighting him, the moment you see that, if you're one of the horse guys, the moment you see tier 7 fighting back, you go to the edge of your screen, dismount and come help. That's what I would do, obviously, you know. If I run into a situation where someone fighting back against 8.3, if I have any belief that this person will at least do some damage and not just instantly die, you have to help. And we fight them together. And I even have a purge, which means that I am a very good team partner if someone wants to help me, because I will remove their boots potential. Ooh, okay. What? There are two guys with 4 spells. Holy shit, why? Why are there two guys with the exactly same 4 spells bracers build? Is this a thing now? Is this a thing somehow? Oh, haven't seen a Frost for a while. He's on demon boots. This is confusing to me, but neither of them is trying to fight me for some reason. Okay, the Frost is trying to fight me. Let's go. Do I need Harpoon for this? I don't know. We'll find out. Let's go. Let's try Harpoon and see if it works. It sucks against more people, but I think I'll be fine. Okay, we do the same dance again until it starts in a way where we can actually stay on top of each other. I can wait for my Inferno, if he's playing like that from far. Not saying he's doing something wrong, but he's an omelet also, so he has to be a bit more careful than normally. He messed up now. No, I also messed up there. We both used one potion, so it's kind of fine that it's starting like this. But if I purchase boots, obviously the fight is a million times better there. Everything is the same, except I am a lot happier with the start of the fight. Ah, I can't catch him because of demon boots. Man, demon boots are getting on my nerves still a little bit. They're not as crazy, but Oh, Anasim requested the build. Nice. After this, we'll play that. I have to use... If he's staying so far, I have to use 2 spells just to get close. That's annoying, yeah? Like, it's okay if I have to use 1 spell, of course. Of course, it's my job to get close. But if every time I have to use 2 spells just to start the fight... I think that's it. He's still running away, by the way. Am I overcharged? No, I'm not. Okay, so I'll finish this fight and then we will play Nassim's build. He doesn't have specs though. Interesting. How is the IP so comparable between us? If he has, maybe he has specs in other Frost Fs or what? Like, why am I only a little bit higher if I have full specs and he doesn't even have 25 mark on his one-handed Frost? Okay, if you want to fight, you have to let me on. You have to let me close enough to where I at least have harpoon. Yeah. You must understand that. If you want fight, okay, never mind. He's close. Is it now good? I wait for harpoon and then turn into him. Like, I need to lose some HP before he starts actually, you know, moving towards me. Okay, let's play Onassim's build. This is a waste of time, unfortunately. He has diamond specs in every other Frost. I mean, that's the only kind of explanation. There's nothing obvious about, like, I understand he overcharged, but still, I'm kind of surprised that the IP is so close. Anyway, I don't have overcharge, so nothing to lose. Let's play Onassim's build. Onassim used points to request the build, and today is a perfect day to do that. So for half an hour, let's see what Onassim requested. Brian says, "Yo, what's up? How you doing?" I'm doing well. My brain is a bit tired. I've streamed longer days recently when I stream, and I feel like I feel it, you know. I feel it in my performance, but it's a happy Monday. I like Mondays, and we talked about a bunch of missed weapons, ranking them in a sort of tier list, which I will put on YouTube also. It will be a pretty long, but hopefully very useful video. So check it out if you're not there. I mean, not up yet, but then be ready for it. Okay, let's see what Onassim cooked up for me. Did you actually post your build? Onassim said, I'm gonna get dinner soon. Okay, hopefully you're here for that. Did you actually post the build? Morak said, I keep winning fights and dying to 1,100 people gunning for me after I can't escape. So frustrating. Yeah, that is the situation right now with Mists. That's why, Morax, I suggest that whatever is the tier you normally would like to play, go a bit lower this week. Because right now, it's a lot more... like, it's obvious. It's free-for-all deathmatch. You are gonna kill more, you're gonna die more. Accept that. So if you are normally playing tier 8, go tier 7 now. If you're playing tier 7, go tier 6. If you're playing 8.3, go 6.3 now for a while to adapt to this. Do you know what your streaming schedule is going to be for this month? Not exactly. I do know that Mondays will be off for sure. Okay, 95%. Probably it's gonna be Monday and Saturday off, and the rest streaming. Kind of want to do a variety day every second week, but I don't know about that. But it's looking like that, and I'm gonna start streaming probably a bit earlier on average. So instead of 3 o'clock my time, which is what today I started 2:30, so half an hour early, like before 3. But normally I will start like about 1 to 2 hours. Wait, no, about 0 to 1 hours after server reset. Onassim, my friend, did you post an actual build somewhere? I see a request. Let me see. Did Onassim actually... If someone else noticed, let me know. I'm guessing it's gonna be Great Nature, but I'm not sure. Check my ML. I'm looking at your messages. What is ML? Great Nature is fun. When are you trying my build? Oh wait, it was way before. Did I actually miss it? No, I didn't. Oh, murder. Oh, your build like that. Oh, okay. ML is Murder Ledger. I see. I'm just used to using what's it called? Killboard 1 for a while now. Okay, so we are gonna buy. Tell me potions and stuff as well while I do it. What time zone are you in? Well, let me see. Right now, my time is almost 10 p.m. So I'm like UTC +2, +3, something like that. We do switch to summertime, so that kind of messes up with my calculations a little bit. Okay, I'm looking from Onassim's Murder Ledger. We are using... Okay. Not Demon Helmet, but help me remember. Okay, I'm just... It's easier to look at. Hellion, yeah, of course. Hell, who? Probably this is good enough. I'm gonna buy Onasim's build in tier 7 and see how well it works for me. And Mage Rope. Nice, I love Mage Rope. This is good. So far. It was Mage Rope, right? Please tell me. No, it is Cleric. Wait, no, it's Mage Rope, yeah. Okay, all good. Then we have Assassin Shoes. Do you want me to use Assassin Shoes, the special thing? Oh, shit. That's not what I meant to do. Do you want me to use the dash, yeah? To actually die to every rat? And Great Nature. Nice. Okay. Historic moment. Never before seen. Me playing Great Nature. Like this. And I probably need this, yeah? But I don't have it. What's the passive I should use? Healing cast? No, thank you. Damage resistances, I guess. No cape on a sim. I'm tier 7, so you can also tell me to buy like a cape, and I'm guessing you're using poisons with this, probably. Your last kills don't have any poisons or anything. Oh yeah, okay, poison. Oh, Limhurst. I see. You had Limhurst before. Lim or Tetarava? Up to you or Smuggler. Do I need Limhurst Cape? Am I running out of energy or not? I don't want to go Limhurst Cape. I want something that helps me kill people as a, as a default. But I don't know if it's a good idea. I want to go like this, but I don't know. Wait, and food. What food are you using? And then it's ready. Your Great Nature has no specs. We can fix that. Where is Nature? I have some specs in regular Nature. I played it for a challenge. I'll kill a couple mobs and then I can put some more specs into it. I got you 7 hours a lot. Yeah. Sarayat says, that's crazy. You're half a day ahead of me. That's so cool. It's 12 p.m. for me in California. Yep, I am half a day ahead. Yep. I used to work with US customers. Like via the phone, like sales stuff, and I was more on top of that back then. Right now, I kind of forgot a bit, but then I had to know exactly when is California waking up, when is Seattle waking up. Is it because obviously we couldn't call someone who's sleeping, or when to expect calls from people. Sorry, I was half awake. I can explain if you have any questions. My question is, what food are you using with this? Am I just going for stew or? Wait, no, I'm not going. I'm going for omelette. Yeah, okay. Omelette. Pure Snapper, actually. Oh, shit. Okay, see, how good did I ask you? Not omelette, okay. You run out of energy long fights, 1vx, but I like Ava Cape or Tedford Cape for damage. Smuggler's Cape I don't really like, but you're used to it. And CDR passive on leather. Okay, yeah. Let's go. CDR. Wait, that's not my leather. This is my leather. And this. Okay. Okay, so for half an hour, like these channel point redemptions, I must say, have gone like how much you get. By the way, thanks for following, beautiful nightmare. How much you get for your channel points has honestly gone down a little bit, because I mean, me playing for half an hour used to mean I get like 1 or 2 good fights usually, and it depends. I'm running around and getting used to the build a bit, but right now, obviously I'm probably like, it's probably not gonna last long because there's so many people. And I look like I'm a pretty good kill, probably. We'll see though. Oh shit! Legendary Wisp! Wow. The Saraya, thanks for following as well. Do I go for Legendary just for a little while? Just for a little while. Legendary Great Nature Lucky. I don't actually, I have nothing here to do. I cannot kill any mobs. I cannot kill any gatherers. I don't have a purge. I am here for no apparent reason other than this is a rare place to be, yeah? I will, I need to eat the other food. Holy shit, those mobs did a lot of damage to my horse. I guess I can deliver the wisp, but I really just want to get my Great Nature to one spec. So I can keep... I need to practice E also. I mean, it is still cast time, yeah? It's not like instant, but I understand what you mean. That there's no special delay, yeah? Yeah, okay, I see. Come on, where is my learning point? How I have it not still... Oh, I don't get the learning point thing anymore. I forgot. I keep forgetting. I don't need to get it to 20%. I need to quick learn this and kill 2 mobs. Oh man, some people are definitely gonna mess up fighting this because people don't expect great nature. Okay, nice. Okay, remove this and we can put this to 50 because why not? All the progress on the account still makes me happy long term. Although I'm not getting that many fame credits anymore because I don't kill mobs at all. You play dash and shoes by default as well, yeah. I should, yeah. It's tricky though. I'm gonna die in the middle of 5 people, 100%. The only swap I have is Helm and Shield versus Kiters. With no targeted spells like Warbow, Crossbows, Q2, Fire. Oh, okay. But why don't you... why dash? Why do you want to use dash? I'm not gonna do a lot of damage. The poisons will be critical because I don't have damage because of no specs. You don't need a sprint? What do you mean you don't need a sprint? There's nothing that gives me speed. I don't have any mobility, do I? Everyone with a sprint has more mobility. Oh, okay, so it's like doubling down on the fact that anyway I don't get to decide over the spacing. Okay. I feel like this build would have cooked a week ago. Would have been much better. Because for a 1v1, this is awesome, yeah? For a 1v1, like Assassin Shoes Dash works really well. But with a bunch of people around, it's going to be difficult. I need to eat my food. Dash can catch up with people way easier than regular sprint. Yeah, okay, I understand. Especially with Mage Robe. Okay. I don't have a Purge on my helmet though to remove their boots. Okay. Wait, who's this? What is this? It's an actual Gatherer. I can't catch Gatherers, unfortunately. Okay. This is interesting. Well, at least with these mists, I know for 100% that I'm gonna get into some action, yeah? I mean, not with these as in Legendary, but with these as in the new mist update. I should not have shown my hand. Now he knows I'm interested in combat. He doesn't have a Purge, though. Is he fighting or not? No, he's not. Okay. I might look like a free kill to a bunch of people, so... That was a lot of... Oh, wait, did you auto-learn? Is he... Why are you lagging like this? Alright, what happened to the auto? I got it to 52 with just this Wisp. Is it just because it's so valuable, it gave so much? Or do I still have auto-learn? Oh, I do have quick learn. Okay. I removed it. Didn't untick? Yeah, okay, you're right. Okay, come on, let's fight. I can't dismount anything, yeah? Even this guy, I will have to use 2 potions. Will you fight me or not? Like, he does... I do look a bit like, you know, I'm a lost son. I guess I could throw a poison to help dismount him, but let's fight. Wait. Why doesn't the chat work? The chat used to work even when it's like... even like this, yeah? Maybe I need to lose some HP. Maybe I need to make it look like I'm losing HP against mobs. Here, and then he will dismount himself. Because he doesn't have a Purge for my E, so if I lose a bit of HP, it's okay. He's not gonna insta-kill me, probably. But he left completely. Okay, let's go regular mist, I think. Let's go regular mist, otherwise I won't get any proper fights, because enchanted mists are still more popular. Wait, he's in there, okay. Oh shit, he's losing a lot of HP. Okay, let these guys kill me. Or like fight me. Will you fight now? I'm in combat, I cannot regen now. Let's fight. The root on E? What? Oh, nature. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I'm great nature right now, Crimson. I don't have my E. I cannot help it. I cannot use it to dismount. Bro, come on. I am 50% HP. Try it. You might win. I'm still in combat. I'm not healing. Come on. Okay. This is a waste of time. Crimson says, I can see your great nature. Yeah. This is Channel Point Redemption by Onisim. This is the build he played in Mist today. Let's fight me. Kill me. I have 60% HP, bro. What is the point of this? Why not just leave then? If you don't have any interest in fighting a nature staff at 60% HP, I understand. Okay, sure, fair enough. By the way, in terms of IP, I am a little bit higher than him, yeah. Then why don't you just leave? Is he so hell-bent on getting this chest from the camp? He thinks it's good money. Too bad. So, how much time I've spent? 4 minutes in this mist. Let's go regular mist. This is a waste of time. I should be able to exit through Brazilian and go into regular mist, because I actually want to try the build and not just run after an X guy. He can purge your E and have a decent chance. This guy could not purge my E. He did not have a purge. The guy that I was just chasing. Yeah, that was a big consideration. Otherwise, I wouldn't let me lose 50% HP. Purge isn't the big great nature counter anymore. Why not, Onisim? Because the regular heal is good enough or what? Why not? Why do you say that? Also, what's up, Crimson? Hello. Why do you say that Purge does not counter? This? Oh, okay, so it does heal anyway, and 15 second CD. Ah, okay, so essentially... I mean, in that situation, if he had Purge, I would have to be a lot more careful, right? Because I cannot get full right away. But, okay, so what you're saying is just the E is so much less cooldown, so much lower cooldown that the Purge doesn't... like you will have another E ready before the Purge. Okay, fair enough. A major buff, yeah, for extra heals. Okay. Thanks for following, Kiki Cole. So you had actually some good fights on this build, yeah? Not just being killed by a bunch of people who see that you don't have mobility and focus you, especially when you're tier 8 or tier 7. Even 200 IP over, you win the trades. Wait, what? Oh, you don't see any way of bear pose outbrawls you. Yeah. That's why I lost 50% HP and was still happy to go. I think you're right, but if he had a purge, I would not feel good about that. If he had a purge, I feel like I might die before I get my second E. I mostly do open world over Mist. I know, but you played Mist today, right? Or was it just at one time where you ran into me? You said you saw the warbow many times, so I'm curious how it was for you today. How was your experience? Because my guess would be that if you're running around on this build, people want to fight you because you look like a pretty easy kill and you don't have a sprint, which means that it's a bit easier, you know, you can't really get away. I mean, you said that anyway the mobility is limited, I understand that, but still, it seems like you are an easier kill like that. This guy has a low cooldown purge. It's also 300 IP. I'm definitely not gonna fight 300 IP difference. Fists. Fists are definitely more popular than they were before the update. There was a bit of a slump where fists were not really played much for a couple weeks. I can show you a 1v1 versus bear pose, same IP if you want. If you want to show, but I kind of believe that I'm very convinced that you're right, that it's gonna be pretty easy that you can just stand if you hit your spells, yeah? If it's same IP. But bear pose are also not like... I know they seem very good at brawling if you compare them to a lot of open world weapons, but people don't play bear pose in Mists, and one of the reasons is that you don't brawl very well, yeah? Like, you don't make up for your lack of mobility by brawling, so bear pose are not like crazy brawling weapon. They're just used in open world, but... like, you know, like real brawlers or like proper brawlers usually in Mists are gonna be dual swords, death givers, battle axe. Although battle axe is a bit similar depending on offhand. I don't think I had any good fight in Mists, but still I made money. Okay, yeah, that is the experience in Mists right now. But making money is a bit random. Like, if you get good opportunities to rat, you make money. If you don't make money. But the actual fights, you have to just settle for having fun and not finishing most funny ones. First you can dash during bear pose E to dodge their E. Yeah, okay, also that if they get close. But since you don't have sprint, the bear pose also don't need to E from far, right? There's no reason for the bear pose to E right away from far if they see that you have dash. if they understand what's happening, they can also just walk close to you with their W. But I understand that they're gonna at least take damage while they're doing that. Then they need to purge their E, and you know it's possible. Most people won't think about that. I played Poglog yesterday, or the day before yesterday, and I also made the same problem. I made the same mistake. Yeah, I didn't realize the other guy is just waiting to dash my E, so I eat from far. So definitely Bear Paws will do the same. Where are people? Okay. Seriat said earlier also, thank you for videos, help a lot with the PvP as a new player. Thank you, sir. Sasha says, Axes in general would be very bad against Great Nature due to bleed stacks. They and more hits, so they give so much more healing. I think we realized at some point that the bleed stacks don't proc the E, right? It also says here direct damage. So the bleed stacks and the burning doesn't proc the E heal. But fast attacks definitely can absolutely be a benefit to me. Yeah? Mr. Dark says, I love your video. Don't stop making videos, bro. Love from India. Thank you. Love back to you from Estonia. And thank you for the positive sentiments. Yeah, I am trying to learn to make more videos, but of course it's more like lessons from stream packaged in a hopefully interesting way, and it's a bit less like in-depth dives because most of my Albion time I spend on streams right now. So dot doesn't work. Oh, that's good to know. Yeah. We had the same question like months ago when we talked about Great Nature when Onosim was here, and it says in this time the tooltip is actually clear. It actually says in the tooltip that whenever the target receives direct damage, then it heals. This guy has a purge. Okay, well I guess we'll try this, but I don't know how and who and why and where, but let's try. This guy is on what? Snapper? Yeah, also Snapper, okay. Brawling would be very interesting. I have no idea when to use my helmet though. Well, probably this was not the moment. Well, he just went invis. He didn't run away. I had to go after him. But I'm not sure. He didn't even purge my E, so he didn't even care about that. I understand this IP difference, and I would probably die with most stuff there. But that felt completely hopeless, to be honest. This counted as direct damage, right? I healed myself with this. As I was saying, I don't know when to use helmet. The helmet was absolutely non-factor there. Because just me standing in a helmet and like hitting him did nothing. You know, I missed it. Yeah, that was fast. That was a bit fast. I was also hoping that maybe the wildfire will participate. But he went dismounted and he went invis. That's how the fight started, unfortunately, also already from me not being ready. Ooh, but yeah, but it was absolutely hopeless. Just standing, because auto attacks I don't do anything else. I'm pretty low IP, yeah. It's not just the average IP is a difference, but also obviously tier 7 without specs is also nothing. So the average IP diff is actually doesn't fully show the relevant IP difference is much bigger because the important part, yeah. My IP comes from things that don't really matter that much. Use Q charges. Yeah, I should have. That's a big thing. I had the problem when I played Druid as well, that I didn't like the Qs. You need to use them right away. I should put them under me, then use the helmet. For some reason, I saw he went to cat form, so I thought, okay, I'm gonna helmet and I'm gonna use the fact. But then I realized, of course, I'm silencing myself also, so that was kind of pointless in every way. I don't think I can bring myself to learn this build. Not that I'm super like motivated to do it, but I don't think I will ever learn this build anyway. Brawling isn't easy matchup, but I won 1v1s versus 8.1 Brawling. He missed. Can I share a clip? Sure, you can. You have the special how to say, permission to share one clip without using channel points. As someone who has expanded my understanding of Albion here and there, but for everyone else, and also for Onosim generally, you know, you can use channel points. But I'm curious to see. So let me know. Okay, let's look at it together. Give me a moment. I hope it doesn't play. Okay, it does play right away. Okay, so this is what you just saw is my first attempt to play the Great Nature, and probably the last attempt for a while. And here, let's look at it together. Give me a moment. Here, let's look at it together. The clip from Onesim. Are you playing the same build? And this against Brawling. I don't know what IP you are. 3000 HP without food, so I'm guessing tier 8, but we'll see. Okay, so this is... You are tier 8, yeah? You actually don't even eat food at all, yeah? Okay, you decide to fight without food. Wait. So, first of all, E right away. That's something I should probably do as well. You start queuing and then E right away. This guy doesn't have Purge. My guy had, but he didn't use it actually there. Okay, then Mage Rope. Yeah, this is the thing I should have. If I had more time to prepare for this, Bootsy against his jump is very good play for sure. Interesting. The helmet just to survive. You're not getting value from your E here though. Because the mobs were attacking him. Okay, now we go for Snapper. And the other guy decides to run away because he used his triple E already. Sorry, not triple E, triple Q. He used the execute, so the other guy decides to run away. And once again, the E is saving us. Now he doesn't have stacks, he didn't keep the stacks up. Fair enough. He definitely didn't expect that. Holy shit. You are tier 8. Yeah. He definitely didn't expect that. I think that guy is... I think he had a very interesting experience dying like this. Fair enough. What are these keybinds? Yeah, it's... I learned that also. In France, they don't have QWERTY, they have AZERTY. I kind of played bad here as well. The second E was kind of weird, but interesting that he left you for a while, yeah? That he decided to just run away at some point. I feel like that was the moment where... I understand that he has cooldown on his triple Q, but it's kind of interesting that he decided to, you know, to... Although your E, of course, requires procs, but still against... like, I would expect him to want to try to finish the fight quickly and not buy more time, but still. Awesome. Anyway, I need to get there now. See you. Thank you for sharing your build and your clip. It's definitely a build. If I was ever to play this seriously, I need to play it a lot more. It's not one that you can get into very quickly, I think. Maybe if you play a lot of nature staffs. Maybe I need to learn nature staffs. I don't know. Maybe if they come into meta at some point. But yeah, even just using triple Q properly is a bit of a problem for me. Saki asked, is this game pay to win? The short answer is no. The long answer is going to be a 10-hour discussion. It is pay to win in classical sense because you can pay for progression, but because anyone who plays Albion for a significant amount of time, it is so obvious that the winning in the game has very little to do with progression, so it's not really pay to win. It's I don't know. It's a very long discussion, and there's a lot of people. And with some other stream, we can talk about it longer. You can come back some other day. It's been 7.5 hours, so I don't think it's a good can of worms to open. But it doesn't feel, for anyone who plays long-term Albion, it doesn't really feel pay to win. Yeah, but like if you come from a different MMORPG, and your idea is like that MMORPGs are about progression, it will feel pay to win, but also you will pretty quickly realize that Albion is not really about progression. Like, progression is a small part. Of course, you need some of it, and it's fun to have it. But at the end of the day, it's more like it feels more like a extraction shooter with MOBA controls. Yeah, it's like MOBA extraction shooter. The game is hard. Yeah, it's difficult to start. Yeah, at the beginning, because game knowledge is so important, and there's no matchmaking, yeah? That's why. You're asking why is it hard? One of the reasons is that there's a lot. I mean, that's obvious, yeah? Any game that is worth playing, that competitive game, is going to be difficult for the start, yeah? If you start Counter-Strike from zero, or Siege, or Dota, or League, you're going to just be thrown into cold water the first 300 hours. You're not going to even understand what's happening. I came from World of Warcraft, but I did stop playing over months. Yeah, okay, so if you come from MMORPGs, Albion is technically an MMORPG, but it doesn't... like, it's more like a competitive MOBA style extraction shooter or competitive game. with an MMORPG around it. Like, people play it differently, but for me and for most people who play the PvP, because Albion is built on PvP primarily, for a lot of people, Albion, it's... The MMORPG part is like the secondary part, yeah? It's more like a competitive game with an MMORPG part on top. And of course the MMORPG part is important, I don't want to take it away. But just so you kind of try to understand it, yeah? It's not an MMORPG which also has PvP, it's a PvP which also has MMORPG, if that makes any sense, yeah? I mean, MMORPG part is super fun. I love we're all in the same game with so many people. There's economy, there's crafting, all of that is awesome, absolutely. But at the end of the day, okay, interesting robe. I don't think I need to change my food, but we'll see. Very cool. Very cool try, but I probably shouldn't have potion, yeah. Didn't need to bring potion as well. Is there any raid dungeon like WoW? Like WoW, not. There are raids, dungeons, and PvE, but that is all secondary. And you will... That's another good example of how PvP is at the forefront of the game. There is, like, there are a lot of people who enjoy some PvE here and there for rewards, yeah, or to have fun with friends. But if you just look at the quality of PvE, as in how fun it is, how challenging it is, you know, to figure out bosses and stuff like that, like, it's not even the same ballpark as something like World of Warcraft or RuneScape, yeah? Like, it is just a secondary thing. PvE exists in Albion primarily to have something to do to kind of trigger people into PvP, yeah? So people will PvP around it. But I feel like even just comparing like PvE in Albion to World of Warcraft or old school RuneScape is like, it's almost apples and oranges. Like, it's not just a little bit simpler, it's just a different thing altogether, right? Like, it barely deserves being called PvE, honestly. Like, if you love endgame raids and WoW, you're not gonna, like, even the hardest dungeons, you're gonna enjoy them, yeah? Like 20-man dungeons, you do need to learn the mechanics. There is gonna be a shot caller telling you at what time you do something. That's the only thing that is, like, there's essentially Avalonian dungeons, which is the only thing that kind of maybe compares. But majority of PvE is nothing like that. It's just fighting similar and simple mobs as you're waiting for PvP, or some people just do it because they want to be risk-free and they want to exist in the same world, yeah? But I think it's more like League of Legends or Dota if that game was a bit less toxic and had like long-term progression, because it still does have progression. It might not be the #1 focus, but it still has progression in Albion. But Albion feels to me more like League of Legends or Dota with extra long-term progression, so it's not just one game ends and now you start from zero, but you're building up your character, you know, you are buying items, you're progressing through the world, rather than being an MMORPG, which then, you know, has some PP tagged on top. But thanks for following, Saki. But yeah, but it's free to play, so you should kind of try it, but just don't expect that you're gonna focus on the progression part as much. Of course, as a beginner especially, you're gonna have to. The difficulty of Albion and why it's successful for years and people play for thousands of hours is because there's two reasons. First of all, PvP is obviously like evergreen, just like, you know, Rainbow Six Siege is still fun after hours or after thousands of hours and years, because it's always a new game, new players, and you try to outplay your opponent, you try to be better, and like, it's competitive. That's one thing. The other thing is it's complex because the builds, I can move any part of my build and it legit affects and changes how the fight is gonna be like, yeah? So every item changes the fight, and there is, I don't want to say endless, but there's a lot of customizability in different ways. This is tier 6, so I'm not even gonna change food. I'm just gonna fight him with like this, without worrying too much. Okay, now he's tier 7, but I have only one potion, so we have to be a bit careful with that. He didn't purge my run, which is interesting. Oh, he got rooted. Okie dokie. I feel like that's pretty much the way I should play this exactly. If it was higher tier carving, obviously I'm changing food and, you know, I am playing more around brawling and I'm not gonna just full on kite. But here, it's not worth it, I think, to eat food for him. What do I want to say? The other reason why it's really fun after thousands of hours is that there's so many, like every one of these items here that I'm wearing, and these are the ones I have right now in my inventory, but every one of these items I'm wearing, it changes the fight, yeah? It's not just like, there's no optimal build, it's, there are meta things, there are meta weapons and meta stuff, but it's, you have so much room to play it in completely your own way. So the PvP is very, very fun. But everything else is so-so. I mean, people still enjoy it, and I know a lot of people who love like the crafting part. Everything to do with economy is really fun because it's real, yeah? Even better, like, probably better than things like World of Warcraft, definitely better than RuneScape. I just haven't played World of Warcraft for a long time. But RuneScape I understand a bit better, because everything to do with crafting market, everything is player-based, yeah? So what you craft, you cannot sell it to the game, essentially. I mean, you can sell it to black market, which then is reintroduced back into the game, or you sell it to other players. So everything is like player-based. So economy doesn't go up because developers decided that this weapon, you know, is now costs more or is more difficult to produce or whatever. Things become more and less expensive because players need those items. Because it's full loot, players constantly lose items. Items get destroyed. So as a crafter, you are working with like a real-life economy, with real-life demand. And also materials, yeah? Cost of materials and obtaining them will depend. Like legit political situation, like the diplomacy and guilds, can actually affect, like a couple of very, very powerful crafters or guilds can actually affect the price for everyone. If like a big transport caravan gets destroyed, or like ganked and dies, that affects everyone a little bit long term. So yeah, there's all the fun. Also outside of PvP, but not the PvE part so much. Manuel says you're good with spear. I play in mobile and can't use very well. Well, first of all, thank you, but yeah, right now I don't feel very on top of my game because I've been switching. I played over 10 different weapons last streams just to try all kinds of different things. So I've been switching around a lot, and obviously I've also been playing for almost 8 hours, but thanks. And if you are struggling with spear on mobile, then you're not alone. It is difficult. It's a bit more difficult to play spear on mobile because you cannot... like hitting your Qs, and obviously your everything you're trying to do is sort of a skill shot, yeah? Like if you're playing something like a fire stuff with Q1, where you can at least auto-target, like the Q always hits, it's gonna be easier. Charles says, I really scare Shadow Color Mist, that suck. You're scared of Shadow Colors, or you are scaring other Shadow Colors. To beginners and friends, I say Albion is basically if League and Eve had a baby. Yeah, I think that's seems pretty on point, yeah. Eve is definitely one of the games that, like, if you want to compare this to MMORPGs, then yeah, I don't compare it to World of Warcraft or RuneScape so much, compare it to Eve, yeah. Hey, Great Frost. I guess Ultima also, like, I haven't played it, so I don't know, but I've heard that it's also there. Hey, we actually saw Mace here even. Interesting. Oh, that's the same Frost. It's the 4.1. Whatever, let him have the camp. For a moment, I hope maybe I run into somebody else. Imagine getting killed by a weapon you crafted. Isn't that like a journal... Kiki also said there's a journal achievement. I also think there's like a journal achievement, yeah, to die to a weapon that you yourself crafted. Hello, Mr. Curse. Let's see. Let's see what sort of chaos awaits me here. 4.1 Frosts. This is a tier 7. No, okay, well, 6-1 Curse, but not a lot of specs, it seems like, based on overall IP. If they want to 2v1 me, let's go. But yeah, and if someone's wondering like why is Albion difficult, first of all, yeah, because there's so much customizability. a lot of it becomes tactical. Yeah, it's not mechanically so demanding. It is, of course, a little bit, but not crazy. So it is very tactical, and tactical games always fuck over new players, you know? If you start... starting Siege is more difficult than starting Counter-Strike. Obviously, both games require tactics and shooting, but Counter-Strike, if you have amazing aim, you will be good right away, at least okay. Siege, it's much more tactical, so you don't even understand why you are losing the first, 100 hours, yeah? Or even more. It's the same. Like, starting Albion is more difficult because it's so much tactical. So tactical, you don't even often understand. You will lose fights and you don't fully understand why, because it wasn't if it was mechanical failure, you missed a spell, mechanical skill failure, it would be so obvious to you. Okay, I should have hit that spell, sure. But you will lose fights where it's not obvious because you did everything seemingly correct. You don't understand what kind of strategy went into it for the other person. And the other reason why Albion is very difficult for beginners is because there's no matchmaking, yeah? It's the complexity of almost, let's say at least comparable complexity to League and Dota to some extent, but without matchmaking, yeah? So if you start Albion tomorrow, you will fight me. You will fight people who are, have fought for a long time. Oh, I mean, played for a long time. We're not gonna risk my stuff for a tier 6 Claymore, obviously, because you can see what else is happening here, but I do want to be part of the action, but let's see. These guys could also just dismount and help the Claymore, and they could maybe kill me together. So, yeah. There's also, corrupt dungeons are like a 1v1 content, so at least you get there to get some 1v1s, but you might also be a bit frustrated at the beginning because it's not so obvious who is fighting who and how. How do people decide why you're 1v2, or if you go open world you're gonna get ganked by a group of people, but that's besides the point. That's pretty easy to accept, that's part of the game, I think. But understanding some people might be thinking okay, I'm doing everything kind of correct, why are the fights so difficult? Well, it might be because there's some specifics about the fight, but it might also be that, the other person is doing things even more correctly, because you are fighting someone who's played 6,000 hours of Albion. It's possible. Top 10 anime betrayal? If the weapon that would be fun if the weapon you craft cannot do damage to you. Man, that would be really fun. Bopper says, Albion is kind of like a mix between Eve and League, except equal IP fights will never feel as unfair as some matchups in League can be. Depending on weapon, yeah. Some matchups in Albion are also very one-sided, but there are still some counter matchups. Not every weapon has them, but some do have straight-up counters, yeah. I don't know about League. You have to be like esports level. I don't know enough about League, but know the generals, of course, but I know way too much about Dota, and for Dota I can tell you that people definitely it's a common thing, and I'm sure people do it in League the same. It's a pretty common thing to way overestimate the importance of drafts, of the strategy. Holy shit, no, we didn't get the right hero or champion, we cannot win this lane, or we cannot win this game, whatever, yeah. I understand, of course, it matters at esports level, but it's likely that for majority of us, after playing I was definitely a decent level in Dota. Even the level where I played, it felt like you can win, you can outplay and win anything. Yeah, it's there is no, people make a much bigger deal out of how bad the matchup is. So in that sense, I would say unfair, fair fights in MOBA versus Albion. I don't know. There's also some kind of counters or rock paper scissors unless all have same abilities. In Albion, yeah, there's a bit of that, yeah, there is a bit. It is, to some extent, it does. Sometimes it feels a bit like just rock, paper, scissors, but that's primarily at when you play against the best players at A3, yeah. Everywhere else, there's always so many moving parts that you might have some disadvantage, but you have some other advantage in the fight. Maybe you have a mobility advantage, but the enemy has 2 potions. There's so many moving things. Maybe you have a purge, but they have more damage. Stuff like that. Manuel says, in EU server, the Q hits enemy better than my server. Maybe it's my connection. It is both, yeah. With lower ping, I mean, if you are from EU, then it is both. With lower ping, you hit more spells, because you don't have to predict where people are going as much. I had this on, I learned to predict people much more when I was playing on NA. with higher ping. Absolutely. Okay, it is time. I feel like my brain is slowly dying. And it's been a good Monday, and I think it's time to call it a day. I need to learn to stream a little bit less long hours, but I hope it was a good Monday for you as well. And I discovered, and we did the tier list finally, so I'm feeling kind of good that we finished with that, and we can continue thinking about other possible content to play right now while mists they're fun, and I'm still gonna play them here and there, but they are a little bit, how to say, you know, they don't scratch the itch that they used to the same extent. But I know that you know exactly what I mean. So what this means is that we're gonna go together and we're gonna raid. If you have someone you definitely want to raid, you can let me know. Otherwise, we're going for Paul, who is a very lovable Albion creator, and is currently playing both Badon and Mists. I don't know what tier. Probably he's playing low tier, but we'll see. So stick around for the raid, and I'll see you again if everything goes well tomorrow. Starting next week, I will be better at knowing a schedule in advance, yeah, which is what usually I post on Discord as well. Bopper says, I watched League of Legends video where 5 Challenger players played against 5 Perma invisible players and the Challenger players almost won. Okay. Okay, see you again tomorrow. Thanks for being here. Ciao, ciao, bye. Say hello to Paul. Put your spears out there and tell him something. I don't know, something about spears or about mists. Let's get his opinion on the newest. Let's go. And if you are on